You said Jeff don't exercise?
Jeff stretches all the time. But I don't know I haven't seen Jeff downstairs in that gym in a while.
I'm just saying, you just started doing some HIIT. I'm doing HIIT. I got you about 13 years. I'm not hurt.
I think I just tweaked something. I feel better after just laying on the ground last night. So today I had to drop the girls off. I didn't go downstairs. I gave it a day off. I went home. I had to rake. I raked the driveway because all these leaves gather in the driveway somehow. I just had a good chill morning. Ate some pie. Took a shower.
Pie this morning, dude?
Yeah, pie in the morning is way better.
If you don't eat pie in the morning, then you won't have to work out so much.
You don't eat pie at night is the problem.
No, if you don't eat it so
pie
much.
is a breakfast food, dude. There's no different than donuts or
donuts. Not good Danishes. All the time either.
Pie's a breakfast food. I'm in the stream. I don't know where you're at. Just saying.
I'm coming. I'm always late on the stream.
Let them know. How was your ride in this morning?
My ride in was swift.
Was it?
Yeah.
Mine was not, and
I saw that happening when I got to the tidal basin area that you were gonna probably have an issue.
Yeah, it wasn't great.
Do you come with GW?
Mass to Rock Creek.
And you come around past the Kennedy Center.
Underneath the Kennedy Center around Lincoln.
I saw that was heavy.
It was heavy. It was heavy, dog.
But I got out in front of it.
But dude, I definitely would have been late. Something at the vice president's house. I'm coming down Mass, and it's kind of a slog. But I bet if I was 2 cars behind, I would have been cooked. These dudes started popping out of bushes. All black, machine guns. Like, I think they were preparing a motorcade or whatever. And then they blocked off the other side.
I don't like when people come out.
I don't know where these guys are standing that they're then able to just get out, like, in the street.
That has to scare the hell out of you. You just driving down the street. And then dudes in all black just jump out the bushes with some machine guns.
It's wild, man. It is wild. And I don't know. But I got past that. It just, the ride sucked. And then I finally get down here. And, I parked a block over. But on days where I'm running late or I'm worried about getting here on time or whatever, sometimes I'll just park downstairs and pay the 17 or 18, whatever it is, for the daily.
Mm-hmm.
So I come around. Did you guys see the crane on Half Street or on L, whatever that cross street is?
Nah, I come right South Capitol, make the right, turn right down the alley.
Right. So you come up past the front of the office and make the turn on.
I'm on the backside, actually.
Yeah.
Right.
Dude, the front of
yeah.
Right. The front of the office, like, there was just a giant crane in the middle of the street blocking traffic. Did you see that, Jeff?
Nope. I found peace in taking the metro to work.
Oh.
Yeah, Jeff said he's tired of getting tickets.
Not even that. I don't have road rage in the morning. I come in all calm.
Well, I mean, getting tickets will get you road rage, too.
Yeah, man. Like, I like taking the train. So, no, I did not see that crane this morning.
Dude, I almost had a road rage incident over the weekend. I didn't tell you guys about this. Coming out of the Caps game Saturday. So I've now been to 2 Caps games in 3 days. Coming out of the Caps game Saturday, I'm coming up 6th. And eventually I'm trying to make the left on Mass. And there's a dude in front of me. Like, when you're in heavy traffic like that, getting out of a ball game, you got to, like, get into the intersection if you're going to make the left.
Yeah.
Because odds are you're going to make that left once the light turns red.
There you go.
And I wanted him to do that so I could do that.
And he didn't.
Yo, he's not even at the crosswalk. He's got his blinker on. So, like, I understand your intention to make a left, but you're not even in the crosswalk, dog. Like, we got to get aggressive here. And nothing was happening. So I gave it a light toot. Honk.
And he gave you a flip off?
Didn't do anything. We continued to sit there. So then I give him 2 toots, not as light. And at this point, he kind of puts his head out the window. At that point, I just lay on the horn.
Jeff, I mean, Jay, you better
At which
stop
point,
that.
he starts to get out of his car.
Are you about that life, Jeff? Jay, I got these J's mixed up.
I don't know.
JP, you about that life, man? You better stop honking at them people. Well, they come back and they honk at you.
When he started to get out of the car, Lauren got quite upset with me because it's Lauren and the girls in the car, at which point there was a slight opening.
That's the problem right there. You never, ever started with the kids and the wife.
I don't know that I was starting anything. The guy doesn't. You got to pull into the intersection.
Honking on your horn is probably one of the most. I would say I call it disrespectful.
No, it's not disrespectful.
Yes, it is, because if I'm up here and I'm trying to go through it, and you just laying on your horn, look, fool, I'm gonna go when I use my judgment.
You would have been honking at this dude.
Nah.
He wasn't even he wasn't even at the crosswalk
But
trying to make a left.
I just know how it is. I've learned with the ever since I started seeing all the little different people getting shot and everything else, I don't rush it no more.
I made a
chill
detour.
out with it.
I continued up 6th Street rather than waiting for this person to make a left, and I cut through the convention center. All was well.
Yeah, I told people. Everybody trying to say how I might be involved. You crazy as hell, dog.
That game last night was dope, though. Did you stay all the way for the shootout?
All the way to the end.
The goaltending in the shootout.
Me and that bottle of Pin in the Wild, we had fun.
Was there a second one that got open?
No, that one, I think I finished that whole one.
Attaboy. It was a good, fun scene in there. Good to catch up with a lot of people, the Bobbies and stuff. I think the goaltending by Thompson, especially in that shootout and towards the end, the Caps seem to be getting screwed by the refs a lot lately.
34. Bleep him. Okay? Because that fool was looking for stuff.
Yeah, the ref 34,
yeah.
you're saying? Yeah.
Bleep him.
Yeah, and then Sandin gets blasted. He probably could have called something there. But whatever.
That was a hook.
Yeah. Even that
a tripping, and he never called it, but they didn't even touch the guy from Ottawa, and boom, he called it tripping.
They got 2 points. They got off the losing streak, because I think if you're 3-1 and then you just lose, then you've lost 4 in a row and you gave up. They were up 3-0, dude.
Yeah.
So getting something there is enough.
Yeah.
And now you're going to MSG. When we were talking to Walton yesterday, he said this kind of happens. You get 60 games in, and everybody's kind of focused on the playoffs, and you got to just get through this little bit of late year malaise. I think going to MSG, where you've got a Rangers squad that's kind of surging, trying to get into the playoffs, fighting their way. They made a ton of trades at the deadline. Like, I think MSG just gives you energy, just being in the city and dealing with that.
Mm-hmm.
And say you win that one, then you've won 2 in a row. Then you're coming back home for a Friday nighter. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can manufacture some momentum here and then get hot again down the stretch. No Ovi goals last night, but
yeah, they just got to focus on one game at a time, dog. The simple little mindset. If you start worried about all the other stuff, then that's how you get in those slumps. One at a time.
I think you're right. I think this Caps spring is going to be very, very fun. I am very, very excited about it. We do have NFL news just kind of continuing all over the place. The Eagles have released James Bradbury to go along with Darius Slay. Mm-hmm. And it's not really a surprise. I'm almost more surprised that Bradbury got to stick around after that Super Bowl a couple of years back. But today is tag deadline day, so we're going to get some legit news. I'm curious, though. There's a lot going on with the Giants. And I talked to some folks over the weekend and just some people that in Indy, there was a real belief Stafford was in play for the Giants. That was a real thing.
Now he's out of play.
And then, do you think Stafford just used the Raiders and the Giants to get paid by the Rams? Or do you think he was really considering?
If he didn't, then he'll be a fool. But you got to do the same thing they do. I mean, I don't think, hell, he didn't want to leave L.A. and go to some New York, especially with that team, Brian's team. Damn, who wants to leave L.A. with Sean Payton and Sean McVay,
yeah.
and then go out here to New York with that crew?
Yeah, I mean, they took the Eagles to the limit in that divisional game.
Yeah,
in the snow.
Yeah,
and it's funny because I thought it was going to really happen. I thought there was a real chance it could happen, but in the end,
I think it came down more where the thought process was they didn't want to pay him. They were going to move away from that. But when they started thinking about things, okay, Stafford at what, 37? Aaron Rodgers at 40, and also a head case. Which one you rather stick with?
I can't. So there's now a report out of New York. I want to give, I think it's Jordan Renan credit here. The Giants quarterback picture after not getting Stafford. The Giants might be more interested in trying to trade up and get Cam Ward than bringing Rodgers in. Now, that probably doesn't help Brian Daboll win enough games this year to keep your job.
Yeah.
But if organizationally, and especially, they came in as a package deal, Daboll and Shane. But, like, if perhaps
– that may be a little fragmented now.
Dog, and if you're Shane –
I'm Shane, I want the rookie to come in, and I say I got
ding.
But then I could also say, well, the coach is making better.
Right.
That friendship is getting a little separated.
Totally. And I think if you're Shane and Rodgers comes in and it goes sideways as things have gone for Rodgers now for the last couple of years, everybody's fired. If you're Shane and you draft a kid and you make it an aggressive move to have to, and what did the Giants pick? Third? I don't know that I'm moving up to 1 to pick Cam Ward. I don't know what the freight would cost me on that.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, I don't know. That seems like
who has one
in a self-preservation league.
Pick?
Tennessee has one.
You think they're gonna take a quarterback?
I don't know how they don't. To me that
who they got? Mayo guy?
Yeah, Will Levis.
I mean,
he stinks. He's got a big arm, but
yeah.
If you have the number 1 overall pick and Cam Ward's there, I don't know how you don't do that unless you really don't like the player.
Hey, don't know. The moment he told me he put mayonnaise in coffee, I would have passed on him because I would have been sitting there like, okay, what's his mental capacity? What's going on?
He's got a big arm, but
but still, mayonnaise and coffee does not go.
Yo, he eats bananas with the peel on.
Whoever cannot tell me that that's regular behavior or sensible behavior. Coffee, just black coffee. I'm drinking it right now. If you got a taste for coffee, okay. But black coffee is not very, very tasty unless you can find something which got like a vanilla or some other stuff in it. Mayonnaise by itself just ain't good either. Those two things together cannot be a good combination. Then you go bite a banana with the peelings on it. Something is mentally wrong with that kid. I'm just saying. That's the only way I can put it. And I promise you, if somebody called here and tell me, oh, I do that too, then I need to know more than one person.
Please, God, if somebody out there puts mayonnaise in their coffee or eats the banana with the peel on, call in.
I know you're not going to say you do it, Jeff. He put on this thing, so I'm looking.
Nah, I was just looking around, man. That's absurd.
White Brian's into some weird stuff. What about you, Whitey B?
I tried it after he got drafted.
Oh,
it was terrible.
So you went and tried it. You are crazy.
Oh.
First of all, just hearing it will tell you that is not a good combination.
Yeah, it had me intrigued. I wanted to try.
Was it disgusting?
How did it taste?
It was absolutely terrible.
I have done, Hoffman taught me this. If you're grilling fish or chicken, you can put mayo on the fish and put it on the grill side down, and that acts, it actually helps you grill it because it seals the flavor in.
Makes it more of a moisture thing.
And it's like spraying the grill with oil.
Okay, but that's grilling.
Yeah,
that's not drinking coffee.
Right. Landfill, have you ever tried it?
No.
Now, I do have a question. We all know.
You could put the mayonnaise in the white wine. It might work out for you.
red wine. I'm not going to do that.
Red wine and Coke, mayo and white wine.
No.
You should try it.
White wine and Sprite. What are you doing?
B, if Landfill.
White wine and Sprite, I'm going to tell you about what that is in the break.
Is that similar to how you feel about mimosas?
No. White wine and Sprite, bro. I'm going to tell you about the sulfites in that white wine. I see what Landfill trying to do.
I do not. see what landfill.
Wait, I'll tell you the break.
Landfill, are you trying to do something with sulfites?
With white wine and Sprite, I'm trying to get drunk.
Mm. You trying to get somebody else drunk?
Oh, Jeff, as a true lover of Miracle Whip, would you try Miracle Whip in coffee?
Not at all.
That's when you find out it's really
not
mayonnaise.
at all. Not at all.
I don't get it, man. We need to
You
start,
said the kid has mental
we
problems.
need to have a segment one day just called Off the Rocker. And that dude is off his rocker with that crap there.
Yeah.
Jeff does love Miracle Whip, though. I don't feel like we bring that up
Just
enough.
the amount of conversation about
Yeah.
Miracle Whip is
Miracle
astonishing.
Whip and Wonder Bread, huh?
I like Wonder. I haven't had Wonder Bread in a while.
Yo, I haven't had that in a while, but especially off the next day of Thanksgiving with, ham and Miracle Whip, best combination.
when we were kids, my sister just used to have mustard and mayonnaise sandwiches. She
Oh, yeah,
loved
yeah.
them.
Wait, who?
Bonnie,
I've never met Bonnie, right?
you have.
When I meet Bonnie, I'm going to have to talk to her again.
Yeah, that's
When I
off the
talk to her
rocker
again,
segment right there.
that's off the rocker, too. She would just wake up and put mayonnaise and mustard and eat that and then was happy.
She was a kid. Yeah, she liked it.
Hell, I was a kid, too. I never liked sandwiches without meat on it. to
Her
be honest
peanut
with you.
butter and jelly,
She's a
not
vegetarian,
mayonnaise
though.
and
She doesn't eat
mustard.
meat.
So she's a vegetarian?
Yeah.
She was always that?
Even as a kid,
As a
she
kid,
would eat chicken.
so
She eats chicken.
she wasn't a vegetarian when she was eating these mayonnaise, I'm going to call it mustardnaise sandwiches. I'm just saying.
Yeah, man. I don't know what to tell you. There is something I do know what to tell you, right?
What's that?
So that was the off the rocker segment. Here, let's get back on the rocker. If you are looking to buy or sell a home in the DC area, there's one dude for you to call. His name is John Leahy.
Yeah, reach out to our guy, John, like Freddie did. Freddie had a home to sell in Rockville, but the problem was it was totally stuck in the past and needed extensive upgrades, along with a full rehab to attract modern buyers. Thanks to the guidance of John Leahy and the Fine Living Group, the property's complete top-to-bottom upgrades sparked the bidding war, resulting in multiple offers. What followed put a big smile on Freddie's face, as the property sold in just 6 weeks for $14,000 over the asking price. If you're looking for a seamless home selling experience, John's guaranteed offer just might be for you. See for yourself at johnsellsdmv.com. We're talking about John Leahy and the Fine Living Group of eXp Realty. John offers you flexible fees, customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens. So if needed, he will let you out of your contract at any time.
And it's not just that. Have a conversation with John. Figure out what you're trying to accomplish and how he can help you get there. Because you can go to his website, check out the home valuation tool, figure out how much equity you have in your house. Then you can kind of back out the math, figure out the buying power you have at current interest rates that are going down a little bit, which should be encouraging. And then talk to John. What if you redo the powder room in your house? That could drive up the value like 60 grand. But let's say you don't want to have to come up with the 8 G's it's going to cost you to redo the powder room. Talk to John. He can help you tee up your home for market by getting you up to 50 grand to make repairs and upgrades that will return 3x when you go to sell it. And then you just settle up with John at closing on the little bit of cash you borrowed on the front end. Stuff like that makes a huge difference, man. Call John today, 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com, or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing.
This sports update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. If you haven't seen them yet, you need to check this out. The Caps are breaking out a new look this month, a version of their 50th anniversary Screaming Eagles jersey, but this one features bursting cherry blossoms. So players will sport these special jerseys designed by TKO Paintings for arrivals ahead of the March 18th game against the Detroit Red Wings. This new design is on a dark royal blue. It features the screaming eagle grabbing a cherry blossom branch and a color scheme that matches the petals. Awesome jerseys that you'll get to see the Caps wear ahead of the March 18th game. This March only, get 10% off windows with a 5-window minimum and 10% off doors at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
So different. I am everyday people. Made me think about John Thompson right there, dog.
It's a great song. The first thing B said when Landville started playing this is John Thompson.
Yeah, he used to have this song coming back from breaks all the time, man.
All right. We got a lot happening in the NFL, man. Franchise tag and transition tag, if anybody uses it. I think they should name the transition tag the Chris Russell transition tag. Nobody screamed about a transition tag more than Chris Russell.
I mean, when the last time transition tag was used? You don't hear nothing about it.
Let's see. I don't know. I'm trying to think.
Let's just say nobody discusses it. But
Except Chris Russell.
Chris Russell, okay. Well, and Chris.
And if you go back in time,
when it first came about,
when Russell was screaming about it for Kirk, he was onto something.
And they should have used a transition tag.
White Bride, see if you can figure that out. I tried to do a quick search. I'm finding nothing. Obviously,
it's the average of the top 10 salaries at the position.
Right. It's less money.
Yeah, but nobody really.
I wonder if the Vikings would consider the transition tag for Darnold.
Because you got the non-exclusive and exclusive franchise tag, and I think they bounce back and forth with those. But the transition tag is something that I think that's been a while, man.
Right.
The Patriots used it last year on Kyle Duggar.
Okay.
See, that's what I mean. You didn't hear nothing about Kyle Duggar and the Patriots using it, right?
And the Bears used it in 2018 on Kyle Fuller. So apparently, if you're
named Kyle, you're going to be on the franchise tag.
Transition tag.
Transition tag.
All right.
But think about that.
Good to know.
Nobody heard about it.
It exists. It's just not used nearly as frequently.
Yeah.
The franchise tag is used regularly. It
Every
seems
year.
like the Vikings are not going to use it on Darnold. The Bengals are going to use it on Higgins. Higgins is going to be a cranky dude, man.
Well, Sam Darnold not expected to be tagged.
Right.
After watching him in those last two playoff games, I wouldn't tag him either. I'll tag him. You're out of here.
I agree with you, but there's just not enough quarterbacks. Who would you rather have? Say you're Vegas. Would you rather have Rodgers or Darnold?
I still would take Rodgers over Darnold. Listen to me, man. They drafted a quarterback last year.
Hate Rodgers.
Yes, they drafted a quarterback and he got hurt. So they just need somebody to get them to him. You're not giving Darnold that much money just to get to the quarterback that you want to play. So Darnold's in a position where, dude, you had resurrected your career, and then you had those last two games. And people are now saying, we thought O'Connell had fixed him. He's still broken.
Those last two games were
They were horrible,
bad,
dude. I mean, he did not want to it's like the ball was glued to his hands.
The other side of this, too, is generally in the NFL, the best players aren't available in free agency. That's why when Peters talks about wanting to build through the draft, everybody wants to build through the draft because the best players rarely get to free agency. So generally, you're getting, not always, I'm not speaking in totality, but generally, you're getting probably a tier B player that you have to pay tier A money.
But I think when people say build through the draft, people mistake that as 100% through the draft.
You supplement.
When
free
you
agency.
build through the draft, you're basically saying, if we can draft some top-notch talent, and when we have guys who we think are in their prime and probably going to be, now they're going to be making more money than we want to pay them, and they roll out, then we can roll those draft picks in. That's building through the draft. But you don't have 100% just draft guys.
Well, and I also think, because they pick so late at 29, now granted, they have 3 picks in the top 80. I think 3 picks in the top 80 will become 4, maybe 5 picks in the top 100. I think they'll move around a little bit, try to get a little more volume. But because you pick at 29, you have no idea what you're going to get there. It is going to be a straight best player available situation. And the holes they know they have, you got to supplement now. Like I think next week's going to be busy as hell. I think they're going to be active. I think it's going to be a lot of volume signings. I don't know that there's.
But see, the thing, I think
it's going to look kind of like it did last year, where they're adding a lot.
Picking at 29, dude, you can find an impact player. You know, you can find somebody like they showed you last year when they find guys later on at second rounds and things like that, what you can find.
Absolutely.
And
but there's no way they have a problem at edge rush.
Yeah.
They don't know at 29 the guy they want's going to be there. That's what I'm saying. You can't plan specifically.
I don't think
position.
it's one guy. I think it's multiple guys. Like you hear people talking about the D-line, and it's edge rushers and inside guys.
Sure.
When when a quarterback gets picked or another position, they normally have those runs. So it's going to be guys that you would suspect will go in the top 18 that may end up at 29. And they just got to get the right guys. But
I completely agree.
I just think the people choosing now, they are going to choose guys that they feel can play. And they know how to develop.
I agree with all that. But what I'm saying is they're going into the agency with the second fewest players on their roster. Like they're going to have to be active right away, just like they did last year. And I think it's going to take them multiple drafts to feel more comfortable with not having to have kind of this roster churn. Because if you think about it, dude, they really have very few players on this roster from the last 5 drafts. Like how a team would normally be built. There's just not much of that. Now, they've got their guys from last year. Yeah. We could probably count on the top of our head the guys from the last 5 drafts that are still with Washington.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. But you got to realize who is picking those guys and who's picking now. I think they pick a different level of people.
I completely agree.
Yes.
I'm just saying, like when Peter says, yeah, we're going to be busy, we don't have any players signed, like next week's going to be busy as hell. And I think folks, I don't be surprised if you end up with a lot of 1-year deals again. I don't think
that's next week, because like when it first opened last year, it wasn't a lot of movement. It came that a little later.
It was they still signed guys the first couple of days. Biotish they signed, Armstrong they signed. Like some stuff moved fast, but they didn't have any. Luvu moved fast. There really wasn't a.
It's not going to be no big name type person. Yeah,
their big name happened Saturday night in Deebo Samuel.
Yeah.
I do wonder, some of the names that I was curious about. Obviously, there's discussion about Higgins, right?
Mm-hmm.
It looks like he's staying in Cincy. Godwin is a name I find interesting.
Well, once they got Deebo, you're not getting any more of those receivers.
Milton Williams from Philly, I find interesting. Big D tackle, still young. He's only 25. Was playing, 50% of snaps in Philly. Obviously, there's an opportunity for more. The young fella, Odigizawa from the Cowboys.
Probably going to stay there.
They're going to tag him now.
Yeah.
So that takes care of that. I wonder, do you think they make a run at a guy like Ronnie Stanley?
Possibly.
I mean, he's a really good player.
He's damn good.
And that's the kind of guy. I don't know what they would do there, because I think they, at least I know last year, they absolutely view Coleman as a tackle.
Mhm.
But if you spend real money on a dude like Ronnie Stanley, he'll be 31 next week. He's played both now, but he's been a left tackle for most of his career. I mean, maybe you move Coleman to the right side. You make a decision on Wiley. Maybe you can bounce Wiley inside to play some guard while Cosby's coming back.
When Dallas had the best offensive line, when Washington way back in the day had the best offensive line, the Eagles have the best. You know what guys are playing? Positions that they didn't get drafted on. They're playing the best 5 people.
Yeah.
And I think that's where you go. If you can have a Stanley on the field with Coleman, as good as he's played in his rookie season on the left side, and he's playing the right or whatever, and make your offensive line better. When your offensive line get better, it's going to make it easier for Jaden to do the things that he does. So I think that's the mindset. You know, you can't be so focused on, oh, he played this. If that guy is athletic enough at tackle, he could probably play guard for you.
Right. It's easier to move in.
Yeah.
I think, here's a question for you. Would you rather they spend on a veteran, specifically Ronnie Stanley, who's only turning 30? I mean, he's turning 31. Or Josh Sweat? Because, the comp is probably going to be somewhere reasonably.
I believe.
Maybe Stanley commands more money, but he's a couple years older. Sweat's only 27.
Yeah. I just, like, when I look at that type of situation, I think O-line was farther along than D-line was. And I think that has to catch up. Because when you look at what was going on, those big boys in that green was road grading people. And if you have a way of stopping that, and circumventing that, then you got to try and do that first. Because I think when we look at last year, yeah, defense played great at some time. But if you look at what was best, offensive side of the ball is better consistently.
The tough part for Washington now, the bar for the NFL league-wide is Philly.
Yeah.
For Washington, that's their division.
Yeah, they got Sim twice.
And
so you could, like, another team that may see them only if they were to get to a Super Bowl. But this team, you're going to see them twice, may have seen them 3 times. Okay? So what they do is something that you have to try to combat.
In 3 games against Philly last year, Washington's defense gave up 228 rushing yards, 211 rushing yards, and 229 rushing yards. Now, some of that is a testament to the fantastic football team the Eagles put together.
Yeah.
They were loaded. Adding Saquon to an already great offensive line, difference maker.
Yeah.
That's what you got to go against.
And that's what you have to try and beat first.
My hesitation, though, was Sweat. And maybe I'm incorrect. I'm openly allowing that perhaps I'm incorrect. I think playing on that Eagles defensive line, on that Eagles defense, frankly, where there's so many dudes that cause so many problems, kind of creates, it at least creates a difficult situation to scout individuals because the whole group is so damn good. I think, especially if it's a 1-year deal, I think I'd rather have Khalil Mack, and I recognize that he's 34 for a year, than commit to Sweat, because Sweat, you're committing at least 2nd-year guaranteed money. Like that's going to be a real contract for a guy that just had 2.5 sacks in the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to happen. And I don't know that individual talent will rise outside of Philly, because that Eagles front is so loaded.
Oh, yeah.
I know what Mac is. I know he's older, but I know he's a Hall of Famer. I know he's an incredible football player, and he can stop the run.
Yeah, he's still up there. And if that's a guy that you can get for one of those 1-year deals or something, and also you may get somebody young under him that can learn a lot from him. I just tell every young dude, if you got somebody on your team, if you end up with a guy like a Bobby Wagner or Mac on your team, Ask him every question you got. Ask questions till he tell you stop talking to him.
What about a guy? All right, I got a name for you, and I think we can make a case for this one. We'll tell you when we return. It's B. Mitch and Finley. B-Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Brian, who did the Commanders just trade for?
Deebo,
Where'd he play?
same friend.
Javon Hargrave has played for the Niners for a number of years. Coming off kind of a down season. He was injured, I believe. Didn't play a lot. Veteran player. Just turned 32 last month.
Mm-hmm.
Pro Bowler, played for the Eagles for a while. 2 years ago for the Niners, 16 games, seven sacks, 44 tackles. His last year in Philly popped for 11 sacks. Last year in San Fran, he only played 3 games. I think he had an arm injury, like a tricep or something.
Mm-hmm.
Hargrave, at 32 years old, probably isn't getting a big contract. And he probably isn't getting a multi-year deal.
Mm-hmm.
And San Fran, their situation, they're not bringing him back. That's a dude that we have seen them sign veterans to 1-year deals.
Yeah.
And despite them winning 12 games last year and things largely breaking well, people seem to have like a problem with that. I don't really understand that. I understand you want to build long-term, but I think in their minds, their long-term builds are going to be McCaffrey and Sennett getting way better.
And they drafted guys that they're going, and like last year, one is Sennett and McCaffrey to just play last year. And I was like, that's not a quick thing. That's when you're drafting and you also have people come in, you give those guys a chance to learn at this level. So when they hit the ground running, it's no more them learning. You know, that's a year, 2, sometimes 3-year deal, which we all want the top guy out of college to come in. But most top guys out of college don't just step in the pros and just succeed. They got to learn first. It's a different ball game.
I just think Hargrave, to me, could make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Like,
I think so.
You need, not everybody's going to be a 4-year, $68 million deal. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And Hargrave, I think, would check a lot of boxes. Oh, wow. Did you see that Kyrie injury that looked kind of bad?
It's bad.
ACL.
Ooh, it's done.
That Mavs team.
So they trading and everybody got hurt.
That's crazy, man.
Their whole team is hurt now.
So something on here that I want us to be sure we ask Sverluga about. So today we got Barstool Nate joining us at 11, Alan May at noon, and then Barry Sverluga joining us at 1 o'clock. Excited to talk to all of them. I don't understand this, B, and maybe Barry can make it make sense for us. The Nationals, we heard the big Nats news, right? They get their TV rights back in a year.
Mm-hmm.
And that's great. That should be a major revenue source for the team.
Yeah.
But it's also been either reported or announced. Oh, yeah, this was from Forbes. I saw this. The Nats are finally considering selling naming rights to the stadium and maybe putting, because baseball teams can have a patch on their uniform for CBS or whatever, right? Like, they're just now considering all of these things.
Why didn't they do that before?
I don't know. Naming rights at a stadium.
The naming rights thing is kind of asinine to me. If you were not getting what you thought from a TV deal, why the hell you wasn't getting those things? The naming right, putting a patch on you, all those things were still out there, and they didn't capitalize off of that. Why?
I don't know.
That makes no sense.
According to Forbes, selling naming rights and then putting a advertiser on the uniforms could bring in more than $20 million.
Why weren't they doing that?
I don't know. I mean, I thought that for a while. I kind of like that it's Nats Park. It's nice that it's Nats Park and not Pepco Park or whatever, right?
It could be Pepco Field at Nats Park.
Sure.
You can do all that crap.
We've all become so accustomed to naming rights deals that like it doesn't really register anymore.
Man, we live in a capitalist society.
Yeah.
They should have been getting that money.
I don't
Maybe they could have got a few more players.
Right.
Yeah, and when they say they don't have money, they could have had some more.
Right. I wonder if on some level, like, all right, you're going to get your TV rights. We're going to sell these naming rights. We're going to get some advertisers on the uniforms. If they are gearing up to know, all right, we got some young talent. We're going to try to lock them up and rebuild this thing in a different manner than the last great Nats teams. Because the last great Nats teams, they did develop. They did draft and develop young guys, but they paid like crazy. I mean, the Scherzer deal, what Jason Worth got paid, the actual World Series winner was a little different, but Strasburg had been paid crazy by then.
Yep.
Scherzer.
That's how you compete, though.
Who was my man who's finally gone? Corbin.
Yeah.
They paid. There was a lot of money going out the door.
Yeah, but you compete like that. You don't compete by not spending.
Sure. But you got to start to develop. You build the young guy base, then you start to spend. Same with the Skins, frankly.
Yeah.
They got to build that young guy base, and then you supplement it with free agency. Speaking of supplements, when we return, Barstool Nate joins the program.
This sports update is brought to you by Prince George's Community College. Some big NBA breaking news. Dallas Mavericks All-Star Kyrie Irving has suffered a season-ending torn ACL in his left knee. Things have been really bad for the Mavs in the past 30 days because during that time frame, they traded away Luka. They had Anthony Davis on the court for all of 31 minutes before he got hurt. They lost starter Daniel Gafford to a knee injury for at least 6 weeks, and now they've lost Kyrie Irving for the remainder of the season with a torn ACL. Moving over to the NFL, the Eagles have informed cornerback James Bradbury that he will be released when the new league year starts. His agent is allowed to speak to other teams in advance. Now, he didn't play in the 2024 season at all after tearing his Achilles in training camp. The former All-Pro will be a post-June 1st cut, saving $2.1 million on the cap. And according to NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, the Steelers are leaning towards keeping quarterback Justin Fields over Russell Wilson for the 2025 season. Fields started the first 6 games of the 2024 season as Wilson healed from injury. Then Russell Wilson took over that starting role, threw for nearly 2,500 yards, 16 touchdowns, 5 interceptions in 11 games. Power up your future and enroll tuition-free in the Sustainable Energy Program at PGCC. Start your career in renewable energy today. Visit www.pgcc.edu to get started. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Our vision. You were the one. Now I'm.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. Time to talk to our boy Barstool Nate, Eric, Nathan, Nate Dog. What up, dude?
Boys, fellas, good morning. How are you?
We're good, man.
Fantabulous.
Me and B went to the Caps game last night.
I saw you were sitting on the glass. Pretty good seats.
That was Saturday. Saturday, I had the girls. Last night was just the boys.
Not glassies though. Last night.
Nah,
sweet seats.
Sweet seats. Chilling.
That's good. All you can eat, all you can drink. I know that's a pretty good deal.
You know that life. How much you think they needed that? Even though they kind of coughed up a big lead, I think it was really important for them to get that win before you go to the Garden tomorrow night.
Yeah, people love to overreact. Look, it's an 82-game season. You're gonna slump. You're gonna lose 3 games in a row at some point. It happened to be right now. Lost to the Flames at home. Lost to the Blues at home. Lost to the Lightning at home. They came out flat. They didn't look great. Kind of just bad performances. It happens. We're still the best team in the East by a long shot. I would say best team in the league because we did destroy the Jets when we played them a couple weeks ago. If you're worried at all about the Caps, I think you're just the silliest of geese. I think there's zero reason to be worried about them. This is a very strong team, a very good team, a team with great goaltending, a team that can score at any given minute. Last night, blowing the lead, that was the only thing that I think last night was worse in a way than the losing 3 in a row because you just can't squander 3-0 leads, especially late in the season and then going into playoffs. But they found a way to win. I actually like the way the Senators play. I think they're a good team. It was a shootout win. It wasn't the prettiest win. A lot of bad penalties. The refereeing, as you tweeted, JP,
Horrible.
was horrendous.
Yeah.
And I am not a blame the refs guy ever. Very rarely am I a blame the refs guy. Last night was a very easy blame the refs guy. They were awful all night. The Caps still won. We're on to MSG tomorrow night.
Why is it when guys go up 2-0, 3-0, it's just the other team always seems to get back into it?
It's kind of you used to play football, B-Mitch, I recall. It's kind of like when you go into a prevent defense. You rest on your laurels a little bit. You're not putting 110% effort. You think that you just have this lead and you can get away with just coasting for the rest of the game. Hockey ain't like that. You see it across the league all the time. They all, there's that little bit 2-0 is the worst lead in hockey.
Right.
It's probably a little bit psychological. Great teams don't blow 2-0, 3-0 leads, and the Caps didn't last night. We held on, got the win. If you're worried about this team, just grow up. Be an adult. There's nothing to worry about.
I wouldn't say. I agree with you. Like the fact that we were talking about this yesterday, the fact that they lost 3 in a row and still were 6 points clear for first place in the Eastern Conference is pretty damn telling.
We're 12 up in the Metro. It's quite the lead.
Right. All right. Well, let's shift. Arguably the biggest news of the weekend: Washington trading for Deebo Samuel. What's your reaction? How excited are you to add that kind of a playmaker to what Washington has?
Yeah. I like Deebo Samuel. I think that I tweeted and talked to you guys and shouted from the mountaintops and wrote letters to the editors nonstop about how badly this team needed another wide receiver besides Terry. I'm not you know what, I'll say it. I was a hater of the rest of the wide receiver room. De'Ami Brown, I could care less where he plays next year as long as it's not in Washington. Zacchaeus tried. He just wasn't the guy. Noah Brown is fine, but just isn't consistent enough to be a number 2 or really a number 3. And McCaffrey couldn't even get on the field. This team terribly needed another wide receiver all season long. Jaden Daniels is so good at quarterback. He made these guys who would be 4s and 5s on every other team. He made them into competent wide receivers at times because he's so good at quarterback. But we really, truly just desperately needed wide receiver help all season. Deebo Samuel is exactly that. He's a few years removed from his best season where he had 1,400 receiving yards. He only had 670 this last season, but he can catch the ball. He can especially catch the ball at the line of scrimmage and make people miss. He was not motivated. I think even he would admit it in his final season in San Francisco. He seemed like he just really needed a new environment and a new place to play. I think he will be extremely motivated in Washington. I think he is not even close to being done as Eagles fans wish that he was. I have nothing but high hopes for Deebo Samuel.
But they added him, but just him and Terry can't get it done by themselves. So some of those guys that you say Jaden made them good, they did some stuff. They could be a big plus in a different position on this squad as well.
Absolutely. It's very helpful when you have a bunch of 4s and 5s, but you don't make them be the number 2. They will be way more comfortable, I think, and I think we'll see it this coming up season. Like Zacchaeus, we're not going to make him have to catch 10 balls a game because he's not meant for that. He does not have the talent to be a number 2 wide receiver. And I'm not trying to poo-poo on him. It just is what it is. Some guys have it, some guys don't. He stepped up when he really, really tried to step up. He just clearly isn't that option you need as a number 2 wide receiver. And then, we'll probably have to draft someone in the first few rounds and see what they can do as well. This wide receiver room, it's not our biggest need anymore now that we have Deebo Samuel, but it could certainly use another guy.
Yeah, I think getting Deebo to me doesn't mean that OZ, Noah Brown, De'Ami Brown are all gone. I think at least one of those guys are back, maybe 2 of them.
I agree.
I also think they can add at wideout in the draft. It's funny though, going into the season, I think everybody said D-line is how you got to win. B and I just went through the games, and 3 games against Philly, and Philly is now their target, right? Like it's the whole NFL's target, but they got to play them twice.
Standard.
They're in the division. And in 3 games against Philly, they gave up on average about 220
about
rushing per
670
game.
something yards.
Yeah, dude. How do you
Deebo
want them?
not going to help that.
Yeah, how do you want them to attack the D-line?
Bro, got to assume a wrestler. I don't know. How can you bring down Saquon? Using the Eagles as the example
Saquon
is
behind that line.
Yeah, it's a little unfair because the Eagles' offensive line was dominant and Saquon obviously unbelievable. This team has to rebuild both sides of the trenches, offensive line and defensive line. I don't think it's any secret. This offensive line and defensive line was not quite there yet, and I think that was to be expected. I give them a lot of just like gold stars for what they tried to accomplish and how this team went to the NFC Championship game despite these flaws that we can talk about. And I don't want to only focus on, well, we need to upgrade the defensive line. Oh, the offensive line isn't good enough. While both true, they did everything and more. And I respect that so much. And now year 2 of the rebuild, the recalibration, whatever you want to call it, we're just going to add guys to the draft, probably get a veteran for the offensive line and free agency, plug people in where they need to be plugged in, and go from there. Both sides of the line of scrimmage will be improved this coming up season compared to last season. I think that's a no-brainer. It'll take time to find the right guys. I don't think we'll be a fully complete team even this season because stuff just takes time. Guys have to develop. We're not 100% ready to compare ourselves to the powerhouses quite yet, despite making the NFC Championship game, because there's just holes that need to be filled on both sides of the line of scrimmage. It just is what it is.
But the expectations will be different. And I think, you can't that excuse of, we're not going to be full doesn't make a difference. You're going to be playing against the team this year, and you better be able to get closer to them than you were, or you're going to have problems. Because the expectation is no longer, let's make a playoff. Now, it's now, everyone's going to expect big things. And if you can add people to your team, especially on the defensive side of the ball, you got to.
I'm just trying to preach patience. I'm trying to preach that despite how good this team is, we still have to be patient. We still have to recognize that, the last 5 years of the draft basically didn't exist. Nobody's here anymore. And we're starting over. And there's only so many picks in the draft, and you have a salary cap that you need to adhere to. If this isn't the year, give me one more year. But they're doing everything right. Adam Peters is doing everything right. I fully trust that he knows and understands how to build this team. And I think by the end of next season, we won't be having this conversation. We'll be booking flights to a Super Bowl.
I love that Nate Dogg, that eternal Nate Dogg optimism. Talking with our friend Barstool Nate here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. This story came out. I got to say, I love the honesty here. There was a report that Deebo was overweight last year. And he now, granted, this came after the trade and everything has happened, and he feels, I imagine, especially given his familiarity with Peters, he feels quite settled and excited. And Deebo just quote tweeted the report. He's like, and he said, I was 225, can't wait for this season to start, fresh start, new bow. So he's owning that he was 10 pounds overweight. The dude had this weird pneumonia thing and then injuries. Like, I don't think it's that hard to see how that can happen. Brian, what level of motivated player do you think Washington's getting here?
Scale 1 to 10, I'll go with a 10. Because see, that story came from someone to try to make him look bad. Okay? And whoever it is, the player going to think it was somebody inside the building. And that right there will just motivate the hell out of him. So if he come in there,
but he's owning that it was true.
Okay, yeah, but he was true, but he had a pneumonia deal. When you gain weight during the season, something is going on. So if I'm a player and I was dealing with some issues and I was overweight, but you're now trying to act like I just didn't try to work out, that's a problem to me. So I think that's why the motivation will be even more. Because yes, I can own it, but I also know the reason. See what I'm saying?
Nate, how excited are you for a motivated Deebo, knowing the kind of player he can be when he's right?
Look, the Niners seemed to be a mess inside the locker room last year. McCaffrey went down. Ayuk was constantly in trade talks. Obviously, Deebo was
then Ayuk
in
goes
trade
down.
talks and traded. Yeah, and they end up going 6-11. And, I mean, Deebo, he might just be like any old guy at a job who's looking around watching the corporation crumble and being like, why am I going to give 100% effort if nobody around me is giving 100% effort? And he kind of admitted it. Like you said, he's like, yeah, I was a little fat last year. Is what it is. He has 1 year left on his contract. He's playing with a quarterback who I assume he's going to just thrive with in Jaden more than maybe he just didn't really vibe that well with Purdy. We don't know. But it seems like there was weird stuff going on in San Francisco all season. I think Deebo will be very motivated, and he has to be because Jaden's not going to let him rest on his laurels. He's not going to let him be fat. Like if Deebo's fat, Jaden won't tolerate that. So I think, 10 out of 10 motivation. He's playing for a new contract. He's playing on a team that, has aspirations higher than, as Bemis just said, this isn't hopefully we make the playoffs. This is when are we making the Super Bowl? That's what this team's looking at right now. So, yeah, I think we're going to see vintage Deebo Samuel. He's still on the correct side of 30, 29 years old. If he gets back down to 215, running 4.4s, like, sky's the limit for him.
Yeah, and I think what he's being asked to do is going to look a lot different than what he was asked to do in San Fran.
It's a pass-oriented team.
I think
so
Cliff's
he won't have to run it
perfect.
as much as he used to run it.
I agree with that. I think Cliff's offense is really, really good for him. The Deebo stuff to me is really exciting, and there's no naivete on this. Like it's eyes wide open for everybody involved. Deebo knows the chance he's getting and what it means. Mm-hmm. Peters knows the risk he took, which is fairly minimal, but you did have this like elite chemistry and culture vibe that you don't want to mess up. So for Peters, it's I know this dude, he's going to fit. And then for Deebo, it's, all right, I got to make this work. So I think it's there for both sides. Yeah. And I think that's just really exciting. I did want to ask you, Nate, before we let you go, dude, are you getting into Terps basketball mode? They got 2 games left. Michigan tomorrow night, Northwestern over the weekend. They're up to 13 in the AP poll. I legit don't know the last time we were up to 13. Maybe White Brian can track that down for me. Where are you at with the Turtles?
It's great. We briefly touched on it last Tuesday, but growing up, Maryland basketball was my number one thing. It was like Caps and Maryland basketball, 1A, 1B, like, because that was, ACC, Gary Williams, the games versus Duke, national television all the time, crazy atmosphere at Cole, and then Comcast. And when Maryland's good at basketball, college basketball is better. It just is what it is. I think a lot of the students right now did not grow up with this unwavering love for Terps hoops because of just how tumultuous it's been. But now that we're good again and you're seeing Comcast get fired up again, I know Scott Van Pelt is buying T-shirts for every student. We're number 13 in the country. Oh, it's Xfinity, whatever. The Crab 5, it's a very exciting time to be a fan of Maryland basketball again. I've been waiting for this for so long. We were good in 2020 when COVID shut down the season. I think we were first in the Big Ten when that happened.
Dude, I think they won the Big Ten, and then the season got shut down the next day. They beat Michigan. I want to say it was Michigan. They beat them at home. Now, granted, I think like 6 teams tied for the Big Ten title, but Maryland was one of them. Yeah, so, Derek Queen, he's going to be a lottery pick, so he won't be back next year. But the rest of the guys, Jacoby and Rodney Rice and Julian Reese, who came back after last season, it's great. It's very fun. It's going to make the tournament a lot of fun for everybody locally to watch and have a rooting interest in. And then hopefully, this just is the spark that the program needs to keep bringing in 4 stars and 5 stars. Yeah. And keeping all the in-state guys at home. It's a process that hopefully will domino it. They've gotten a bunch of cash. Remember there was that press release?
10 mil.
They got 10 mil just for basketball. And football, 10 mil helps in football, but you got 70 dudes on your roster. 10 mil for hoops, where you got a 12-man roster? I feel like that's real money. That 2020 season, they got screwed with COVID. They got up to 12th. They were ranked 12th when the year ended. Apparently, they got as high as number 3 that year.
We were 3rd that year? Jeez.
I don't know.
I don't remember that.
Listen to this. Yeah, you both know my boy Rudy. Who's nuts. He's the biggest Maryland fan in the world. Rudy has a projections of where Maryland's first and second round destination is going to be. He's saying Providence, Seattle, Denver, Milwaukee, Wichita, Cleveland, Raleigh, Lexington. I would try to go to Providence, Raleigh, or maybe Lexington. I've never been to Kentucky. You ever been to Kentucky, B?
Yeah.
I bet Kentucky's fun.
Yeah. Especially Louisville.
Nate Dogg, would you go to Providence for some Terps hoops?
Are you driving? I'll bring the snacks.
I mean, just take the train, dude. The train
we'll
from
see.
New York to Providence is 50
like 2.5
minutes.
hours.
Yeah.
I've done it before. Very easy train ride. I'll see
You
guys in
are
San
the
Antonio.
biggest sports
Hey.
fan that will never leave his apartment to go watch a game. Are you going to Caps Rangers tomorrow night?
I'm out of town. I'm in Vegas right now.
No,
But-
you're not.
He's
Swear
lying.
to God, I'm in Vegas right now.
I don't
Don't
believe
fall off that curb.
it.
I'm in Las Vegas, Nevada right now.
Send me a
So
picture.
no, I won't.
Text me. I got to go.
All right.
All right. That's our boy, Barstool Nate. Give him a follow on X at Barstool Nate. We come back. Let's go around the NFL, some of the reaction to the Deebo Samuel trade.
Some big news out of the NBA. Mavericks All-Star Kyrie Irving has suffered a season-ending torn ACL in his left knee. Irving sustained this injury late last night in the first quarter of the Mavericks' loss to the Kings. Now, his diagnosis is just the latest loss for a Mavs team that has just been going through it. They're already missing superstar Anthony Davis, as well as Derek Lively II, Daniel Gafford, and Caleb Martin. Dallas also lost their reserve guard Jaden Hardy to a right ankle sprain midway through the third quarter last night. I am so sorry, Mavs fans. It's going to get better, I hope. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
No love in the heart of the city. I got people fighting with me about Maryland basketball. Scarence Terrence, beat it.
Why are you fighting with you?
Says Maryland's not that good, no depth, and they can't hit threes. They can hit threes. Depth is a problem, but you get those long-ass TV timeouts in the NCAA tournament. Foul trouble is more concerning. But B, I looked this up with the help of White Brian. You know the last time they've made a Sweet 16? Not won a Sweet 16. The last time they've made a Sweet 16.
When?
2015.
Wow. So a long time, dog.
Yeah. A second weekend.
Gary wouldn't have put up with that.
It's wild looking at Gary's run, man. I mean, from 93 to 03. Tournament every year. A lot of deep runs.
He had it going, bro.
He had it cooking. I would love a second weekend of the NCAA tournament. I'm not trying to be. That's not greedy, right? I just want a second weekend. I want
not greedy.
Thursday, Saturday, and I want the next
weekend. You just want to get to the next weekend? Ask for what you want, man.
Ask
you want
for
to win in the
feels
second
greedy.
weekend. Hey, no. I've always been told if you don't ask for what you want, you get what you ask for.
All right, here's one thing I really want. So you and I are going to be doing the show from MGM National Harbor Thursday and Friday of opening weekend of the tournament.
Yeah.
I really want Maryland to be playing while we're on the air. Or maybe like tip off at 1. So we get to have some of the excitement while we're on the air, and then I get to chill and watch it.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be good.
Yeah, that's what I want. So NCAA tournament, if you're listening, I'd like the Terps a 1 o'clock game.
I may just have to hang down there the whole time.
Thursday or Friday.
I'm handle it.
Dude, I was talking to Biaggi this morning. We got to figure out what night we want to be the night. Because if we want to do Thursday, I might just ask Bees for a room and just stay there.
I think I'm supposed to be going to the Caps game with some folks, so I may be hanging around.
That Thursday night?
I think the Caps game is that Thursday.
I'll be watching hoops.
I'm going to be watching hoops, too. I'm going to both of
them. The Caps play March 22nd. That's a Saturday, and they play March 20th.
That's the Thursday.
That's probably Thursday.
Yeah.
All right. We'll sort all that out. There's so much going on locally, sports-wise. Dude, AU could really make the tournament. Mason, there's a bunch of, you know what, White Brian, here's an assignment for you.
I just got a call from AU. We could probably get the coach.
Dwayne Simpkins.
Yeah.
DeMatha, Maryland, AU now. I love when AU gets to the tournament. Mostly, there are a number of lunatic AU basketball fans, but do you know who's at the top of the list?
Who?
David Aldridge.
David Aldridge is?
I love DA. He is
my Brian, my buddy's son with the Blake Jolivet. He played there.
Perfect. I drive by AU every damn day, so I root for the Eagles. I want them to get in. I do like how the NIT has, like, AU will at least go to the NIT because they won the regular season conference tournament. White Brian, at 12:45, I want you to give me a DMV local hoop roundup. All right? Who's going to make the tournament? That's your assignment in an hour. We got positive news for the Nats, even if it probably isn't going to make an impact on the team this year. Positive news. The Caps are absolutely killing it. The Wizards exist and might get Cooper Flag.
There we go.
I think that's the best way I can sell it. But the best news is still the Commanders and then making this Deebo Samuel trade. And it's been obviously quarterback conversation nationally is the biggest story, but locally getting Deebo is just huge.
Humongous.
And Landini, I know you put some audio of kind of folks reacting to the Deebo trade. Let's hear kind of what folks are saying.
What's interesting, I'm somewhere in between you all two. Now, I am a fervent yes. Deebo Samuel will make Jaden Daniels the best quarterback in the NFC because Jaden Daniels now has what all the other NFC quarterbacks have, a down-off guy.
Yeah.
Jalen Hurts, give it to Saquon, down off, Reezer. Jordan Love, give it to Josh Jacobs, down off. Matthew Stafford throwing now pass to Puka Nacua, down off. Jaden Daniels was not able to take any downs off last year because he did not have what I would suggest is a down off guy. I can just get it to you and I can take it down off. I can throw you a now screen, Deebo, down off. I can throw you a tunnel screen, Deebo, down off. Oh, you in the backfield, I can give you a quick pitch, Deebo, down off. Now you have a down off guy. The other thing I would suggest, defensively, there are three things. Energy, effort, eye control. That's what defenses boil down to. Energy, effort, eye control. And you could also suggest, effort, eye control, and execution. Deebo Samuel will manipulate defenders' eye control. Now there is another player on defense that I have to focus on with my eyes. If I'm looking at Deebo, I might not be looking at Scary Terry. If I'm looking at Deebo, I might be out of my run fit and Robinson Jr. might crease it. If I'm looking at Deebo, if you fake it to Deebo on a jet sweep, now I might lose contain and Jaden Daniels might pull it. Now you have another player on offense who can manipulate a defender's eye control. They did not have that last year. The only player you're worried about is Scary Terry. In the red zone, you're also worried about my dog, Zach Ertz. But in the field of play, the only person you're worried about is Scary Terry. Now insert Deebo. You manipulate eye control. You can undermine one of the three factors that is to defense, which is energy. You also have execution and then eye control. I think he makes Jaden the best in the NFC.
Like that.
I think you could argue Jaden was already the best in the NFC. I mean, what they put together last year, and B, you always say this, right? And so let's not be like too much of blind homers about it, but you always say for rookies, you got to see a second year of it.
Of course.
And Stroud did take a step back. I don't think that'll happen with Jaden, but I understand if folks want to be a little hesitant.
They're cynical.
I mean, I think you could be hesitant to declare a second-year player the best in the conference.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, what is the conversation for best quarterbacks in the NFC? Stafford, Goff, Hurts, Jaden?
Yeah. You got my man Love.
Yeah.
Love's good.
Last year he kind of stepped back. He dealt with some injuries. I mean, that NFC South, dude, it's Penix, Bryce Young, the ghost of Derek Carr.
No.
Baker. Baker could play. Baker's proven he could play.
Yeah.
Kyler. Like, I think you can make an honest case. Jaden's already the best quarterback. Maybe that in the NFC. Perhaps that's unfair to a guy like Matt Stafford that has a ring and has done it a long time.
You can put him up top 5.
Oh, for sure.
It's just you don't have to put him at top 5.
If he performs like he did last year again, and dude, I think if you go back and watch all of it, those couple games he played after the rib injury where he clearly wasn't feeling his best and the numbers were pretty stunted, if you get a full healthy year, sky's the limit. I know that much.
It is.
I think Deebo helps a lot. I don't often land on the same page as Emmanuel Acho in the clip there, but having the ability to run those receiver screens or those jet sweeps, all that kind of stuff, the gadget kind of stuff that Cliff runs a ton of and that Deebo excels at,
will make a world of difference.
It's such an advantage. I mean, what's it like when he talks about the down off guys? Like, you can give it to Saquon. You can just lean on.
It's not all on you. And I think that's the whole thing where, that's also the thing when you come to your offensive line where you don't always have to be constantly moving. You watch some quarterbacks, they rarely use excessive energy. Jaden had to use a lot of energy last year to make sure he could move, do this or that. You take that away from him, now I can just focus on delivering. Different ball game. And you get a guy like a Deebo out there who, when he catches the ball on the edge with a defensive back, he has advantage, hands down.
Totally.
You know, defensive back doesn't want to deal with that turning up.
Business decision.
Yeah.
You mentioned something interesting, the constant movement and then focus on delivering. If that is what you're looking for, there's only one company to call, Metropolitan Moving and Storage. They are constantly delivering, just like Jaden Daniels. I've known the guys that own this company since we were in high school. They've built something to where Metropolitan Moving and Storage is the best in the D.C. area. They can take care of you, whatever you need. Call Justin, call John, 301-279-0090, 301-279-0090. Here's where they can make a difference. They have 3 decades of best in industry service and experience. Not only can they help you move, but they can store whatever you need. They can do commercial moving. They can do residential moving. They know the best agents. They know the best people to talk. Whatever personalized attention you need, say you've got sculptures or artwork or chandeliers or antique tables, they'll take care of it. They'll send a moving consultant over to your office, over to your house, give you a free on-site estimate. And listen to this because it's important, especially with the long distance move. There will be no truck space sharing. I've known these dudes close to 30 years. Sadly, that's a testament to how old I am, but also how good they are at their jobs. Hit them up, Metropolitan Moving and Storage, 301-279-0090. If you're watching on the stream, I'm wearing my silly Metropolitan Moving and Storage quarter zip. This joint is nice. I saw White Mike was wearing his this morning, too. Hit them up. DCMetropolitanMoving.com, DCMetropolitanMoving.com.
care about.
I got a question. Shout out to Luda. We got the same birthday. Are
$1,000,000.
Are Masters clips not available on YouTube? Like are they? Is the Masters that powerful that they like have shut down their clips going to YouTube?
Could be.
I just got this email from this research group. Okay.
Uh-huh.
I can tell you in my life, so I actually have heard of this brand. Galvin Green is like a high-end golf gear.
Yeah.
They have analyzed what YouTube videos have been watched the most about golf.
What's that?
Now, maybe these are only PGA moments, which would then take the Masters out. But by far, the most iconic image in my head is Tiger chipping in on 16
yeah.
at Augusta.
Yeah.
And I can hear the call. I can remember
I see it hesitating.
Yeah, dude. I also remember where I watched that, when I watched it. I was at Dave Dale's house, and he was like the first dude I knew with HD TV. And watching that was incredible. All right, so these are just PGA moments.
Mm-hmm.
The most viewed PGA moments on YouTube. I watch a lot of golf, dude. And I don't remember the number one most viewed PGA moment on YouTube is when Goldberg tossed a fan into the water in 2002. The wrestler, I'm guessing.
I don't remember ever seeing that.
I don't either. Now, maybe some of this is just because it's been on YouTube the longest, but
Probably.
Matt Kuchar's must-see shot on number 17 at the Players. Did he hole in one at Sawgrass or something?
Mm.
I do remember this one. Sergio Garcia climbed a tree to hit a one-handed shot at Bay Hill. Remember that one?
Yeah.
I'm ignoring toddler swing analysis. I don't even know what that is.
Who?
All right, I remember this one. You remember when Rory's ball bounced into the dude's pocket?
You have to play it as it live.
Yeah.
Do you have to hit it out the pocket?
Nah, man. I think they put it down. That's just so bizarre. I think, dude, the
Yeah.
Masters is almost a month away.
Yeah.
How great. Hello, friends. I can't wait for that. All right, we're going to talk to Alan May in about 10 minutes, kind of break down what the Caps need to do to get back to winning. But as Nate said earlier, at this point with the Caps, it's more about how late of a run can they go on, knowing hockey is an insane sport.
Yeah.
And insane stuff.
Things happen weird all the time.
Insane things happen all the time, and it's very, very bizarre. But we're going to do our Commanders free agent preview. Today we're doing edge and tackles. There's specifically one edge player that I don't think is getting enough run that should get run. More conversation anyway.
Edge player, free agency. I probably know who you're talking about.
Not in free agent. Not currently not a free agent.
All right. I know exactly what you're talking about.
That's the other part of this is we get so caught up. There's going to be a lot of people that become available in the next 5 days.
That are not right now.
Guys are going to get released.
Yeah.
Anthony Armstrong, friend of the program, former Redskins wide receiver, just tweeted me, Deebo checks a lot of boxes and add in the familiarity. Plus, he's a dog. Love that attitude on offense. Now get one of those big-ass boom boxes. You know the big-ass boom boxes
Him
that
and Trent
walk out with? They have one of those. That's if you're in the Commander's locker room, that's when they play music across the locker room. It's coming. They have, you know where the scale is by the drinks, like that filler, right when you first walk in?
Mm-hmm.
They have a big ass boom box right there. So they have big ass boom boxes available.
Believe me, if they didn't have one, someone would get them one.
Right. Deebo could bring his own.
Yeah.
He's about to get a $17 million roster bonus. He can get one.
Oh yeah.
Dude, if there's one thing is wild to me, it's so Jordan Renan covers the Giants.
Mhm.
Now thinking they're going to trade up for Cam Ward. Yo, B, they draft. The Giants right now have the 3rd pick. Couldn't you just get Shador at 3?
Yeah, but maybe they don't like Shador. Maybe they don't like the stuff that comes with Shador.
Kind of hard to think
Maybe they
otherwise.
think Cam may be the better guy.
Unless
Joe Shane does not want to deal with Deion. He's going to lose that one.
I could see you going. There is an avenue where they're just all in on Cam Ward, and they think he's the winner, and it's not about not liking Shador. It's just about loving Cam Ward.
Could be.
That could be the possibility. But I think it could also just be, we don't want that dude and everything that's coming with it.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, I heard on this podcast today that Shador bombed some interviews in New York or in Indy. I had an incredibly bizarre experience with Shador and Dion at the Super Bowl. If you don't want to talk,
don't talk.
Nobody makes you walk the red carpet where it's nothing but media to talk to. And you're Dion. Like you could. So the way the red carpet was set up at NFL Honors, it is a series of kind of loops.
Yeah.
Where you walk in and it's national media, right? And it's like Access Hollywood. Like it's national media that isn't NFL media.
Yeah.
That I can understand if Dion wants to do that. And then you make this left turn and it's all these photographers. There's hundreds and hundreds of photographers.
Mm-hmm.
Then you have to make another left turn and it's all local media from around the country. Plenty of people just eschewed that little loop and just walked into the theater.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's easy to do. There's an opening. A lot of people did it. Dion and Shador chose not to do that, looped through, but then were disinterested in talking, which was just, and disinterested is a hard word to explain how weird it was because you'd be like, hey, for me, I was like, hey, can I ask you a question about Jaden Daniels? And there was this like aloofness about like, man, I'm a college guy. And I'm like, you didn't watch any Jaden Daniels?
Yeah, you're not about to be college. You're done with college, fool. You're already trying to get to the next level.
And like, Dion is a guy who grew up playing football, coaches football, obviously loves football.
Yeah.
There's no way he doesn't have an opinion on Jaden Daniels.
Yeah,
And-
but
and
you know,
he
I
is-
can't talk about nobody else. I got to promote my son now.
He's completely entitled to not answer questions. But don't like, it was a very bizarre like half step and then this look of I'm not connected to you on this planet. It was very, very bizarre. Do you remember talking to
You
Jamie?
came and told me that.
Do you remember talking to Jamie Foxx at the Minnesota Super Bowl during the Imagine Dragons concert?
Mm-hmm.
That's the only other time I've gotten this level of like, me and this dude are speaking,
but he don't see me.
But like we're on separate galaxies. That's the best way I can explain it, man. Alan May joins us next.
The Dallas Mavericks will be without Kyrie Irving for the rest of the season as the star guard tore his left ACL last night against the Sacramento Kings. Irving will finish the season having played in 50 games, averaged 24.7 points, 4.8 rebounds, and 4.6 assists. Moving over to the NFL, reminder that teams have until today at 4 p.m. to place those franchise tags on pending free agents. The Bengals already went ahead and did that. They placed a franchise tag on T. Higgins for the second straight year. Higgins' franchise tender would pay him $26.2 million for the 2025 season if he's unable to agree to a long-term contract with the Bengals by the July 15th deadline for such deals. And the Vikings, they've come out and said that they will not put a franchise tag on quarterback Sam Darnold, but they are interested in coming to a deal with him. Sam Darnold wasn't in their long-term plans. They had J.J. McCarthy, but Sam Darnold came out and played this past season. So now the Vikings are interested in bringing him back on a deal, but they're not going to use a franchise tag. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
High noon in the District of Columbia. Time to get smarter about the old-time hockey game. Our friend Alan May joins the program. Mayday, what's up, man? How you been?
Hey, guys. How you doing? Good to be with you again.
We're doing good, man.
Good to be with you, dude.
How important was it for them to get that victory last night, Alan?
It very, because it had been a very tough week. They had trouble scoring goals, and they came out early, and they scored that first pair. They got the third one, but all of a sudden, those young, super fast, incredible hockey players on Ottawa Senators reminded me of the old Caps Rock the Red, the way they were flying up and down the ice. But they hung strong. They found a way to win. They had incredible goaltending, as it seems they do every single game. So it's just a matter of getting on track. And sometimes when you're struggling to get your game back, you have to just kind of – they didn't throw the game plan out the window, but they added an extra layer of intensity. And it was a whole lot of layers, I should say, and everyone was in on it. And it was great to see Tom Wilson be the physical catalyst to bring everything along last night.
Alan, so I wasn't familiar. I guess I had heard the term before, but it had been a while. What is it? The Bobby Orr hat trick? What do they call what Willie did last night?
It's called a Gordie Howe hat trick. And the funny thing about it is that Gordie Howe only had, I think, one of them in his entire hockey career. And it's a goal and assist and a scrap. And so Wilson got his. He's had, I don't know if I know he's had two for sure, but I would like to think he's had more. I only had, at the NHL level, I think I only had one or two. And in the minor leagues, I felt like I had one every single game. And junior, it was certainly, when I played junior hockey, it was certainly almost every single game. Whether it was regular season or playoffs or preseason, that was kind of the mode I was in all the time.
What was the first one you got of the three? The scrap?
I can't remember, because what I used to love to do, I had a lot of fights. When you put it all together, I had close to 400 fights between preseason, training camp, regular season, playoffs. And I left home in the 11th grade to play junior hockey, and it was a way different world back then. It was basically caveman rules, or prison rules, they like to call it. And it was like that until I got to the NHL. Then the NHL started to crack down on a lot of the things that were going on. And now, since I think it was 2005 when the NHL lost the season, they changed a lot of the rules, and they made it so it was a lot different. They were supposed to call a lot more penalties. So we don't get it as often, but when we do, we celebrate it a lot more.
Yeah, it was so Brian and I were both at the game last night. It was a really good atmosphere, I thought. And they jump out to that big 3-0 lead. Then Willie gets a fight. It was like checking all the boxes of all the stuff you wanted to happen at a Caps game. How it's I think it's a little silly for us to get too concerned over any one game in a season where they lead the Metropolitan Division by 12 points, right? Like they lead the Eastern Conference by 7. Still, though, this isn't their best stretch. And then to give up that lead, thank goodness they held on and won it in the shootout. But how much concern do you allow for this last week or so where things just haven't looked right?
Yeah, I would have a lot of concern when the players were getting interviewed, whether it's, after practice or after the game, if they acted like, oh, it's okay, and, played it off like, oh, we'll turn it up when we need to. Well, that's not how it works. And you've got to be at your level best as much as possible. And it's just a stretch. Teams go just like anyone else. You guys, people in business, people that got to hump it out every day. You got your rhythms in life, and sometimes you're in a downswing, and everyone on the team is a little bit down and look like they just lack the energy. And sometimes that's what happens. They had a few weeks off, then they came back and they scored 15 goals, and all of a sudden, the world came to an end because they only scored 4 goals over the next 3 games. So you can't be too concerned. They still lead the National Hockey League in goals, but the biggest thing is they know that they have to be in it mentally. And that part's got to, find a way to inspire them to play a great physical brand of hockey. And the way I wanted them to get out of the doldrums of the past week was I wanted them to bring the physicality to the game, up the intensity, and it had to be their physical leaders. It's Wilson, and actually, believe it or not, it's Ovechkin. Mm-hmm. And then you got Dowd and Duhaime, and then on defense, you've got Roy and Ferravari are kind of the guys that play the body the most. But you need to push and shove after the whistles. You need to agitate. I saw Connor McMichael doing it last night. I saw Lars Eller and Mangiapane getting involved. And, it's just good to push and shove and look. It's good to be bitter out there and not let things just take them as they come. I thought they were very polite in the last couple of games that they had at home last night. They were far from that. They were somewhat belligerent. The refereeing was horrible, and that added to a lot of the emotion.
Yeah.
That certainly put Ottawa back in the game because we saw things that were being called early. All of a sudden, late in the game, they weren't calling, and the Caps weren't getting the calls they should have.
The Sandin little cheap shot.
Well, the Sandin, to me, as a guy that played for a long time and been watching forever, it's just one of those incidental contacts where two guys are kind of watching the play and they skate into each other. You remember a long time ago when Dave Steckel, I believe it was, and Sidney Crosby in that Outdoor Classic game in Pittsburgh. That happened, and Sid got his bell rung pretty bad, but it was at the time when Sidney was, dealing with a lot of concussions, and it's just one of those things. Two guys, you see guys run into each other warm up on the same team. They don't get penalized or suspended, and guys in football, they run into each other. Mm-hmm. Baseball, we see the comedy of errors all the time. So to me, that's not the one. It was the blatant hooking. Even with 10, 11 seconds left in overtime, Ovechkin was tripped in front of the net. And it was so blatant. The ref was watching it. That should have been blown down as soon as the puck got up to the D-man. And then all of a sudden, it was actually shot out of the corner by the opposition, the Senators. It should have been a power play for the last 10 seconds. Win the face-off, set up a play, and let Ovechkin or Carlson have the power bomb from in tight. And, they had a lot of reason to be upset with the refereeing, but sometimes it's good to have that to deal with the adversity. And, it gets you pissed off and ups your ante, and maybe you can bring that aggression into the next game.
Do you think any of the OV chasing the goal thing is kind of like putting pressure on them, on the team?
Not at all. And the way they've approached this season has been about being far better than last year. Last year, they had to play not a very pretty brand of hockey. It wasn't physical. It wasn't fast. And they had to stay in the middle of the ice, and they kind of checked the puck, and they were all in on the shot blocking and defending with their sticks. This season, a far better hockey team, and they went out there right from the start to prove people wrong, that it wasn't just about the goal chase. That's on Alex. That's on Alex to up his game at all times, move his legs, and when he's moving his legs, he gets better shot opportunities. He puts more into the shot. And I would have to commend Carberry and the rest of the coaching staff is that they don't tailor-make the games for Ovi to go out there. They go for everyone, Ovechkin and every other player, to go out, be successful, play solid both ways. When the power play struggles, it's on everyone to get it better. Coaching staff included penalty kill. It's on the guys that run the penalty kill, and it's on the players to block shots, get sticks in lanes, get their clear. So they're focused on winning. I think the number one thing, we know that Alex will break that record. and they wanted another crack at the Stanley Cup. That's the best drug there is in sports, B-Mitch. You know that.
Oh, yeah.
What we've been able to witness with teams, you win, it adds years to your career, and it gives you the greatest memories ever. It's the greatest shot of adrenaline you could ever receive in your life to finally hear, the buzzer go at the end of a game and you win a championship. So they're all focused on that. There's just a few guys left over that were here for the Stanley Cup. And there's some guys, there's a lot of guys, every guy would say, that wants to go out there and win another Stanley Cup. And what a great city to do it in. And I've never seen a better day down at the National Mall. That Stanley Cup parade was like no other that I've ever seen. It was phenomenal. And I want to see another one of those.
Dude, me too. Talking with our friend Alan May here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude is the most reliable HVAC products in the DMV. You can watch Alan every night. Monumental Sports Network covers the Caps, whether it's hosting or now in the booth. Alan does a tremendous job. Alan May _16 if you want to follow him. Mayday, I went last week, maybe it was 2 weeks ago, the Caps unveiled a plaque over at Georgetown Harbor at like Riverside Grill and Tony and Joe's, because
the fountain,
commemorating Ovi and the boys going swimming in there and being there for this plaque, arrival, and Backstrom and Oshie being there. It reminded me of that year and that run and how incredible it was. You know this team. I asked John Walton this yesterday. You know this team, and you knew that team. You saw it up close, personally, the guys involved. Does this feel like a team with that kind of run in it?
Well, that year, I remember telling all the broadcast guys, and a bunch of us went out in Pittsburgh after Ovi's 1,000th game, and it was March 1st, I believe. And from the way they played that night in Pittsburgh, I said they finally have what it takes. And this is a team that will win the Stanley Cup. And I told the guys that I was with, they could verify it. I said, guys, I do not bet, but if I were you, I would bet the Stanley Cup, the Caps big time to win the Stanley Cup. And I've got the feeling what I like about this team, what I really like about this team is the togetherness. It's been there all season long. When I've been traveling with them, there's no cracks in the armor. The way I see them play and stick up for each other. And as they get down here, it can be exhausting being at the top of the heap. And as they go down to refine their game, they've got a very worrisome next few days because it is the trade deadline on Friday at 3 p.m. It'll end, and everyone wants to stay, and there are a lot of players on the league that want to be on this team and try to have a crack at the Stanley Cup. And when you think of it, that team. I love the defense of the team that won the Cup. I really, really like this defense here. This one might even be better, but they've got to win to prove it. The goaltending on both of these big goaltenders that are under contract for the next 3 years together, and Logan Thompson for 6. And I think arguably every night in the National Hockey League, LT is having the best season with Connor Hellebuck in Winnipeg. But LT stole the show last night. The way he played in the third period, the way he played in overtime and the shootout, he was spectacular. And then you look at the depth of the forward, and I like big teams. They're big. If not the biggest, they're one of the top 3 in the National Hockey League, and they push teams to the outside when they're all on the same page, and most nights they are. It's just a matter of getting that groove back, and I expect to see some great things in the Stanley Cup playoffs.
How important was that for them to get both of those goalies locked up?
And how new was that idea to lock 2 goalies up, not just one?
Well, I kept telling everyone, why would you break it up? And LT has had a way better season than anyone expected. And he plays with somewhat of a chip on his shoulder. He wants to prove that he is the guy, but he's still a great teammate. Charlie Lindgren came here, I think he was 28, probably 29 years old when he became a regular in the National Hockey League, when he was even here being on the bench. And he started out as a backup and took over the net. He's been the consummate teammate. The players love him. And why would you get rid of a guy and offset the chemistry? You got 2 guys that want to play here, 2 guys that wanted to sign contracts. I have a feeling Charlie could have got more money. He would have gotten more money on the open market. Someone would have paid him a lot more, but he wants to be here. He's got $9 million coming his way over the next three seasons after this. So I love it. You look at a lot of teams, they've got to sign their goaltender to, if they've got an alpha, they've got to send them to 8, 9, 10 million just for one guy. And we've seen that 11 million. And you look at Shesterkin in New York, and the Caps have both of their guys for, I think, 8.85 for the next 3 years. The salary cap always goes up, and there is no salary cap when you have an owner that wants to win it, because you find every means possible to make sure that you spend money and make money happen. There's always a trade to make, whether it's a draft pick, a prospect, a key player, to find money. And there's always, long-term injury and reserve. You use that when you see guys are going to be out for a while. When you have a great owner and great ownership, we see it around the league, they utilize that. So it's important that the Caps kept both of these guys, and they have trust. And that's the biggest thing you can have in your goaltending. When you look down in your crease and you trust that guy, no matter what level, what league, whether it's youth hockey, minor hockey, collegiate, the minor leagues, it is imperative that you have a great goaltender, and the Caps have two of them.
You know what? You could tell, you talked about that trust. The trust in that team, and then the trust I think Thompson must have in himself. in the shootout particularly, but the whole third period, overtime, all of it, he was outrageous.
He was
Those wrist saves, the glove saves, it was unbelievable. Yeah. I was so impressed by that dude last night.
Well, he's a battler, and he, as I said, he plays with a chip on his shoulder. I love the guy. When I'm talking to him, he's a great kid. He's funny, he's energetic, but the way he plays, it's almost like he's taunting players, and he's forcing them and try to tell them where to shoot the puck. Last night, they were going for the glove, and then he knew they were going for the 5-hole, and he took it away. Yeah, and he's kind of got the gunslinger mentality, and the coaching staff has so much trust in both of these guys that they're in a great situation as they go down the stretch here. They'll topple 100 points. They'll be in the 40 to 40 plus to close to 50 or early 50s in the wins. And they probably need to get on the road to get some of that. I think they've been home too long with the break in this homestand.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden you're going to put them out on the road, and that's where the camaraderie builds again. And the guys, just focus on playing the game, laughing, enjoying themselves, and become a tighter knit group.
Yeah, I think maybe I'm wrong on this, Alan, and you played there, you would know. I think going to MSG helps because there's that jolt of energy that the Garden and New York City bring. And I just think that will be like a little jolt they could use right now.
Well, the Rangers, after the last couple of games, think they're the best team in the National Hockey League. They've traded almost, I'd say, a third of their roster from what they started the season with. Their team's completely different than where it was.
They've won a couple in a row.
Yeah, their best defenseman, Adam Fox, is out with an injury. They're rotating their two goaltenders right now, and they brought in JT Miller from the Vancouver Canucks, who's got an engine, and they were talking about trading. It sounded like every single player needed to be traded. And when you look at their roster at the start of the year, I don't know what happened, but I thought for sure they'd be a top-tier team, and all of a sudden they were eating their own and trading guys and trying to find the right remedy. And it'll be big for the Capitals to go in there. It'll be a crash-and-bang type of game. It'll be a goaltenders duo. It's going to be about discipline, staying out of the penalty box. And players do love playing in Madison Square Garden, no matter how bad the ice is. It's a pretty cool and awesome event right from when they start doing the player introductions about 2.5, 3 minutes before the puck is dropped. They've got a great show. It's fun to go in there, and it's more fun to get a W and send everyone home unhappy.
Now, when do you think Ovi breaks the record, if he breaks it this year?
Well, the way he scores, and last night he was pumping the shots at net, and Ullmark got lucky on one that hit the shoulder, then it just went out, grazed his shoulder, then hit the top of the crossbar. He had another one I thought hit the post. I'm betting on him because he's been streaky and he's moving his legs again. He really needed the Four Nations break. I hope he does it, and I want him to do it here in the month of March. And we got a couple more games here at home. As long as they continue moving their legs, they'll get more power play opportunities. He was moving his legs last night, and when he's moving his legs, throwing hits and shooting the puck with high volume, he scores goals. And he likes the big stage tomorrow night in Madison Square Garden. I expect a big one out of Ovechkin. And I want him, and I kept telling guys, they were going, we don't think he's going to break it till next year. I said, don't forget, he's capable of scoring 3 goals at any time, 4 goals at any time. And before he broke his fibula, he had 5 goals in 2 games. He probably would have ended that night in Salt Lake City the way he was going there with about 4 or 5. And that record would be broken by now, and we'd be looking at him creeping into the 900s. So I expect Ovechkin to have a few more big games here in the next little while. And the closer he gets, the great Gretzky's going to be around. Gary Bettman's going to be around. And Ovi will be hyped, and so will his teammates, to get that record broken.
That
All
is
right,
really,
man.
really cool. Alan, quickly, and I don't want to put you in a weird spot, but I wanted to say this. Obviously, everybody wants Locker to recover as fast as possible. We all love Craig. We love Locker, but you've been great. I watch all the Caps games, and you've done it before. It's not like it's a big departure for you to be in the booth with Joe B, but I just want you to know you've been great. And as a Caps fan watching the broadcast, you guys haven't missed a beat, man.
Well, thank you very much. And it's an honor that Craig trusted me to do this while in his absence. And, I miss being around him because he makes me laugh. And when he's with Joe Beninati, they make me laugh even more. And last night before the game, it started about 5 o'clock, and Joe got me going. And I couldn't even talk. I couldn't watch the plays, like do any of the rehearsals because Joe was so funny. And when the two of them are together, I love being on the road with the guys.
Yeah.
In the mornings between 10 and 2, it is complete comedy. They should have their own sitcom. I miss Locker, and I still wait for a replay sometimes and expecting to hear Locker. So the big difference in the two things that I've been doing, in the pregame post, I know I've been between the benches before, but it's a lot different. You've got to think in real time. Normally I'm analyzing things. I've got, I can process my thoughts for the intermissions and the post-game show, whatever, or even the pregame show. But all of a sudden it's live ammo and you've got a different vantage point. You're looking at the players from a different angle, not looking at the big screen or mid-level of the arena. So it's been awesome. I love doing it, but I also miss and want Craig Laughlin to be back here. And I really, really would love for Joe B to get that call, not the national networks, to make sure Joe B's voice is on an iconic call as he was there for the first goals that Ovi scored. So many great, important goals that this franchise has had. And it's just not right if it's not Locker and Joe B on the call. And I really hope and pray that happens.
My suggestion is if they going to do it like they normally do, have an altcast. And they could call it and just turn off the national people and listen to Joe B. Them.
Yeah. I love that.
Well, hopefully they do find a way, even if we did a shadow broadcast for sale on, online years later, because the national, they do pay a lot of money, TNT and ESPN, to be the broadcast partners. Yeah. But I know that the Capitals fan base wants to hear Joe B make that call, and we want to hear Locker laughing and so excited about it. And to me, that would be a dream come true for the franchise and for our network.
Mayday, thank you for the time, brother. Really appreciate it.
Take care, guys. Thank you,
brother. Appreciate you, man.
Alan May does a tremendous. You can't think of Caps hockey without thinking of Alan. Mm-hmm. That's just where it is.
Alan said he had 400 fights.
And
I want to be played 400 games.
Dude, that's a lot of fighting. I wouldn't mess with that guy. Damn. Remember that night we were at the old Tommy Joe's, and that dude was kind of mad. What are you thinking? Here's what I know is warm weather's coming, man. Temperatures are heating up, and you got to be sure your air conditioning system can keep up. Now is the perfect time to schedule a $99 cooling and heating check with the 5-star experts at Crop Metcalf. For just $99, a Crop Metcalf 5-star technician will check both your home's cooling and heating system for one low price. There's a lot of benefits to a Crop Metcalf maintenance check, like increasing the efficiency of your system, in turn decreasing energy bills, spotting small problems before they turn into costly repairs. Not to mention, it's recommended by the equipment manufacturers. Don't wait. Call today. Get peace of mind no matter what the unpredictable DC weather is going to do tomorrow. Do what I always do. Call 1-800-GO-CROP or visit cropmetcalf.com. Crop Metcalf is the home of the 5-star technician.
I'm Earl Forsey, and here's what's happening. NFL takes center stage now for the next couple of weeks. Franchise tag window deadline is today. The Cowboys just avoided that with defensive tackle Osa Odigizua, who has re-signed with them 4 years, $80 million deal, $58 million guaranteed, $28 million in a signing bonus. Franchise tags have to be out by 4 p.m. today. You just heard Mayday talking about the Caps, who got back on track with a shootout win last night over Ottawa, so the Capitals snap a season-worst 3-game skid. No goals for Ovi, so Ovechkin's still 11 away from breaking Gretzky's all-time record. Wizards lose in Miami last night, 106-90. The big NBA news today, though, Dallas Mavericks star Kyrie Irving suffered a torn ACL in his left knee last night and lost to Sacramento. He is done for the season. College hoops tonight. Virginia Tech home against North Carolina, 7 p.m. here in the Fan. Georgetown also in action, home against Villanova. That's 8 p.m. on the Team 980. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Cash for ads, suckers. Understand the intelligence that JP has. B. Mitchell Finley. Ooh, we got a trade. This one's not particularly sexy. I am not hyping this up, but looks like per Schefter, the Rams are sending veteran offensive lineman Jonah Jackson to the Chicago Bears for a 6th.
Hey, Big Jonah, did he go to Alabama?
I will look that up, Brian. What the Bears definitely need, though, is O-line to try to protect Caleb. It's going to be fascinating, though, when they add all these O-linemen. Like, that's when you get to really see if Caleb can play in he went to Rutgers and then Ohio State.
Wow.
But you know what I'm saying? Like, with Caleb, it's a little chicken and eggy as far as is he off schedule because he's not protected, or does the protection break down because he's always off schedule?
He likes to do stuff off schedule. He did it in college. He did it at Oklahoma and at USC. And then he does it in college. Like he drops back, he'll hit, and nobody's around him, and then he just starts running around. And his receivers used to be running with the look on their face like, what the hell are you doing? I'm open. So he has to figure that out, man.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating what happens with the Bears. That's going to be a fascinating subplot. And I don't know what the answer is. I listened to Pardon My Take. That PFT commenter's a friend of the show, comes on a lot. Caught up for some beers in Indy. I listen to their podcast. They get incredible guests. They're probably the biggest sports podcast in the country. And so they got a Ben Johnson interview, which I thought PFT was funny. You know what PFT's first question was? To Ben Johnson?
Mm-hmm.
He said,
about
I wasn't sure if you were going to show up for a
Yeah.
scheduled interview. But Ben Johnson seems really smart, man. He seems like he might be able to build that thing. Watching the Bears is going to be really impressive. Now, every day this week, we're doing a free agency preview, right? And as we go forward with this, yesterday we did the interior of the lines, D tackles, guards, centers.
Mm-hmm.
Today we're talking about the exterior of the line. So you're talking offensive tackles, DNs, edge rushers, whatever you want to call them, because there's lots of different names for that stuff.
Yep.
Now, Jonah Jackson wasn't on today's information. One, because he wasn't a pending free agent. That's why the Rams just traded him. Two, he's an interior guy. There is something I find interesting in the edge rusher trade discussion. Now, obviously, Myles Garrett came out and requested a trade. He posted it on his social media. He's been very clear that he wants a trade.
Wants out.
So it's easy to discuss Myles Garrett trade scenarios. You had somebody texting you last night, trade scenarios, right?
Mm-hmm.
like I said, I listened to PFT's podcast, and in the past 2 episodes, I believe they had Diana Rossini and Adam Schefter, and I couldn't help but notice both of them, unprompted, kind of asked, what else do you think could happen this offseason that could be crazy? And the interviews were independent of one another. They weren't speaking at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Both of them, individually, independently, unprompted, brought up Max Crosby.
Okay.
Crosby has 2 years left on his deal with no guaranteed money. He's not playing
that's the fact.
on that
no
deal.
Guaranteed money.
Well, and B, I'm curious if you agree with me. I see no way Max Crosby, week 1, September 6th, Raiders, Seahawks, whoever the hell they're playing.
Mm-hmm.
Max Crosby's on that field under the current terms of that contract.
Hell no. Not at all.
And I think Crosby's a little younger than Garrett. Garrett is fantastic. Crosby is right there with him.
He's a motor.
He only played 12 games last year. The sack total dipped a bit. Crosby, if you have to pay $100 to get Garrett, you probably have to pay $97 to get Crosby. Does that sound like maybe it's a little bit less, but it ain't much less?
Mm-hmm.
I just wonder, the Crosby thing probably won't happen until the draft. I don't think Garrett will either, frankly.
Mm-hmm.
But with the Raiders, you got Tom Brady and Matt Stafford skiing together in Montana. They clearly thought they had a real chance at getting Stafford.
Yeah, now they got to look for one.
I personally, apparently Brady's way more involved in running that operation now, right? I just find it really hard to believe that Tom Brady, a dude that was just a straight up winner from day one in the NFL. You always reference this. The best free agent quarterback that's going to be available, because right now, Cousins, Rodgers, those dudes aren't technically available. Darnold is going to be available.
Rodgers is. Didn't they let him
I don't
go?
think they've officially released him yet. I
thought
could be
they
wrong.
already released him.
Brian, look that up. I could be wrong on that. Do you think Brady would sign Darnold? Because I don't.
No.
It doesn't sit right in my brain
It's
for a
going
dude.
he would probably say, look, I'm a nice guy, but, we're not winning with him.
Brady is driven by championships. Like, dude, Atlanta signed Kirk Cousins because they had so much quarterback instability. They just wanted some stability.
Yeah.
I really like Kirk. That's not a move to win a title, though.
Hell no.
Brady ain't making stability moves. I think when you can't get Stafford, maybe he thinks it's Rodgers, but I have a hard maybe. I don't know. But
He might have a problem with Rodgers.
I think it's entirely possible the Raiders, and maybe Pete Carroll's not the right guy for this at his age. If the Raiders take a real look at the mirror, now they have a ton of cap space. They have more than Washington does, $90 million. Like, the last thing you want to do is just throw that at people if you don't have a quarterback, you're probably not going to compete.
Yeah.
And then maybe what do you get if you make a move on Crosby? Like, you're getting a ton
You get a
in
lot,
return.
but they need to get a quarterback that is going to galvanize and bring people together, not one that separates people.
And that's Rodgers.
What is he gonna get? They'll get Rodgers, and then Devontae gonna go back to LA now. Now he all of a sudden want to play for him.
Would you want Devontae here?
I think it would have to be at a proper price, but I really believe that if you're trying to build what you're trying to build the way that you said, I think he's just as one that pull people apart, just like damn Aaron Rodgers.
The Devontae stuff ended up really interesting because I feel like he was nothing but considered a good dude leader, and then I almost feel like Aaron Rodgers brought him down with him. Maybe that's silly, but to want to leave the Packers, I think, was crazy too. But he could play. I mean, he still finished last year with, I think, over 1,000 yards from scrimmage, 8 touchdowns. The Adams stuff is interesting. I don't really see it being an issue for Washington. I wouldn't close the door on it. I want to get specifically into some of the dudes that are definitely available. Washington right now on the edge has 2 dudes signed to next year. Dorrance Armstrong and last year's 7th rounder, I believe, Javonte Jean-Baptiste. Ferrell's a free agent. Fowler's a free agent. Jalen Holmes is a free agent. Andre Jones Jr. is signed to a futures deal. When we say they're going to be busy next week, you have to add players. Like they have so few players under contract, and maybe that means bringing. I'm fascinated by what Fowler's market looks like, because I did once have a player tell me every sack's worth $1.25 million in free agency. He had 10.5 of them.
Woo!
Is his market true to that number? There is a lot to figure out. B-Mitch tells me what he wants to do on the edge when we return. It's B-Mitch Finley.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. When the game tips off, the NBA in action is just beginning on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, because FanDuel is your home for NBA live betting. So even if you miss the first few minutes of the game or want to bet on a fourth quarter comeback, you can make your picks from the first whistle until the final buzzer. Plus, you can even combine your live bets into a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. However you want to play, now is the perfect time to join. New FanDuel customers get started with $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to join today. That's FanDuel.com/Brian for your shot at $150 in bonus bets. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. Has to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I don't know if I've ever heard this song, B. You ever heard this? Is it The Cure? I don't know.
Nah, I don't know.
B.
Yo,
Dorrance Armstrong, Javonte, Jean Baptiste. They're going to have to sign 2 dudes over the next
at least
3 weeks. Like, and maybe some of their D tackles they think can move on the outside. Where do you stand on wanting Cleveland Ferrell back? Cleveland Ferrell, pardon me.
I liked him.
If you had to pick between Ferrell and Fowler, who do you want
Fowler.
back?
Fowler was there more often.
Dog, he gave you very little against the run.
Still, he gave you a lot against the pass.
Dude, he finished with 10 and a half sacks, and I think he got jobbed. I thought I think he had 3 sacks overturned by roughing, and I think he got jobbed.
A lot of
at
them
least
was
2 of those.
A lot of those was BS.
Now, the good thing, if you want either of these guys back, do you think Fowler gets paid on the 10 and a half sacks? What do you think Fowler's market is after a season like that?
He got 10 and a half, and I know his agent is telling him he should have 14. And they're going to look at it and they probably think the same thing, but they're going to try to play it down. But he'll get paid off of those sacks.
I'm not going. If I'm in charge, and I'm not paying just off that production. Honestly, for Washington, they should hope he gets that kind of money, and then you get a comp pick at 26 on it.
Yeah.
So over the cap has him at about a little less than $7 million. But dude, there's just not that. So of the pass rushers that are available in free agency, Fowler's an older player. He is going to be 31 when training camp starts. Sweat's going to cost a lot, multi-years. Mac's going to cost a lot, probably 1 year.
Mm-hmm.
What would you think of Hassan Reddick, B? Reddick was really good in Philly.
Reddick was really good, but how many years he hadn't really played in a year and a half or so?
Yeah.
And you got to find out where he's at
stuff.
now. You know, I understand what he was, but if you're not going to pay a guy from what he just did last year, it's going to be hard to go by a guy what he was.
Well, I wonder what kind of market Reddick has based on that. You know what I mean?
It probably some people out there are a little pissed at him.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, look, dude, you haven't played, and I have to find out if you can play again.
And, dude, a small part of me, if you look at Hassan Reddick's career numbers, he popped his last year in Arizona, also happened to be a contract year, goes to the Panthers for a year, 11 sacks, productive player.
Mm-hmm.
Then he lands in Philly, and he's super productive.
Mm-hmm.
The Eagles D-line production makes me nervous to pay for it in free agency.
Yeah, but the thing about it,
so good.
You have to watch him. He was whipping people's ass.
Totally.
Just straight up. It ain't had nothing to do with them. Just
even that Super Bowl he was
Yeah,
playing.
he balled out. But I'm saying,
last year,
you left for a year
disaster.
or something. Yeah, you left. And you haven't played in over that year. So people are going to be like, they're not going to just pay you based on what
I think
you did.
Didn't he ask out of Philly? Because he wanted to get paid. He thought they were going to pay him. Then he thought the Jets were going to pay him.
The Jets took him and said they were going to pay him. And then they decided, we're not paying you. They thought they could just get past it. And he said, okay, well, I'm not going to play then.
4 teams in 8 years with a couple of different I want out of here situations gives me a little pause on a Washington team that had just great culture, vibes, locker room.
That's the reason I worry about, like, if you're trying to build something, then you got to have people around that want to be here and not going to be that person that's going to cause the issues. So
when he's right, he can play. You wonder if you get a discount because of all the stuff.
No, you don't.
He might not want that, but like the market, like you said, there might be enough people mad at him that
the market will speak it. But like, I just think ultimately you're in a position right now where you're starting afresh, starting anew. But if you were a team that had the culture completely built and had all the right people around, you want a guy like that on your team. You can care less about all this distractions because he can ball.
As long as he's coming in ready to play, and there's none of this BS about like, oh, well, I'm not playing until I get a new contract. He's a free agent. So whatever contract you sign,
you don't tell him I'm gonna give you a contract.
Right. That's what Peters did with Deebo. I got a name I like. I'm curious what you think. And perhaps this is because he always tends to perform well against Washington. Azeez Ojulari, 6'3", 240, was a second rounder by the Giants back in 21. Dude, he's only going to be 25 when training camp opens.
Mm-hmm.
He came out of Georgia early, been banged up. His rookie season, he played all 17 games. He had 8 sacks as a rookie. He's missed time the last few years. But last year in 5 starts, he had 6 sacks. I mean, he's a productive player when he's on the field. Obviously, you gotta consider the health.
Mm-hmm.
But dude, Ojulari's not a guy that costs you a lot. He's super young. And if you can get, if your medicals are comfortable with it, like that's the kind of guy I'd at least want to discuss.
But like, if I'm worried about the medicals, then I mean, I
don't know that you are. I don't know what the medical situation is.
But my whole thing is, you bring him in. If he could play, that's the first thing. Can he play?
He can play.
If he can play and he fits my system, I go with him. I'll go look at it. But I just listen. I don't care about how much it's going to cost if the guy can play, because you know what, the market is going to dictate what they're going to make anyway. So after that, once I find out you can play, then I'm gonna look for you. And then they have a game plan of who they're gonna look for and how much money they're gonna make.
You think DQ will want to call up Tank Lawrence, another free agent? He's been damn good over the years.
Yeah.
Now he's gonna be 34 when camp opens.
Yeah. So, you know, he may be one of those guys you kick the tires for a year. I don't think it's gonna be nothing longer than that.
If I'm signing a 33-year-old player, I'd go for Khalil Mack. But Tank Lawrence can play, and if you get him and you think he's healthy, DQ obviously has a relationship there. All right, we got a break or Landfill's going to kill me. It's fair. We're long over. I am not anti-Mack. I want that known. I am pro-Mack. 1-year deal. Pay the man. He's a Hall of Famer. I think he can help, and he's really good against the run, which they really need a lot of help with. When we come back, Barry Svrluga joins the program.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home team, Keller Williams Realty. Franchise tag window deadlines today in the NFL. Things are moving quickly, just a week or so, 8 days to be exact, until free agency starts next Wednesday. Dallas Cowboys today avoid the franchise tag with defensive tackle Osa Odigizua. He signs a 4-year, $80 million deal, 58 guaranteed to stay in Dallas. There was a trade just a short time ago. LA Rams sent Pro Bowl guard Jonah Jackson to Chicago. Remember, he's a former Lion, so Jackson reunited in Chicago with his former OC in Detroit, Ben Johnson. Minnesota Vikings not expected to use the franchise to tag today on quarterback Sam Darnold. They hope to re-sign him if possible, but there's also a report Darnold may end up in Vegas with the Raiders in free agency. Capitals are finally back on track. Got a shootout win, 5-4 last night over Ottawa. So the season-worst 3-game skid snapped by the Caps. NBA, big news today. Dallas Mavericks star Kyrie Irving suffered a torn left ACL last night, the loss to Sacramento, so he is done for the season. College hoops, Virginia Tech and North Carolina tonight, 7 p.m. on the Fan. Georgetown hosts Villanova, 8 p.m. on the Team 980. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
When you hear that guitar riff, you know only one man can live up to it. That's our friend, Mr. Barry Sverluga. You can talk to Barry about anything. You can read his columns in the Washington Post. He can cover any sport there is. But we start with the diamond. We talk baseball here, Barry. How are you, buddy?
Great, guys. Hope you're doing well.
We're good, man. And thank you for making time.
Appreciate you.
I want to start here, okay? What do we make of the Nats finally getting their TV rights? I know it's a year away, but this is a huge, huge deal. And how serious, how significant can all of this change things?
Well, it's significant on a couple of fronts. It's significant if the Lerners decide to keep the team, which Mark Lerner told me that was their intention when I met with him at spring training last month, because instead of spending the last decade fighting in court with the Orioles about what their appropriate amount in rights fees would be for Masson, they will have the right to take those broadcast rights to market and get a quantifiable stream of revenue. The unfortunate part, before we get to the possibility of what happens if they sell the team, is that this is all happening. They finally get their rights after 20 years of not having them at a time when the model that made those rights a huge revenue stream for a baseball team has fallen apart, that people don't are largely streaming. They don't charge as much. I'm sorry, the cable money is not as lucrative as it once was. I mean, even in the bad deal, the bad Masson deal, the Nats were getting $60 or $70 million annually in revenue from that deal, even when they didn't control it. I was told yesterday that if they took the rights to market in 2026, they're not going to match that number. They're likely to be folded into what Rob Manfred would like to do headed into 2028, which is to take as many clubs' rights as he can to market as a bundled package and sell a more national television package like the NFL has, rather than relying on local cable rights that have largely dried up. So that's a really long, convoluted way of saying that this is a massive, massive development for the Nationals, who haven't had their rights and have been alone among MLB teams and not having their rights since the time they came into existence in 2005. But the timing of it makes it not as lucrative as it might have been, 5, 7, 8, 10 years ago.
So it's
so
a lot to process with it.
Yeah, but still having it and somebody else not earning money from it makes it beneficial, right?
For sure. And Brian, that gets us to the next part, which is if the learners do eventually put the team back for sale, or if they get an offer from someone, be it Ted Leonsis or somebody else, that matches a price that they would find acceptable, even if they're not like officially on the market, the person or group that is making that offer now knows what they can expect from those rights. Either the learners would put into place a deal selling them somewhere. Monumental Sports obviously comes up as a potential suitor because they need programming over the course of the summer. That makes a lot of sense. And if you're Ted Leonsis, obviously the head of Monumental Sports and Entertainment, which owns Monumental Sports Network, who has been a suitor for the Nats in the past, it becomes attractive to have the arrangement that he has with the Capitals and the Wizards, which is he owns the teams, he owns the networks, he doesn't have to pay himself to broadcast his own games. You're completely right that having it be a known and not an unknown is advantageous and way better, whether the learners want to keep or sell. It's just kind of underwhelming that when they put it back on the market, you envisioned this kind of like big, massive influx of cash. Mm-hmm. And if they sell it in the traditional way, it won't be the same as high a dollar figure as it once would have been.
Dude, Barry, two guys you don't have to tell about the demise of the RSN industry are me and Beeman.
Yeah, good call. Good call.
We are talking with our friend Barry Svrluga from the Washington Post. Give him a follow at Barry Svrluga. Barry, of course, joining us via the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude is the most reliable HVAC products in the DMV. The biggest problem for Manfred and MLB trying to take this national rights package is you're never going to get the Dodgers, the Yankees, the Red Sox, or the Mets, right? Maybe the Cubs, too.
That's the outlier, is that the NFL works and they don't have to generate as much local income because you're taking every single game to a number of outlets that are competing against each other to get a piece of that pie. There's no local television package. Baseball is the opposite because they have so much inventory. Nobody is going to watch all the games nationally in the way that we do with the NFL, which is a much more event-oriented schedule. It's not, the rhythm of a baseball summer is it's your programming every night. The rhythm of an NFL season is it's a crescendo at the end of the week, and you have this 3-hour
build up
package that you're broadcasting. So you're right, JP, in that it's in Manfred's interest to get as many clubs as possible, and maybe that number is 25 with the 5 exceptions that you mentioned. But by the nature of doing that, you're without your most attractive brands, the ones that would bring the most money for everyone in the Yankees, Dodgers, Mets, Cubs, and who was the other one?
Red Sox or something?
Yeah, Red Sox. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right. So there is. That doesn't mean it's not the best option for baseball at this time as the cord cutting continues, but it's not the complete package that, say, the NFL has to sell to Fox and NBC and Amazon and all the rest.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating to watch it unfold. What do you think a year from now the chances are we're getting ready for Leonsis to own the Nationals? You can talk about it openly because he has said he wants to buy them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And you can, that hasn't changed. And just in the course of reporting this stuff over the winter, I mean, he said first publicly on the Junkies last spring/early summer, and then later that day to me that he expected to make an offer after the season, that was when it made the most sense to do that. And he's been in the game. He knows what the learners would take. So I expected that to happen this winter. I was told it didn't, and it didn't because Ted has a real relationship with Mark Lerner. Mark Lerner is a minority partner in Monumental Sports, and his sense was that this was not the time. Part of why this was not the time to do this was because Masson was getting resolved. the learners are also getting some other ducks in a row. They're working on selling naming rights for Nationals Park, which has been a dormant revenue stream since it opened in 2008. They've gotten $0 over that time from naming rights in a world where the Mets
why
get
was
$20
that?
million.
What? Yeah, dude.
They
why?
They walked right to the precipice with a couple of companies a couple of times, and the learners are famous for only doing deals on their terms. And I don't know the specifics, but they collapsed at the last minute. Ownership can only look at themselves and say, we're the reasons that we have $0 in revenue when the Braves are getting $10 million a year and the Mets are getting $20 million a year. That's their choice. But if they get that done, if they get a jersey patch done, it's now they're the only team in Major League Baseball that has neither a naming rights on their ballpark or a jersey patch deal. They're just leaving revenue on the table. If you get those deals in place now, with Masson solved and the prospect of a new owner, either having a better deal in place or getting the chance to sell their own rights, it could become a more attractive property to put on the market for the learners, that it might yield a price that they're more willing to accept.
That's crazy.
The phrase "cutting off your nose to spite your face" comes to mind.
How many years has that stadium been there?
It opened in 2008. So we're now entering the 17th season, I think.
And you can average probably, 10, 15 million a year off of a naming right?
Say it's $8 million, Brian. Say for whatever reason, it's less than what the Braves make off of Truist Park, because the market here is different or whatever. 8 times 17 ain't nothing, right? Like that's more than $100 million of revenue that you've left on the table. So again, that's their choice. Only they know the reason that those deals collapsed at the last minute. There's not a small number of entities in Washington that should be interested in putting their name on a ballpark like that. I mean, there's government contractors, big industry, and Marriott or something like that. I'm not saying it's going to be Marriott Park. I'm just saying it's not like we live in Kansas and there's no local brands that wouldn't want to be affiliated with a Major League Baseball team. It seems like there should be a robust market for that naming rights.
Yeah, especially a stadium that is generally well liked and a team. One thing I find most interesting, I think the Nats are on the upswing. Like, I think you could probably buy low for a team that might have. Now they got to start spending at some point again. Yeah. Maybe, I don't know that will happen, but you could be buying low for naming rights where you get some October baseball out of it 2-3 years from now.
Well, I mean, the other side of that table, that bargaining table, is the Lerner family, which isn't interested in you buying low because they'll take zero rather than your low. So they have whatever their number is in mind, but that has been proven over time that they're not going to take less than what they think it's worth. I would also say, as part of this, like, if you're thinking of a world in which the team goes back on the market in the future, we've talked about Masson getting solved. We've talked about naming rights. We've talked about a jersey patch. You would think that if the team on the field is a better product and they're back into the playoffs, or at least the playoff chase like they were annually from 2012 to 2019, that you'd have a number of data points, because attendance would follow once the team starts winning, to make it more attractive to a potential suitor, whether that's Ted Lerner or someone else.
That's and what the price would go up, right? Like, oh, look at how much more revenue we all of a sudden.
Well,
if they win.
So we have reported that Leonsis bid more than $2 billion in the initial round, which goes back to 2022, and that was rejected. I don't know how much more than $2 billion, but the Mets were sold to Steve Cohen a couple of years before that for $2.35 billion. It's my understanding that, while it makes no sense to me that the Nationals would be worth more than the Mets, which has a fan base that, just by the nature of the city, is much, 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 much larger, and also has a TV deal that, with their own SNY network that makes them money, as well as a naming rights deal that makes them $20 million a year. It's my understanding that the learners want more than $2.35 million. And I was told yesterday, significantly more than that. So
2.35
again,
billion.
Yeah.
Billion.
Yeah,
Yes.
B.
2.35 million is a little low. Yeah. Billion with a B. So, again, in a world where they're comfortable setting their price and not budging unless they get it, it's just not a typical, like, hey, I'll see what the market yields and just go with the highest bidder. We have this number in mind, whatever that number is. And if it's X minus one, please don't come to us with that offer.
I just think like if you're not winning, if you're like you say, well, I got my price, and the team you don't invest money into it, and they start losing, that price falls. It doesn't go up. So I don't understand that concept.
Well, and I'm not saying I understand it, Brian. I'm saying this is what it is, and trying to explain how they have conducted business over time. I mean, this is, we all know they won the World Series in 2019. That capped off a long run of like really relevant baseball every September, even in the years when they didn't make the playoffs. And it was kind of the cherry on top of the sundae. The 5 seasons that have been completed since then, they have lost more games than any team in baseball. That's largely because they did the right thing and traded off players at a time when they really need to rebuild. But that rebuild, by their own admission, it's wearing on people. It has to end. And so I thought they should have spent this offseason. You could get back to being in a more attractive, situation on the field if these guys that we've identified as the core going forward not only perform this year, but improve on last year, improve in consistency, improve in the standings in terms of coming off back-to-back 71 and 91 seasons. And then if that core or a certain number, 5 out of 6 of those guys do take big steps forward, then it's almost impossible to argue next winter isn't the time to make a significant addition, because you'll have solved mass and maybe you'll have new revenue coming in from naming rights and jersey patch and all that kind of stuff. Maybe more people will go to the ballpark. They will have to jump at that point or it will be malpractice. They did it in the past with Jason Worth. They did it in the past with Max Scherzer. They did it in the past even with Patrick Corbin, who before he was terrible was really an essential part of that World Series team. It's now post-pandemic. It's post all this losing. It's post-rebuild. They're going to have to run it back to win back any sort of the fan base that is tired of the recent losing over 5 seasons.
It's going to be really dude, here's my biggest question, Barry. They were for sale 2 years ago. Like, what happened then that has changed now? Like, what I understand when I talk to really rich people and really rich people that work with other really rich people is when you have a family business and the patriarch passes, right? Like what happened with the Lerners. A lot of times there's unease there, and some people want to sell and some people don't. And if that gets down another generation, it gets sold unless one person consolidates everything. Has anybody consolidated within the Lerner family? Like, has a brother bought a sister out or something?
No, they all have. So the Ted Lerner had Mark, his only son, and 2 daughters, and the daughters' husbands, Mark's brothers-in-law, also have votes, as does Mark's wife, and Annette Lerner, Ted's surviving wife. So you're correct in that I always call Ted Lerner their North Star. I mean, it's when you listen to them talk about him, it was with like a lot of reverence, and it's understood because he became a billionaire not because he handed him $1 billion, but because he built it dollar by dollar and building by building from scratch. It was really initially taking a loan from his wife to buy his first property. So he was a self-made person, and there was a lot to admire there. My understanding of how the Lerner family thinks now is that there isn't always accord, and in fact, accord is less likely to be found than some sort of disagreement. Mark Lerner has always presented as the biggest fan, enjoying owning the team most, but you can also understand a world where they're used to making a certain amount of money, a certain profit margin in their other businesses, most of which is commercial real estate. And you could be uncomfortable with a business And sports franchises are mostly like this. Like day to day, they don't make a huge profit. You're increasing the valuation of the franchise, and that's where you cash in. So when I asked Mark what changed after 2022, when he talked to me at spring training last month, he was like, look, we've put too much into this. We actually think the direction of the franchise is exciting again. He did not say we didn't get our price. The truth is they didn't get their price. And I'm not saying he's lying about the other stuff. I'm just saying, like, if somebody had offered whatever that X is that they would have accepted, they would have sold the team. And now they're kind of retrenching, trying to, get things back on track, both on the field and with revenue streams. And whether they actively and aggressively take it back on the market with a big announcement like they did before, I'm not sure. But I think they get it to a point where they definitely would be listening to people who come closer to the number that they had in mind.
That's it's gonna be really interesting, man. What do you think of the Deebo trade? I got to let you go, but I wanted to ask you that.
I like it. I mean, if he's healthy, I'm just fascinated to see how Cliff will use him. He's got to stay healthy and be in shape. But for a fifth rounder, I think it's a no-brainer.
Yep. I'm with you. Thank you, Barry. Appreciate it, man.
Cool, brother.
Thanks, guys. Talk to you soon.
All right.
That's our guy, Barry Svrluga. Give him a follow at Barry Svrluga, SVRLUGA. Barry joins us via the Rude Guest Hotline. Now, we got to talk about somebody else that knows what they're talking about. It's not just Barry Svrluga. It's also Paul Henry. Paul Henry is a friend of the program. Paul Henry has helped my house stay warmer in the winter and cooler in the summer. He's helped B-Mitch's house stay warmer in the winter and cooler in the summer. He basically built me a whole new room. That's the kind of work you can get with Paul Henry. They can change your home for the better, lower your electric bills, and all month long, you get 10% off windows with a 5-window minimum and 10% off doors at Paul Henry's window installation.
Well, like the learners, they was trying to wait for the price that they like. Paul comes in and he offered the price that you're going to like to make sure you go and do things. He came in and did my windows, and they were way better than everybody else's prices. Paul did a great job with that, so I want to call him back to get the garage doors, got other doors in my detached garage, and he did a great job. I used to have the draftiness, don't have any of that anymore because he came in and got it done right the first time. So call Paul right now to receive 10% off windows with a 5-window minimum and 10% off doors. Contact Paul Henry's Window Installation today and tell him B. Mitch and Finney sent you. PaulHenryWindows.com. Your clear home improvement choice.
Earl Forsey, here's what's happening. Lots happening in the NFL with this being franchise tag deadline day. The latest news, New York Jets are releasing wide receiver Devonte Adams, so he is now going to officially become a free agent when things start next week. Big NFL trade today. Rams send Pro Bowl guard Jonah Jackson to Chicago. He'll be reunited there with his former OC in Detroit, Ben Johnson, who's the Bears' new head coach. Dallas Cowboys avoid placing the tag on defensive tackle Osa Odigizua. He re-signs with them a 4-year, $80 million contract. Capitals finally get back to their winning ways. 5-4 shootout win last night over Ottawa. No goals for Ovi, so still 11 away from breaking the Great One's all-time NHL record. Big NBA news today. Maverick star Kyrie Irving suffered a torn ACL in his left knee last night. He's now done for the season. College hoops, Virginia Tech, North Carolina tonight, 7 p.m. here on The Fan. Georgetown hosting Villanova. That's at 8 on the Team 980. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
But drugstore loving. B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. Devonte Adams is officially a free agent.
Yeah.
And guess what?
What?
Per rap sheet, while the assumption has been that Devonte Adams wants to play with Aaron Rodgers, and historically that's been the plan, my understanding is the pull of being on the West Coast is very real.
Okay. So where he's going to go? Rams?
What if he goes back to the Raiders?
I said that already, but I don't think he's going back to the Raiders. I think he left them high and dry. Just stopped playing for him. He got healthy as soon as Aaron got to get him to come to New York. I think Rams might be a good one. Imagine him and Puka Nacua. Totally different, but both effective.
Totally. And I think Sean can handle all the stuff.
If he wants to be back on the West Coast, then yeah.
I mean, let's just run through we'll count the Pacific time zone as West Coast. If you want Rodgers, I don't think Rodgers is the plan in Seattle. What is Seattle doing? What's Geno's situation?
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of an interesting little wild card there.
Mm-hmm.
They missed the playoffs last year. This would be the last year of a deal for Geno. Have we talked enough about? I just looked this up. Have we had enough conversations about the Seattle quarterback situation?
No. I don't think it was relevant to us.
That's true. It kind of isn't.
Yeah.
But like as you get into this free agency world and you're trying to figure out what may or may not happen.
How much is on this last year?
So this is the last year of his deal. Right now, the Seahawks have Geno Smith, Sam Howell, and Jaron Hall, who's an undrafted guy at the end of the bench there. Geno has a $0 guaranteed salary, a cap number of $44.5 million. That is high. Yeah. And if they were to release Geno, they would take a dead money hit, but they would save $31 million in the cap.
Yeah, Geno might be in trouble, but I think they need to find somebody else to play quarterback.
Yeah, that all of a sudden is a possibility I hadn't even thought of.
But, just like the guy told you the other day, you're now in a position to where you don't think about that because your quarterback is good.
Oh, it's so awesome.
you wouldn't think about it.
Apparently, the Seahawks want to get a deal done with Geno. let's see if we can book Drab T-shirt at some point. Talk a little Seahawks football, a little Geno Smith. What if Rodgers goes there? That team's kind of good.
I mean, you will see.
I don't know if Rodgers is good anymore, though. It's weird.
I mean, the thing about like last year, he'll have a good game, and then the next game he wasn't there. You don't see him with 100 and some yard passing games. He had those this year.
Trying to figure that out is, God, it's so pleasant to be off the quarterback roulette train. Like, where does Darnold go? I just think there's going to be a lot more moves coming in the next 5-6 days.
Yeah, that's the way it happens. But my whole thing, I don't have to worry about it like I used to.
Nah, feels different.
The quarterback position to me is out of sight, out of mind at this point.
Have you heard?
Unless they come into the NFC East, I don't care.
Have you heard what Howie Roseman said to Todd McShay about winning Super Bowls?
I would like to know.
Howie Roseman, I think at this point, it's pretty easy to suggest Howie Roseman is the best GM in football. They've won 2 Super Bowls in the last, 7 years. He's completely retooled. It's different coaches, different quarterbacks.
I understand.
What GM would you think is better than Howie right now?
But the other one been to 5 Super Bowls. They won 3 of them in Kansas City. You still got to put them there.
Yeah,
Howie has done some good stuff.
I kind of equate that more with Andy, but
it ain't just Andy. Andy, one thing he works with people.
But haven't they also had a change there? Am I crazy?
They've changed a lot of stuff. They changed the
whole
first rounders and they changed their.
No, I'm saying I thought they changed the GM.
The GM. Mm-hmm.
I'll see if I can look that up. But from the first Super Bowl to now, but sure, KC's there. I just think that the difference to me between, I think it has been Veach the whole time. The difference to me between Kansas City and Philly is Kansas City's had consistent stability. Everything has changed in Philly, been torn down, rebuilt, and they've continued to compete at just a super high level.
Mm-hmm.
Regardless, Howie Roseman just won his 2nd Super Bowl, and he said to Todd McShay, the first one is almost like having sex for the first time. You're just so happy you had sex. It's not even the quality of it. The second time, it's like I can almost have fun and enjoy this.
He took it there.
That's what he said, dude.
I don't know what kind of sex he having, but all mine great. He'd be in 100 times, 1,000 times still great. You don't lose that excitement. And if you do, you're weird.
Certainly, perhaps a second time, you've learned something from the first time, and the second time can improve. I think that's fair.
Yeah, the first time is just the best time. You never forget that one.
Like I think of the Rigo story when Joe Gibbs came to his house and he offered him a beer at 10 a.m.
Yeah.
Like, imagine anybody involved with that period of Redskins greatness, winning multiple Super Bowls, ever saying anything close to something like that.
I'm gonna have to call some guys. I'm gonna have to reach out to Bostic and say, Boss, did the first one feel like and how did the second one feel? How about the third one?
You got to reach out to the right guy, though, because, like,
have you ever had a conversation with Jeff Bostic?
Yes, sure.
He doesn't mind discussing what he wants to discuss.
Right. I'm saying, but a lot of those dudes probably wouldn't be the right person for that analogy.
Well, I'm gonna send him a call. I could call. Did Gary go to 2? Gary
won 2.
I talked to Gary. Who else? I'm trying to see the people I would want to talk to.
All right, here's what we're going to do. We got White Brian's local hoops roundup coming up. I want to know who's going to the tournament. We got to make some bets. We're running out of show. Grant and Danny are getting fired up to get in here. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
All right, B. Mitch and JP here. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn the route. With Wi-Fi capability, You have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? Adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly.
Here's the best part. Rude systems are whisper quiet, just like White Brian. No more noisy interruptions, just peace of mind. Rude's variable speed compressor ensures precise temperature and humidity control, operating efficiently even in extreme conditions. It's comfort and performance perfectly balanced. B, you got to tell them about the savings, man. That the cash matters. You can qualify for federal tax credits up to $2,000 on heat pumps through 2032. Visit rude.com/federal incentives to learn more.
Talking about Ruud, R-U-U-D, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't rude, it ain't right. Ooh. Oh.
One of my favorite bits. All right, we've been teasing it all day. You got to give the people what they want. White Brian, give us a local hoops roundup. Who's going to the tourney? Who's close? Get us up to speed.
Yeah, the Patriot League tournament starts today. American is the 2 seed. They won't play till
I
Thursday.
thought they won the conference.
Yeah, they were co-champions with Bucknell.
Why the hell did they get the 2 seed?
I guess Bucknell has the head-to-head.
They twist the toss cornflake.
So does that mean they don't? If AU doesn't win the conference tournament, do they not get that auto bid to the NIT?
I think. Actually, I don't know.
Maybe if DA's listening, he'll know. Maybe he could text me. All right, what's up with Mason?
Yeah, they need to win the A10 to get in. They're the 2 seed behind VCU. VCU will get an at-large bid, so they don't need to win the tournament.
Mason's got no chance of an at-large?
No, they don't have really any good wins outside of the A10.
What's up with Howard?
Howard is a 4 in that conference tournament, but I mean Harper's probably the best player, so they got a shot.
Where's Harper going to go? You think he goes to the pros, or does he go to just a big college with big money?
It's going to depend how much
pros come a call, and he better go.
Sure, if he can be a first-round pick.
Yeah, if he declares, he'd probably be like a late lottery pick.
Oh, then go there. Forget. I mean, you could probably go make $2 million at Ohio State or get a guaranteed 3-year NBA contract. That's such a cool, crazy story. Am I forgetting anybody else locally? Georgetown, GW, nobody's got a shot in the city outside of winning their tournament.
Georgetown there could be some chaos in the Big East. Big East isn't that great this year, besides St. John's. So
but they don't have a chance.
What's their record?
They went 7-10 in the Big East. So
you think they're gonna make it?
They have a shot. I mean, a couple years ago they won it.
Me and you have a shot, but we're not gonna make it.
It's not likely, no.
I mean, St. John's is good, and dude, St. John's plays that old school.
St. John's is real good.
That Patino defense where you kind of foul constantly, and refs just can't call everything. In
other words, you dare the ref to call?
Yo, seriously.
Call all of them,
dude. Is the Big East tournament in the Garden?
Yeah, it'll be a home game for St. John's.
Yo, St. John's went 18-0 at the Garden, but Georgetown's only path is to win the conference tournament.
Yes.
Same with GW, I assume.
Yes.
Okay. UVA and Tech are cooked. Maryland's in.
Yeah, Maryland and VCU are the only 2 that will definitely get in.
What about Towson?
Towson, they went 16-2 in the CAA, but that conference tournament's going to be a gauntlet because Charleston's really good. William and Mary, they're pretty good. And then UNCW is also very good. So it's going to be tough.
Seahawks. All right, so you have over under 2.5 quasi-local teams making the tournament.
Yeah, maybe even 3.5 because there'll probably be one of those between American, George Mason, and Towson.
So you got Terps in, VCU in, and then either AU, Mason, or Towson?
Yeah, and hopefully 2 of the 3.
VCU, huh? Maya be happy.
Yeah. Who's coaching at VCU now?
I hope that coach not doing it.
That I don't know.
All right. And that was White Brian's College Hoops Roundup. Now let's make some bets.
Gather around.
White Brian, you're up. It's the White Brian segment. Losing listeners in droves.
Me and Jeff lost, and everyone else won.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
Caps was a no doubter the whole time, man. What do we like tonight, boys?
Give me Atlanta Golf Club over Jupiter Links.
Ooh, a little TGL. All right.
I don't know why. Jupiter Links, they just can't get it together.
Okay, well, I'm going to take Jupiter Links tonight.
Hey, you're going to lose.
Jupiter's been bad, and that's Tiger.
Yeah, they might win tonight.
Kispert.
That's why you got to take them. Eventually, they're going to win.
It's that's the your due theory. that theory of eventually they're gonna.
Eventually they'll get it right.
That's called the "you're due" theory,
Mhm.
also known as the gambler's fallacy.
That's a fallacy. All them gamblers still gambling, and Vegas still building.
White Brian, you doing something weird? I'm guessing you are.
Of course.
Nope, just the best team in college basketball, Auburn Tigers -4.5.
Where are they?
Texas A&M.
That's a good game, right? Might have to watch that. On the road, College Station. That Landville, that looks like a system pick. I don't know that I'm taking it, but it looks like one.
Pick it.
What's Landini taking?
Maine.
Maine.
What?
Maine.
In what sport?
Maine.
Who they playing?
Not Maine.
Maine Tech.
I think they're playing UMass Lowell.
In hoops?
Maine.
Here's a historic ACC matchup tonight. Syracuse traveling to SMU. What a joke.
That's crazy.
I mean, speaking of jokes, Oregon's hosting Indiana in Big Ten play. I think I got to do it, White Brian. I'm sorry, buddy. Give me the Aggies, Texas A&M +4.5.
That just sounds so weird, dog.
Thank you to everybody who listened to the show today.
What the hell were you thinking when you said that? When you did it?
Thank you to Barstool Nate.
God.
Thank you to Alan May. Thank you to Barry Sverluga. Grant and Danny coming your way next. You made it this far. White Brian owes you a ooh.
I'm Earl Forsey. This sports update is presented by IT Cadre, trusted insight from trusted insiders, itcadre.com. Franchise tag window deadline today is in the NFL 2 hours from now at 4 p.m. There's a lot of other moves being made so far today around the league. Big NFL trade. Rams send Pro Bowl guard Jonah Jackson to Chicago, reunited there with former OC in Detroit, Ben Johnson, who's their new coach. Cowboys avoid the tag on defensive tackle Osa Odigizua. He gets a 4-year, $80 million deal to stay in Dallas. The big news in the last few minutes was the New York Jets officially releasing wide receiver Devonte Adams. So he will be a free agent when the market opens up a week from tomorrow. Capitals finally got back on track and back in the win column, snapped a season-worst 3-game skid last night with a shootout win over Ottawa. No goals for Ovi, so Ovechkin's still 11 away from breaking Wayne Gretzky's all-time record. NBA news, Maverick star Kyrie Irving suffered a torn ACL in his left knee last night in their loss to Sacramento, so he's done for the season. Man, what a season it's been in Dallas, huh? College hoops, Virginia Tech takes on North Carolina tonight, 7 p.m. on the Fan. Georgetown also in action home against Villanova tonight, 8 p.m. on the Team 980. IT Cadre's trusted insight, helping leaders of the nation's most important organizations understand complexity, align efforts, and make the best data-driven decisions to achieve success. IT Cadre, your vision, our purpose. To learn more, visit itcadre.com. That's itcadre.com. From the Crump Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Good Tuesday afternoon, and welcome into Grant and Danny. It is March 4th, 2025, and you are listening live to The Fan. We are streaming on the Odyssey app, coast to coast. We're available to you all over the DMV on our flagship 1067 in town. And, of course, you can watch us in high definition on the 1067 The Fan YouTube page as well. We got a nice show planned for you today, including Jay Gruden joining us at 3 o'clock, the former play caller and head coach on Deebo Samuel as a fit for the Commanders. Brett Knight of Forbes, who's got reports on the Nationals trying to get a stadium rights deal and put a sponsor on their jersey for the first time ever. And Brian Baldinger, our Odyssey insider, on the Commanders making the first splash move of the offseason. Danny, what's up?
Hey, buddy. This is the I've been so fascinated with all things Masson, the learners, et cetera. Just gives you such a window into how they've operated for so many years, where someone goes, hey, here's money. You're going to play baseball games. Here's some money. You don't have to do anything. We'll help you with it. You can sew a patch right there on the sleeve. And here's money. The baseball games are going to happen whether you do it or not. Do you want that? No. Hey, when people go to Nats Park, 25, 30,000 on a nice day, in the afternoon, especially once school gets out, we can give you some money for that. The park's open no matter what time. Park's going to be open. 81 home dates, maybe the occasional scrimmage or whatever preseason, just to make sure the park's ready, a little dry run. You want some money for that? Nah. Just their own way, man. Their own drum that they've marched to for so many years, and now there's been a sea change.
The irony of that is I actually prefer it that the stadium doesn't have naming rights, and I actually prefer it that the uniform doesn't have a patch on it from a bygone era of not having to do the Danny Rouillet Field, sponsored by Grant Paulson.
Nub Stadium at
Toby Altizer Complex. Like, I like Nationals Park better.
Mm-hmm.
But when you cry that you can't spend money because you don't have money, maybe you could be making some by way of selling your naming rights, which 23 of 30 teams have a patch on the jersey, and 21 out of 30 teams have naming rights on their ballpark, and they've just opted out of those things. But it's funny because here we are excited about these things, and there actually are things I don't like the trend of in baseball.
Isn't it weird?
But I need money. I need players.
Right.
And if you're going to say, as Barry Sferlugo wrote in his story today in the Washington Post, if you're going to suggest that this is the reason this Masson deal hanging over you, the lack of money coming in, is why I can't go get players, which I don't completely subscribe to, then, okay, I'm excited about the possibility now of what lies ahead for the learners. By the way, we are 23 days away from opening day in Major League Baseball, and we are 51 days away from the NFL draft. This is one of those really fun, good times of the year. I believe we're changing the clocks this weekend again, which means days are about to get longer. Spring is coming.
Yeah, this is the bad one, though, where it goes forward and you lose sleep. You get less sleep. The fall gives you more sleep.
I will trade one night of bad sleep and, as a parent, like a hellacious week to 10 days ahead for the spring and the summer looming with Major League Baseball and the NCAA tournament. And personally for the show, we can make, I guess, this announcement now. We're going to be headed to spring training at the end of next week.
Here we go.
So we will be in West Palm Beach from Thursday and Friday for our shows next week through the end of the weekend. So we're going to be down there getting a lot of Nats content for our listeners, getting you closer to the ball club ahead of opening day. There's a lot of exciting things happening. I will take one less hour of sleep for all of those things.
See, if it was just the 1 hour of sleep bargain, I'm not sleeping anyway. As it is, it's the kids thing. It throws everything into it's the, you know that analogy about the stuff you don't want to have in your hands, then it gets into the fan and then it goes everywhere. It's that for days. There's always like an inevitable cold and like a doctor's visit. It's the pits. Whoever's in charge, no more switching. Whatever time it is, let's just leave it that time. Whichever time you guys decide on, the good one, whatever you like. Forward, back,
See,
I don't care.
That I'll disagree with because you can't keep it on the bad one. Just keep it on the good one.
Whatever the good one is. I don't know. I don't know enough.
I do know. The good one is when we have more sunlight and it's less depressing.
Fine. Sign me up. Stop changing. We can't change. The changing is the wrong thing. Let's just not change it. Get it on the good one. We'll all do the thing where we sign up and get on the good one. Whatever the good one is, I don't know enough. I know this. The changing is the bad part.
I'm happy to do that. By the way, sign of the time. So I'm at the Caps game last night. They got a win, by the way. Much needed.
Yeah.
Where's the Caps win bell? I haven't dunged
It's been
the bell.
about 4 games.
Ding the bell? Dung the bell?
Dinged?
Dinged?
You would
I
ding
haven't
it.
dunged the bell in a while.
Yeah,
there we go.
Tough, though.
They got a big win last night in a shootout, which I didn't think they were allowed to do, actually.
They're now 1-3.
Overtime, shootout, they get a win, they get 2 points. The amount of listeners that I interacted with last night was a very high number. And multiple listeners came up to me that were either listening to or watching the show at Capital One Arena. Sign of the times.
What?
I'm standing there as this one dude's leaving last night, and he's like, GP, and he like points at me. I'm like, yeah. And he shows me his phone, and he's got the Grant and Danny YouTube stream going.
Whoa.
As he's walking out of the arena. Again, people consume content in ways that as a dinosaur, I just don't quite understand. Because for me, I've long been a fan of sports talk radio, and however you guys get it, we want you to get it.
Sure.
Do your thing. Keep listening, keep watching, keep streaming, and thank you. But imagine just walking out of the arena, like on your phone, watching our show on YouTube last night.
God bless. Yeah, I mean, you do this. My mother-in-law does this, like books on tape. People have sworn it's just not for me. I can't do it. I need to kind of know what's going on in the sports world. So my listening is very narrow in terms of like what's happening. I listen to other shows, figure out what's going on. And then when my day is done, I've got to shut my brain off. So I need, some sort of stupid musical thing where I'm listening to play-by-play. And people do this and they love it. And it's foreign to me, but I think your point's well seen. What we've decided we wanted as a society, and this makes sense to me, is give me my thing the instant that I want my thing. Whatever that is, however I want to consume it, I'll pay, I'll subscribe. As long as I can get the thing that I want instantly, with not on your terms, on mine, that's what's happening.
I do got to give Toby a little bit of credit, who was at the game with me last night. He called the Brady Tkachuk Tom Wilson fight before it happened. And those two guys have been at odds all season, and they're big rigs. But Brady Tkachuk typically is a scaredy cat that doesn't really fight. So I thought there was no chance they were actually going to throw down last night. And sure enough, ended the first period, they dropped the gloves, and they started throwing fists. I actually thought maybe it was a little bit of an opportunity for Tom Wilson to send a message to Team Canada. I really believe this. Whereas after the Americans whooped Canada's butt in the first of the 2 games that they played, literally and figuratively, where they come out and they get into the 3 fights, and Canada lacked the snarl and the physicality to fight with the Tkachuks, Willie kind of wanted to show, you guys sure you don't want me on your team? You sure you don't want me to stand and go toe-to-toe with this big boy? And he did last night. Apparently, Connor McMichael texted him the night before, going back a couple days ago, and said, hey, just so you know, we're expecting you to do something with Brady Tkachuk here. So they got into it last night, threw down at the end of the first period. But you can't ask for a much better 20 minutes of hockey than a multi-goal Caps lead and a Tom Wilson fight to get things going.
I was going to say.
Worth the price of admission.
How about that dish served to you if you bought a ticket last night?
I didn't realize he had not fought since right after Ovi's injury when he went after the guy that hurt Ovi. That's a long time.
Is that right?
Yeah, and look, he's going to score 30 goals this year. So he is coming around on this idea of, you help me more on the ice, best power forward in the league, than in the penalty box. But when Brady Tkachuk's chirping and wants to go after you've been trying to fight him for
I'll oblige you.
A couple of seasons here running, we might as well do this dance. And it was a good little fight, probably a draw, but I don't know that anybody landed, but there were some haymakers being thrown.
Imagine being on the business end of one of those. Like, terrifying.
I know you hate fights in hockey.
I do.
I think it's one of your worst takes, but it's your take, not my take, so you stick with it. It's the best in-house. It's so fun. What it does in the arena when two guys go at it, and for the teams, obviously, the energy.
Everybody likes it.
That's provided. And it also, there's a rhyme or reason for it. This is the part we've always disagreed on, but you are, most of the time, it's not just a choreographed WWE, let's drop the puck at the beginning of the game, USA versus Canada, and fighting. Most of the time, fights now are, you did something, how we police our do there. There's a looked at who you fight and when you can turn down a fight and when you can't, and just to make sure no one gets hurt, like how you actually go about fighting, and when a guy goes to the ice, what happens. It's not like an open season MMA situation. It's a bunch of dudes that kind of follow rules that are in the same fraternity that respect one another. But damn, was that good last night.
Yeah, most of the time it is. Sometimes it's Aaron Asham knocking somebody out and guys get brain damage. But
that was, he took a fight he shouldn't have taken. I mean, he kind of broke the unwritten rules, frankly.
I suppose.
That's my guy, JB.
I'd love them written down where we don't hit each other. But anyway, that's either here nor there. The people do love it. It is red meat to the wolves when that goes down and it fires the teams up. But that was an outstanding beginning to that game for Washington. And I don't know what's going on with them. It just doesn't seem to be clicking on all cylinders yet. I mean, it's still got some time before the postseason, and they've been so dominant this year. They've been so great. Even when they're down a couple of goals, you still feel like they're coming back. When they get a lead, it feels like good night. So it's still not quite there as the other teams are kind of ramping up in difficulty against them, and they're in these sort of dog days before the postseason. They still got a few weeks to kind of find it and get their game back to where they were, or maybe even escalate to be the type of team that can go deep into the Stanley Cup playoffs. But it was good to get a W last night. I will say that.
I want to pivot to the NFL because there's a lot of breaking news, though. As much as I'd love to continue to talk Caps winning hockey with you. Devonte Adams got cut today by the New York Jets. The New York Jets didn't have any guaranteed money left for Devonte Adams, meaning they are going to save all of his salary in cap space, $29.9 million in cap space by releasing Devonte Adams. No guaranteed money left on his contract. This was a no-brainer. This was coming. This is why I didn't think anyone was going to trade for him. Why on earth would you give something up when he's about to be a free agent? Unless you just think that the sweepstakes are going to be too rich and you won't be able to inherit him at a better contract. But you would have been paying him basically $30 million for a season.
Huge cap number.
Coming off of what was a pretty disappointing year by his standards. 85 catches, 1,000 yards. Sometimes the volume is still there for these elite receivers where you look at the targets, the catches, so it can be a little deceiving. To me, I always look at the yards per catch and some of the yak numbers looking for explosiveness, right? And in Adams's case, he recently averaged 15 yards per catch with the Raiders. For his career, though, he's been right around 12.5 yards per catch. That's where he was last year. There was no real dip in yards per reception for him. He went for 1,080 catches. He normally is in the 100 to 120 catch range, and that's why he's normally in the 1,300 to 1,500 yard range. But his yards per reception last year were about where they've been throughout the prime of his career. He is getting a little bit older now. He is 32 years old, and he is going to be 33 at the end of this football season.
I've always felt like he was criminally underappreciated as a wideout because he was, with Aaron Rodgers for so much of it. But, in a year where Derek Carr got benched, he went for 1,500 yards and double-digit touchdowns. That guy is really, really good. Just a textbook route runner, big, physical, incredible hands, that DeAndre Hopkins toe tap ability on the sideline, great body control. He's never been a, run by you on a 9 route kind of guy. a bunch of different times, but he'll set you up, make moves, make catches in traffic, does everything. A really, really, really good receiver. And he went to a situation in New York that was, I almost said kind of a mess. As messy as situations get, I mean, they already have Garrett Wilson. They've got plenty of mouths to feed. And at a time where the offense was really struggling, still put up, to your point, pretty darn good season. Circumstances, sort of working against him there.
Had Washington not gone and gotten Deebo Samuel, I would be interested in him possibly. I'm not, because they have Deebo, which isn't to say that it wouldn't be great to have him as well. But how much money do you want to pay your receiver position where you've got Terry at well over $20 million a year? You've got an $18 million number now for Deebo Samuel this year. Oh, by the way, you got a couple of 30-year-old receivers basically as of this season. You want to add a 32-year-old who's going to make probably the most of all three of them, or certainly McLaurin money, although I would take the over on that. But I want to get back into Adams in just a second, because even more recently here, as we've been talking, there's breaking NFL news out of Philadelphia where, get this, the running back market is changing pretty considerably.
I'm Toby Altizer with breaking news on the Fan. This from Adam Schefter. The Eagles are going to be signing Saquon Barkley to a 2-year, $41.2 million contract extension. The deal is going to make Barkley the NFL's first ever $20+ million running back. Barkley has the ability to earn an additional $15 million in incentives and escalators. The deal includes $36 million fully guaranteed at signing. Eagles signing Saquon Barkley to a 2-year, $41.2 million contract extension. I'm Toby Altizer with breaking news on the Fan.
All right, thanks, Tobes. $20 million a year for Barkley, a year after the Giants wouldn't give him 12. Think about that. We all saw it publicly on that Hard Knocks where Joe Shane sat around and he's going, is anyone really going to pay this guy $12 million a year? Then he could have broken the rushing record this year if the Eagles didn't sit him so that they could go win a Super Bowl, keeping him fresh for the playoffs. Then he made $20 million, surpassing Christian McCaffrey at $19 million. What's interesting about that is the only reason McCaffrey makes 19 for the Niners is because he was paid like Le'Veon Bell wanted to be paid back in the day, as both a running back and a receiver. Like, we're going to pay you your $13 million as a running back, and then we'll give you $6 million as a receiver as well, essentially. Barkley doesn't catch the ball that much. I mean, it's not that he can't do it. It's just that they didn't use him in that way. So they're basically paying him $20.5 million a year to just carry their team as their tailback. In a very short time, Danny, we've gone from the running back market being dead and nobody caring about it and nobody paying these guys to open season now. He just got $20 million, resetting the market. Running backs are about to get paid again.
Yeah, as a 28-year-old. He'll be 29 this coming season, I believe. That's wild. I mean, just think about where we were over the course of the last couple of seasons, where Barkley, oft injured while in New York, missed a bunch of time and was always had nagging stuff. Still incredible. Everyone knows the talent and how good a runner he is. And I thought he was underutilized in Philadelphia, quite frankly. Hard to argue the results as they're the Super Bowl champs, but they could have thrown to him a lot more. And now you got a guy north of 20 million. I mean, the league tells you what's valued. And there was a depression in terms of running back salaries. You only had a handful of guys at best that were making double-digit per year AAV. Now there's a sort of growing list. I think it's like 5 or 6 different guys.
So McCaffrey makes 19, Taylor makes 14, Barkley, who was making 12.5. I don't know what his AAV is going to be when you add in his current deal with the new deal. But for this new deal is a $20.5 million player. Then you've got Kamara at 12.2, Josh Jacobs, who's awesome with the Packers, 12 million. Joe Mixon with the Texans makes almost 10 mil. James Conner, this is surprising. Not that he's not a good player. Cardinals, 9.5. David Montgomery, Lions, 9.1. Ramondre Stevenson, Patriots, probably overpaid, 9 million. But that's the 9 million club, which is almost a dozen deep.
Yeah. And so all of a sudden, you're going to start to see this now. Someone will go, I don't have Saquon Barkley, but I've got fill in the blank. I've got someone that's close. Like when Bucky Irving, if he has another couple great years, needs an extension. If he's still healthy, still hasn't, fallen off a cliff, as a lot of these guys do. You go, well, maybe that's the new marketplace. I mean, all it takes is a couple of guys. Remember, tight end wasn't thought of this way. Then a couple of dudes break the mold. The next thing you know, tight end has had as large a salary increase as the cap has gotten bigger as any position in the sport, just because people recognize the matchup advantages you can have therein. It's fascinating how this goes. So there's always something that's got to give or get depressed in terms of it, where people are going, I'm not willing to pay that. And it used to be running back. It's not now all of a sudden.
But how fast did this change? I mean, we were just talking last offseason about how running backs were a endangered species in terms of payment. I'm just picking a random year. There were 19 guys this season that ran for 950 or more yards. Seems like a lot.
That's a lot.
Now,
right?
there's also 17 games now, which I think needs to be mentioned. But 19 guys, 950 or more yards, and a lot of those guys were well over 1,000, right? Going back to 2017, I just picked that because it's far enough back that you figure it was the beginning of the decline of the importance of the running back. The number of backs who ran for the same number of 950 yards was like 10 backs that year. It was Kareem Hunt, Todd Gurley, Le'Veon Bell, Mark Ingram, Jordan Howard, Melvin Gordon, C.J. Anderson, Ezekiel Elliott, Alex Collins. Actually, that's kind of a random name with the Seattle Seahawks, but you basically doubled that over a 7-year span. As teams started to spread you out and throw it, defenses had to drop safeties to keep you from making the huge play down the field. And basically, they played more nickel and dime. There were more DBs on the field. I'm throwing more corners and safeties at you. There are less traditional linebackers. We've seen it here. You've gone from using 3 linebackers when I was growing up, Mike, Sam, and Will, to now 2 linebackers and an extra DB. Well, as you've had a little bit less weight, a little bit less big bodies in the interior, teams throwing the football, you got to defend. Now, all of a sudden, you've gotten lighter up front. You're taking away my deep stuff.
Yeah, you're playing back off coverage. You're going to get punished, yeah.
So in these light boxes, I'm running the football. And this game is cyclical. It is about correcting to what you're seeing, and we saw it. Running backs are in vogue now. Again, I don't know if you're going to pay a bunch of guys. I mean, this is one of the great backs ever in Saquon Barkley, who's going to be wearing a gold jacket one day. We had 2 2,000-yard backs last season. That tells you something.
It 100% does. I mean, I'm still raised in the environment, so to speak, of I would be so hesitant to offer a long-term big money deal to a running back, just given the injuries and given how inevitable it seems. But what Barkley just did, coming off of what he did in New York, to be probably would have absolutely had the rushing record for a Super Bowl champ. Like, that was the over-the-top type stuff, right? I mean, that was the Philadelphia was a piece away. I think the rare exception to kind of my general rule, Jeeps, would be if I'm in that kind of position where I really am a dynamic player away, then I could say, you know what, this is worth it to me. This risk is worth it. But if I'm the Colts, I'm not going to give Jonathan Taylor another, $20 million deal. Yeah, I mean, that's a bad example because of where he is in terms of time and age. But it's just, I think it's got to be the right circumstance, and I'm now open to that, whereas I probably wouldn't have been a couple of years ago.
I mean, Barkley earned every penny, so I'm not
100%.
going to try to take any money out of his pocket. I don't really understand why you'd extend him today, though. He was just finishing now the first year of a 3-year deal. There's 2 years left. Unless he was going to hold out a year after signing a contract, which I have a hard time believing, but maybe he told them he wanted to be paid. I don't think you had to pay him now. And if you were going to pay him, you probably could have done it for less, but pretty clearly they said, we can't pay him less than Christian McCaffrey, who was injured last year as he ran for 2,000. So maybe Barkley went to them and said, hey, I want to be the highest paid running back in the NFL or we're going to have problems. Unless that conversation happened, though, I'm confused as to why you would have extended him with still 2/3 of his contract you just signed last year in free
interesting.
agency.
I wonder if it supersedes one and maybe there's some sort of cap benefit somewhere therein.
Well, I'm sure his cap number is going to come down in the short term. I mean, you normally wouldn't extend him if your cap number stays the same. But $20 million price tags on the back end?
Yeah.
That's not fun.
That's not great.
At the running back position, although the cap does keep going up. Let's get back into Devonte Adams next, though. I think that's more significant to the Commanders fans listening. Is that someone you'd be interested in, or have they done the veteran receiver thing enough already with McLaurin, Deebo Samuel? Where would you be on Devonte Adams as an option? Because Deebo's more a weapon than a traditional 2. He could play number 2 wide receiver, but he's a wide back who's going to be in the backfield. He's going to be in the slot. There's absolutely plenty of room on the field for Adams if you want to go that route. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
Commodore Forsey, here's what's happening. Boy, someone rung a bell in the NFL, didn't they? Tons of football news, including the latest you just heard G&D talk about, as the Philadelphia Eagles have re-signed Saquon Barkley to a 2-year, $41.2 million extension. It'll make him the first $20 million a year running back in football ever and the highest paid running back in NFL history. Cowboys avoid the franchise tag on defensive tackle Osa Odigizua, 4 years, $80 million for him. Franchise tag deadline is today in the NFL, about 90 minutes away, so we'll keep you posted. Rams send Pro Bowl guard Jonah Jackson in a trade to Chicago. New York Jets have released receiver Devonte Adams, so he is officially a free agent. Caps get back to the winning ways with a shootout victory over Ottawa last night. Dallas Mavericks star Kyrie Irving, torn left ACL. He's done for the season. College basketball, Virginia Tech, North Carolina, 7 p.m. here in the Fan. And Georgetown taking on Villanova, 8 p.m. over on the Team 980 tonight. From the Crop Metcalf 5-star sports desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
With Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. We're taking you up to 6:30 today. Thanks much for making the show part of your day. We're sponsored by our friends, the law firm Condori and Murad. Devonte Adams has been cut by the Jets. There was no guaranteed money left on his deal, so this was a formality of sorts if they couldn't find a trade partner, and they weren't able to. He had $30 million in cap space that they were either going to pay him or free up, and they did that. And so the question now is, would you have any interest in the 32-year-old wide receiver if you were the Commanders? Danny, I'm going to say no to Devonte Adams. And my take here is pretty simple. I don't want to be in the business of continually adding veterans toward the end of their career in hopes of getting 1 or 2 decent years. I think you want to try to find a way to pair your additions of veterans who are going to help you in the short term with some foundational building blocks long term. So at wide receiver, you've got McLaurin right now with Deebo Samuel and Luke McCaffrey, who will be going into year 2. It's time to go find some younger and maybe cheaper talent on the outside that is ascending. You know, players that you project to be better than they are at this moment. I also wouldn't mind a draft pick at that position with some size on the outside as a wide receiver too. But I want youth. I want speed. I'm not that interested in Adams, who after 80-plus catches and 1,000 more yards and 12.5 yards per catch last year is still going to do really well financially. I'd imagine he's going to be making $25+ million a year.
Yeah, so Spot Track has his value at around $14 million per year, and we're going way north of that. In other words, teams are going to say that's Devonte Adams, that's Gold Jacket, that's a star that can really help my quarterback, etc. So it's going to be too rich for my blood. I'm interested. We should be interested in players like this. Now, to me, though, the price is going to exceed probably where my market would be. I'm interested now because my philosophy about this team and organization and where everything is, and I think to a degree, Peters and company have recognized this. They are so devoid of talent that they inherited that you kind of have to do this. You have to do some of these 1 year. You have to do these mercenaries who need something from you. You got to do the Deebo Samuels. You got to do a 1 year of Bobby Wagner, a 1 year of Zach Ertz, a 1 year of, or a short term of Eckler and, of Cleveland Ferrells and the Dante Fowlers of the world. In order to get something, that you kind of have to compromise your normal values. Normally, I'm all in on building slow and using the draft. Happens to be a weak receiver class in the draft. Now, that doesn't mean you can't find someone that can help you, and maybe round 2 or 3, a speed demon, kind of like you're talking about, to help take the top off. But I'm interested in Adams, but I bet it will get too rich for my blood.
All right, so level of interest 1 to 10. And I always think like the on the cheap, of course, everyone's interested.
Right, I'm not talking about
what it's going to cost for him. So if you're saying Spot Track citing him at 14 mil, then it probably won't get to where I think it's going to.
Well, I think it will. I think it's going to be in the 20s.
I would imagine so. But let's just say he signs a deal, and I would take the over on this, but for $20 million a year, which feels like a bit of a bargain for the next couple of years. But if you're signing a 4-year deal or something, now he's into his age 35, 36 season with a little guaranteed money, that's problematic. But level of interest on something like that, 1 to 10.
5.
Okay, so I'm like a 2. What if they hadn't just traded for Deebo Samuel? What would your interest be?
11.
Yeah, I would probably be a 7, I think. I don't need to go get both. You chose the weapon. You can move around in the versatile guy. Now let's pair Deebo with the fit. Whether of the Jets receivers that are on their way out, honestly, like an Alan Lazard, who's going to come a lot cheaper, would actually be more appealing to me. Who is not as young as I'd like him to be. I wish he was 27, but he's 29 years old. He's a big dude. He went for 530 yards on 37 catches and caught 6 touchdowns last year. I think someone like that, because it's cheaper, just to add to the receiver room, would make a little more sense to me at this point. If they were to become players for Adams, which I'm not anticipating, it would be very telling, though, because now I kind of feel like I know where they're headed here, which is let's surround our young quarterback for the next 2 or 3 years with good football players and try to win right here, right now. And they're kind of kicking the future down the road a little bit, which I don't think they're going to do. I don't think that's Adam Peters' MO. I think he's going to try to multitask, which is what I like.
Yeah, I think it's a multitask situation as well. But kind of to your point, and this is sort of adding to what I was saying previously, I just think they're recognizing where they are, which is we would love to do nothing but draft very judiciously and build and have Luke McCaffrey get more reps and then Ben Sinnott grows into his role, et cetera. Sorry, Daniels is too good. You got magic there, and you've got 4 years now to do it at a bargain basement price before he's going to earn $70 million per year, maybe more, when it's his turn to sign that extension. So I'd love to do it slow, but you don't have time to be slow. You're good now. You've got the magic thing. Let's go surround him. I think there's going to be more of that than maybe people are anticipating. And I think they have to do that in year one, just try to help establish the culture and to turn things. Now that you would say, okay, it's established, you can't recreate that magic exactly, but I think it's going to be closer to that than maybe people think, just because there's 40 open spots on the roster, give or take.
We're a little over a week away from the start of the league year in the NFL, and we're bouncing back and forth between the two huge stories of the day. One of which is Devonte Adams being cut by the Jets. The other is Saquon Barkley being extended by the Eagles with 2 years left on his deal. He gets 2 years at $20 million, and I'm still waiting, like you, for the specifics on if you're tearing up part of that contract or if now he's just under contract for 4 years, which would be a little bit surprising. I actually think that this deal, if you're a Commanders fan, is a good thing because he just got a gigantic raise. They're paying a running back an unbelievable amount of money that nobody's ever paid a running back. And Barkley, remember, up until last year, really struggled to stay healthy.
Yep.
Like that was the rarity. That was the exception, not the rule for him. Generally, this is not a guy that goes and posts 16, 17 games in a season. So I think when you start giving him a real big raise, you're getting into some tedious waters possibly. My only concern is we've seen the Eagles cut Darius Slay. We have seen the Eagles cut James Bradbury, and we are now seeing them rework the contract of Saquon, possibly freeing up money. There was a report a week ago that they had no problem releasing veterans and creating space to try to trade for Myles Garrett to make a big swing. That's the only thing that makes me a little bit nervous as they're making a bunch of moves here in the last 72 hours. What is all the space for?
Oh, yeah.
And I am worried that they're going to make a push for Myles Garrett and get in front of Washington in line there, which if I'm Adam Peters, I can't allow them to do.
They're getting in front of Detroit, getting in front of Washington, getting in front of anybody else because that's a world record. That's your easy button on defense for a defense that was already excellent.
Let's go to Jimmy in Fredericksburg on Grant and Danny. Hey, Jimmy, how are you?
Hey, Grant. Hey, Danny. I'm worried about the team. I think they really need to make a push for Myles Garrett right now. This is very concerning with Saquon Barkley.
What bothers you about Barkley? I mean, just that he's staying in Philly longer?
He's in Philly longer. He's strong. He's hard to beat. He's the key on that team. If they can't stop Saquon, then Jalen Hurts gets to do his thing. He's not that good. If they can stop Saquon, they can easily stop Jalen Hurts. He's not good. He's not a good quarterback. He's mid.
Well, I tend to be in the minority and kind of agreeing that he's more average than he is elite, but he's now played in 2 Super Bowls. He's won one of them, and he's been excellent in those 2 games. I mean, that's the best thing he's got going for his legacy. He outplayed Mahomes the first time and should have probably won that Super Bowl. And then he was stupendous, I thought, last month in the Super Bowl. But this was Barkley's roster. It was Barkley's team. They were there because of his 2,005 yards, because of his 345 carries. I actually take a different tact, I think, than the caller there. As a Commanders fan, I'm not bummed out by this extension. I would ask this: are they going to be paying more money to Saquon Barkley? Have they committed deeper into the 28-year-olds? Age gap. So he's at the age right now where running backs start to slow down typically, and they just tacked on 2 and 40. I'll take this today. I got no problem.
That's right.
I am worried about the side effect, which we'll see how the contracts work out. But if there's more space now for them to go get Garrett, well, that's a bummer. That stinks. But if teams in my division want to start paying running backs $20 million a year at 28 years old, I know he's a special case. I will not stand in their way.
Totally. And when, Zeke Elliott was on top of the world and everyone's like, oh, they're locking him up. I said, that's excellent. Please do that because he'll fall off a cliff. Now, Barkley may be different. I mean, again, the injury-plagued player that New York didn't want to pay, I don't know if he's still in there anymore. Who knows if he changed training regimens or fixed something, and now that he's getting, close to 400 touches, maybe he'll do this for the next couple of years and be one of those freaks that defies the aging curve. The Derrick Henrys of the world, the Adrian Petersons of the world. Those happen every once in a while too, but by and large, it usually looks like Elliott does, where you're on top of the universe, you're first, you're first, second, third overall in every fantasy draft, and then the cliff happens and we go full Acme style. So yeah, I'm with you. More money spent on their current players is good for me. Does that make sense? Like if you've got to give a bunch of guys a raise, that means you're not shopping as much. And I'm worried that they're going big game hunting and they're going to try to make a Garrett move or something else we're not anticipating.
I'm not sure that I answered the question. You said you were a 5 out of 10 interested in going and getting Devonte Adams.
Yep.
I'm probably a 1. I also think you saw, if you watched the Netflix wide receiver special like I did, the documentary series that they put together, he was a complete malcontent and diva when he wasn't getting the football. To the point where he essentially said, for me, the fun in the NFL is being involved in catching passes, more so than anything else. That's what he wants to be doing. I've got McLaurin as a 1. I've got Deebo Samuel, who I need to get the football to. There's other weapons in this offense, including whatever my running game is, which is going to still be the predominant way forward. You've got a quarterback who runs more than any other quarterback in the league other than Lamar Jackson. There's just not that many footballs to go around. I don't want to have to try to keep Devonte Adams happy. I don't want to have to make sure, how's Devonte feeling today? Are we getting him enough targets as he is involved? No. I'm not playing that game. So if Deebo wasn't here, sure, let's talk. Because he is now, no thank you. I am out. You guys can hop in if you want to. 800-636-1067 is the number. Grant and Danny on the Fan. G&D on the Fan. Thanks much for making the show part of your day. The Commanders have traded for Deebo Samuel, 5th-round pick. They're taking on a little under $18 million in cap space. We talked a lot about that move yesterday. Podcasts are available. Loved the trade. Think even at the worst case scenario is that he underperforms or gets hurt off and on and plays through injuries and isn't able to help you a ton. And it's a 1-year contract that you're out of pretty quickly. You didn't give up a lot. And the juice of what you could get out of him, if it does work out, is well worth that squeeze. But today, Devonte Adams was released by the Jets. I've seen Sam Fortier of the Washington Post suggest that the Commanders should be in on him, among other media members. And I don't agree. This is a 32-year-old at a position now where they've got a couple of 30-year-old wide receivers by the end of this season, and guys that are going to need the football. Now, Terry McLaurin doesn't want to be doing cardio, as he once famously said in the locker room. And he's the ultimate team guy. He would never complain. But do you want him to suddenly become, for certain games, like your number 3 guy in terms of targets? I bet you don't. In terms of touches, I don't think that's the plan. So you got draft picks. Go use them. Get yourself some receivers, talent, youth, and speed. I don't think you have to keep shopping in the 30-plus bucket with Devonte Adams, who's going to make a bunch of money.
Yeah, I generally think you want to avoid that, especially as a team that's still trying to build. I mean, that's what they are. I mean, I know they went to the NFC title game, but half the roster's already turned over, whether you want it to or not, right? And you've only got a certain allotment of draft picks, but you also have a window that isn't infinite either. So it's a hard thing. Like, in other words, let me ask you this: if you find out tomorrow, wouldn't happen tomorrow, but free agency, whatever, they signed Devonte Adams to an 18-5 deal because he wanted to play with Jaden Daniels, and now all of a sudden your receiving core, to your point, is basically everybody's 30. Like, would you be upset at that, or would you go, it wasn't what I would do, but then I guess I could see it. It makes sense. They think the window's now.
Grant and Danny poll of the day presented by Metropolitan Moving and Storage. Local, long distance, residential, commercial, 3 decades of best-in-class service and experience. Our poll of the day, Danny, is up. 106.7 The Fan. Right now, you can go vote. With the New York Jets releasing Devonte Adams, what would be your interest in bringing the all-pro receiver to the nation's capital? Sign him immediately. Wouldn't love it, but okay. Not interested at all. Of those, I'd say it sounds like you're on sign him immediately.
I guess. I mean, I don't know that I would say sign him immediately. I'm interested, though. So if there was an option between the first two.
Well, okay, but which one are you? You got to go to one class. You either get to take the class of sign him immediately or the professor of don't love it, but sure.
I guess I'm closer to sign him immediately.
So I'm not interested at all.
I mean, to me, I don't think you can do too much for a young quarterback. It was my axiom going into last season. Turns out no one needs to listen to me. They went to the NFC title game. I'll
tell you how you can screw up a young quarterback. Bring in a bunch of dudes that need the football.
Entirely possible.
That get in his
There's
ear
a balance
and say,
there. Yeah.
Hey, throw me the ball, man. I didn't get any targets last drive. Hey, it's been a quarter and I haven't caught a pass. Go back and watch Devonte Adams on the Netflix series, who, by the way, has long been one of my favorite receivers in the league. And I still like him a lot as a dude, for the record. But I came away with a very different opinion of him. It's easy to be a great teammate and an awesome guy about your role when you're getting 15 targets a game.
It's 100 catches
from a Hall of Fame
1,500
quarterback
yards
with the Packers and Aaron Rodgers. It was very, very different when Gardner Minshew is throwing him the football, or who did they go to? Is it Jarrett Stidham when Derek Carr was no longer a Raider for those last couple of games? Let's go to Donnie in Damascus. Very alliterative of you. What's up, Donnie?
What's up, guys? How you doing, man?
Hey, man.
So my whole point is, going back to what you guys said, is Howie Roseman. He just set the bar for what it takes to win a Super Bowl. So how can we match what the Eagles are doing and get there and win that Super Bowl? That's what it comes down to. I look at A.J. Brown. I don't know if Howie Roseman did that, but not to say that Devonte Adams is like A.J. Brown, but you put talent on your team with a young QB, and sky is the limit, man. Now,
so, Donnie, I would go get A.J. Brown, too. He's 27. That's 5 years younger than Devonte Adams. He's been in the league for 6 years. And by the way, when Howie went and got him, he was 24 and 3 years into the league, coming off of a couple of 1,000-yard seasons. So, yeah, that was a hell of a move. This is not that, though, in my opinion. I don't want to get into the business of just going and getting a bunch of dudes for a 2-year window. Let's both think short term. Deebo helping us in 2025 be the best offense possible, elevating Jaden Daniels, getting back to the NFC title game, but also layer with some youth and some exuberance and some guys that you allow some runway to elevate and improve, like Luke McCaffrey and maybe a third-round wide receiver that you take this year that you really like.
I get that as a philosophy, and it makes sense to me. And it's how I would usually do things. I guess now I'm sort of going, given the window that we didn't expect to open. Like I think before last season, I'm going, they'll be better. It'll be nice. Couple veterans. Let's see what the kids got. Let's win 7-8 games, but it's really about building for the future. And they just went to the NFC title game. Whether that's fair or not, the expectations or the eye line has changed dramatically. And you've got a certain number of levers, bullets, ammunition, whatever you want to call it, to acquire talent. Draft picks, free agency, trades. They're using those levers to acquire talent. It may not be ideal. It may be someone that's 30 as opposed to 24. It may be, I don't know, a guy that doesn't fit the position that you necessarily wanted or had in mind.
Yes.
But they have limited resources to dramatically improve the team. So I wouldn't hate it near as much as you.
So I love what they've done to acquire talent. The move that they actually made, the Deebo move,
absolutely,
I'm in on.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they're interested in Devonte Adams. It would surprise me if they are.
I agree with you. I don't think they are.
And I think that's why I like the way they're doing this. Like, I am nothing but complimentary of Peters and Newmark and the ops. Let's figure out if they're in on Adams. My guess is that they wouldn't be. And it's a little bit more of a couple of media guys saying, this is something they should look into. You know who would have a great take on this? We'll ask him next, is Jay Gruden. Jay is very high on Deebo Samuel as a fit with Cliff Kingsbury. We'll discuss that. But I want to know what he thinks about Devonte Adams and how much game he's got left and whether that's somebody whose tires Washington should be kicking. You're listening to The Fan.
I'm Earl Forsey, and here's what's happening. The franchise tag deadline is 1 hour away in the NFL. Lots of business getting done today, though, with free agency 8 days away, including the Super Bowl champs. Philadelphia Eagles have re-signed Saquon Barkley, 2-year extension worth $41.2 million. He's the first $20 million a year running back and the highest paid running back now in NFL history. Dallas Cowboys avoided the franchise tag on one of their top defensive players. Defensive tackle Osa Odigizua gets a 4-year, $80 million deal. NFL trade. The Rams have sent Pro Bowl guard Jonah Jackson to Chicago. He'll be reunited there with his old OC from Detroit, Ben Johnson. New York Jets are releasing receiver Devonte Adams, so he will officially be a free agent when things get underway a week from tomorrow for free agency in the NFL. Capitals got back on track last night with a shootout win over Ottawa. Caps snap a season-worst 3-game skid with a victory. No goals for Ovi, so Alex Ovechkin still 11 away from breaking the Gretzky all-time record. NBA, the Wizards lost to Miami 106-90. They are 11-49. Dallas Mavericks star Kyrie Irving suffered a torn ACL left knee in his game against Sacramento. He's done for the season. Couple of college basketball games tonight. Virginia Tech home against North Carolina, 7 p.m. on the Fan. Georgetown and Villanova, 8 p.m. on the Team 980. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
In 1 hour, right at 4 o'clock on Grant and Danny, we've got 2 tickets for you, if you're the right caller, to the Summer of Loud tour at Jiffy Lube Live. Bunch of great bands. Better be listening. That is at 4 o'clock.
As Washington prepares this offseason to protect its star quarterback, what are you doing to protect your family's assets? As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condori and Morad can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by lawyers.com.
Let's go to the Rude guest hotline right now. Welcome onto the program, our buddy, Jay Gruden. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Jay, the longtime play caller in the National Football League, former head coach here in D.C. What's up, Jay? How you been?
I've been great. How you guys been doing?
Good, buddy.
We are kicking it. So I wanted to get you on to talk Deebo Samuel. First of all, the haul that San Francisco gets back, if you want to call it that, what was given up. Washington takes on a little under $18 million in cap space next year or this coming season for Deebo, and they give up a 5th-round pick. Thoughts on that as a return or an amount to give up for him?
I love the trade. I think it's good for both teams, really. I think it's better for Washington. It just kind of it gives Jaden another weapon, a guy that can catch the ball in short areas and make big plays after the catch, a guy that's physical, a guy that can block. I know people don't want to hear, hey, we got a receiver that can block. No, it's kind of important, especially to offense that he runs. He do the jet sweeps, the reverses, get the ball in his hands. He make things happen. You know, he's not a guy that is going to catch 85, 90 balls for 1,800 yards or anything like that, but he's going to be a great role player. He's going to have significant production, and it's going to really help out Jaden make the game easier.
Yeah, to your point, Jay, a lot of folks we've heard from were grumbling a little bit about maybe what he can't do, maybe not taking the top off the defense or running certain routes. To me, I'm focused on what he can do. Go into that. How would you use him?
Well, that's exactly right. I mean, there's certain things that, you know, certain guys don't do. I mean, this is not a top taker offer. That's okay. We have Terry McLaurin who runs 4.3. He can do that. And, maybe get another guy. This is a guy that can line up in the slot. He can line up anywhere. He can catch the perimeter screens. He can block for the perimeter screens. He can do the jet sweeps. He can do the rounds. He can line up at running back, play running back. Most importantly, he catches the under routes when he's in zone coverage. If he finds holes in zones, he splits them. He makes great runs after contact. He's physical. He's dependable. I like his game a lot. I know he's been hurt. He slowed down a little bit, but I just think for the role that I think Cliff's going to use him in, I think he's a perfect fit.
Would you, if you were Washington, be worried at all about the weight issue, if we want to call it that in air quotes? You know, where he gained a little bit of weight last season, was out of shape?
Yeah, I think a little bit. I think there's going to be a lot to that. I think Deebo knows that he's got a year left on his contract and make something happen for himself financially in a big time way. He can't be 20 pounds overweight. He won't get anything. You know, I think it's a big year for him. I think he's going to be motivated to come in and make a lot of things happen. I'm not worried about his weight. I'm more worried about his injuries. I think the medical team and the training staff have to do a really good job to make sure he's taken care of. I think Dan Quinn will do a good job throughout the year to make sure he gives him plenty of time off to make sure he's healthy, because his style of football is a physical brand now. He's got to have some time off, make sure his body recovers so he can play at full strength on Sundays.
Would you try to think about doing some kind of program like they kind of did with Eckler, or maybe limit his touches or limit his reps? I mean, it didn't work perfectly with Eckler, but the idea made sense to me because you want him for the long haul. Would you think about doing something like that, or it's, we got Deebo, I'm going to use Deebo?
Yeah, during the week I think you will, but I think on game day, unleash him. I think still the way Jaden plays and the way Cliff Calls plays, it's not like he's going to be the feature player on every play. He's going to be maybe the second or third option. He'll be the first option on the jet sweeps or the reverses or the rounds, whatever you call them. But for the most part, I expect him to get 5, 6, 7 touches a game, and those will be possibilities for big plays. And then it might only be 4 or 5 yards, those will be positive plays. But I think moving forward, you use Deebo like you use Deebo, not like Deebo was used in 2021, where he's a running back half the time and had all that production. I don't think he's going to be quite that big a role, but I think there is going to be a pretty good role for him.
I want to go deeper into the fit in the passing game. I'm just so excited about him in their screen game. And some of the stuff around the line of scrimmage you were talking about, I think everybody in the league runs a ton of like these mesh concepts now where they get these rubs. And like, to me, that's Deebo's wheelhouse, where he's got a full head of steam. He catches the ball and he gets up the field. And Washington ran a ton of that, a yard or two downfield this past season. I don't know how unique that is, that he's a fit in that for them. But like, how would you use him, and what do you make of just the schematics of it?
Well, you're right. I think pro football's come to that. A lot of that stuff, a lot of the, the shallow crosses, the mesh plays, like you talked about, a lot of the bubble screens, the release screens, the tunnel screens, the jet sweeps, all that stuff is a major role in pro football now. And you got to have people that can do it. I know that Washington last year had OZ and a little bit of Crowder did it, a little bit of Austin Eckler did it, but this guy's a different guy. He can handle all that stuff, and that's a huge package to have. And then you pull that stuff out, and then you got play actions off of it, and then not to mention in the running game he's going to help because he can dig out safeties, he can block corners, and go out and crack linebackers or crack defensive ends because he's a big physical guy. He's a jack of all trades. He can do it all. He may not be able to run a 4.3 40 anymore, but he can do a lot of things that a receiver needs to do to be productive in this offense.
Jay Gruden with us here on G&D. So what would be the compliment to him now that he's a compliment to Terry? Like what would sort of round out this receiving core perfectly for you?
Well, if you're going to run a 3 receiver set, then Terry's a great compliment, and you got Deebo. And I like to see another guy maybe with some wheels that can really run. I don't know what they're going to do with De'Ami Brown. I don't know if they have it in the house. I'm not sure Luke McCaffrey's that guy, but I think they get a guy in a draft, a guy that can really, really run. I'd like to see that. Terry can run, obviously, but to get one more guy that can run, add another physical presence, maybe another tight end. The big thing, they got to get the tight end situation right, whether it's Zach Ertz or somebody in the draft or what have you. I think that's an important position they need to fill right now. And maybe one more back that can really strike fear in some people. But as far as the receiving core concerned right now, I think the 3 they have on contract, McCaffrey, Deebo, and Terry, are a pretty good start right now.
So we'll get to the tight end and the running back in a second with Jay Gruden, who's joining us on Grant and Danny. But I want to ask you about Devonte Adams. Got cut by the Jets today. Danny and I were just discussing him. For the record, I'm not interested. Danny has legitimate interest in bringing him in here. He's 32 years old. I just think, you got a lot of mouths to feed at that point. He's a guy that demands the football. Would you think he'd be a fit in any way?
Yeah, I probably lean towards no on that one. I think there's major needs where money has to go, especially on the defense, tight end, like we mentioned before. I think they got to really address the secondary, make sure what they're doing with Jeremy Chin, and obviously Frankie, the defensive end, the pass rusher Fowler, obviously the middle linebacker Wagner. They have some issues there. They got to make sure they take care of before they add a 32-year-old receiver. I mean, Deebo's a great player. He's a great Swiss Army knife. He can do it all. I think that's a start at the receiver position. They'll obviously address it, maybe free agents. The problem with free agents, there's not really a lot of great ones left. You got, Godwin's hurt, Diggs is hurt. Hopkins is a little bit older. Deontay Johnson stinks. Darius Slayton, nobody's excited about that. Keenan Allen's a little bit older. Joshua Palmer's a little bit older. That's why I think getting Deebo is a huge deal for them, because the cabinet is pretty empty when it comes to receiver free agents. I think they're going to have to get one in the draft and hopefully re-sign De'Ami. I think De'Ami did some good things other than the fumble late in the year. I think he played well at the end of the year. So hopefully they get him back.
And so your point, Jay, about the free agent market is kind of my point as to why I'm interested in Adams. I wouldn't go over the top. I wouldn't win some crazy bidding war, and I'd let someone else do that. But my point is that it's going to be hard to add talent. And maybe if you don't buy in the receiver class this year, as a lot of folks don't, I'm no expert on it, obviously, but just the way folks are writing, there may be one or two guys that goes in the first round. Are you going to really be able to, upgrade the talent that way? That's why I'm saying I'd at least kick the tires. Give me your reaction to that.
Yeah, no, if they signed Devonte, I wouldn't be upset. I'd be surprised a little bit, but Devonte can still play. He had some good games down the stretch for the Jets last year. He can still run some good routes and do some things effectively. I just think, I don't know. I just don't see that happening. That's all. Realistically, I don't see them going out and getting Devonte.
There's also a financial element too, right?
Financial element. Yeah. I just don't see that happening. If they got him, great, but I just don't see it happening.
Yeah, I'm with you. All right, let's talk tight end then. Level of interest in bringing Ertz back, or would you try to find somebody a little more dynamic for that tight end one role? I know you're such a proponent of being able to block as well, and Ertz does a pretty good job in that regard.
Yeah, I'd take him. I'd sign him again. It's better to have a bird in hand, right? I think you got to have him, and then hopefully, you get another year with Ben Snott. He's progressed a little bit, and then you got to figure out what you're going to do with Bates. If you re-sign him. I'm really big on the tight end position. I don't like going into the draft saying, okay, let's get a tight end in the 4th or 6th round. It ain't going to happen. I mean, you're not going to replace Zach Ertz with a 4th round tight end from Central Michigan. It's not going to happen. You got to have a veteran tight end there that knows how to block and run the routes, be Jaden Daniels' security blanket. I know he won't separate like he used to, but he was pretty productive last year. I would make sure they sign him. And then if you get a guy in the draft to compete with Snott and play with Snott and maybe develop under Zach Ertz for next year or the year after, I'm all for that. But I don't think you're going to get anybody in the 3rd, 4th, 5th round that's better than Zach Ertz.
Where does Ben Sinnott fit for you? Like I thought, given the preseason and just the body skill set, how physical he was, I'm going, as the season progresses, we'll see more and more of him, and we just didn't. He caught a fake punt in the playoffs, but that was about it. Where does he fit for you, kind of in your grand tight end plan?
Yeah, he's sight unseen for me, so I don't know. I know he was very productive at K-State, and he looked good in the preseason, and I don't know. I think he might just need some time. Like I said before, this position is a very hard position to play. You got to learn all the run blocking, all the motion, all the routes. And it's you got to be a very smart, intellectual guy and physical, and you got to have the knowledge to know when to sit down in zones and when to run away from man coverage and all that stuff. And Zach, despite his slowing down a little bit, knows all that stuff. And so not hopefully he's learning it and can eventually become like Zach Ertz. But they need another one. But I would seriously sign Zach Ertz to make sure they had him in the building before they just gave up on him and said, okay, Ben, it's your team right now. I don't know if he's ready for that yet.
The voice of Jay Gruden with us here on Grant and Danny. You were head coach in the NFL during an era where the importance of running back subsided a little bit, and the value at the position in terms of what those guys made fell off as well. There was a decline. I mean, you were plugging in guys like Rob Kelly, who were undrafted at times to start. We just saw today Saquon Barkley get a 2-year deal for $40+ million, $20 million per year from the Eagles. What do you think of that?
Well, I think guys like that deserve it. There's not many guys that really can do a 3rd down back type thing and have that much of an impact on an offense. There's few and far between. There's a lot of guys that can, if you just change uniforms, they'll be productive. I think that's why the running back market was probably not as, you weren't get as much money because there's so many guys that could do the role. Like you mentioned, Rob Kelly. I mean, he averaged 4.5 yards a carry for us. He did some pretty good things before he got hurt. And a lot of teams have that type of guy on their team. And you look at the draft this year, hell, there's 10 or 12 of them that you feel like you come in and maybe be a change of pace back. I mean, you got this Tootin guy from Virginia Tech. You got Jaden Blue from Texas. You got Henderson from Ohio State. You got Judkins from Ohio State. You got Murray Hampton from North Carolina. You got a lot of guys out there that could come in here and compete for that, change of pace type back or your 1st and 2nd down back. But not many of them have the explosive and the home run ability as Saquon Barkley. That's why he's getting paid like that.
The Commanders don't have a 4th or 5th round pick right now, and maybe that'd be RB range for some of what you're talking about in terms of these speedbacks. But how would you try to address that where it sounds like you're like me, you want a home run hitter in the backfield?
Yeah, they're hard to find, but there are some guys you might be able to get later on that have that ability that can really run and give you something. It just depends on what they're going to do with Austin Eckler. I don't know if he's under contract, I believe, so I think they still have B-Rob and Austin Eckler. At least they have a starting point right now. I don't think McNichols will re-sign. So they get another young guy that can come in and compete, whether it's a 6th or 7th round or 3rd round, whatever it might be. I think they'll find a guy that can do that. I just don't think they're going to find a guy of that's going to be a Saquon Barkley status. But they're still going to be good enough guys that could be productive in this offense. And B-Rob, he did some good things early in here. He kind of fell off at the end. Austin was doing really good until he got hurt. So those two guys together as 1-2 is not a bad combo to have starting off, and then you add another one in the draft.
Jay, I thought the offensive line was fine for the most part this past year. You mentioned B-Rob kind of falling off. I think part of that was run blocking maybe wasn't as good second half of the year for whatever reason. I want to do better than fine, though. Kind of give me your assessment and who might be due for an upgrade.
Yeah, that's a tough call because you're right. Early in the season, I thought they played extremely well. I thought they played better than they were on paper. On paper, they're a pretty average line, especially when you throw in a rookie left tackle. So I don't know. But Cosby's injury concerns me a little bit. I think they're going to have to upgrade there. And then they got to decide is Brandon Coleman a long-term option for him at left tackle. So they're going to go out and get one in free agency. They're going to try out spend and get Ronnie Stanley or somebody like that at left tackle and then move him to guard. And then what are you going to do without Gritty? So they got some issues they got to figure out. I think they have a very good line coach and run game coordinators and all that stuff. And Dan Quinn has a pretty good pulse on it. But I think from a starting core principle, those guys really played well together at times last year. So it's not the end of the world if they don't get a free agent, but they need to upgrade a draft, maybe first or second round, try to get a guy to come in here and play.
Did you see enough from Coleman to think he could be a left tackle?
Yeah, I think he played pretty well. Really, you just got to figure. Are these the guys that can compete and eventually overtake Philadelphia? Their defensive line. You know what I mean? Those are the guys you got to really block. Are they good enough to play against Micah Parsons and the rest of these guys for the Giants, Dexter Lawrence, and you just got to make sure how they competed against those guys. Watch the tape and did they hold them? Did they hold up against the best players in the National Football League? And if not, if you had to give them help all the time, then you got to look to upgrade. But yeah, I haven't really dove that deep into it, but I was impressed the way they played throughout the season. They did get the NFC Championship game because they played pretty damn good.
Jay, quarterback news today. The Vikings are not going to be tagging Sam Darnold, which makes it sound like he's just going to walk into free agency. I have a hard time not viewing this as hitting the lottery and then not cashing the ticket. I mean, I know that he collapsed down the stretch, but the guy just threw 35 tutties and 12 picks and went for 4,300 yards. I don't know, man. I think I got to tag him and try to trade him or do something other than just say, hey, good season. We'll see you next time. They're losing him for nothing. And I'm talking to a guy who saw the Cousins thing play out here. But
the same thing.
Yeah.
Same thing with Cousins, right? Same exact thing. Kirk had a great year. We went to the playoffs and lost to the Packers in 1 year. And then next year, I think we're a game away. We lost to the Giants or whatever. And then next thing you know, he's gone. And we're scratching our ass. So, I think that they have somebody in the building, though, that they feel really good about with J.J. McCarthy. We did not have that at the time. So there was a big difference there. And ended up training for Alex Smith, which, he was pretty good until he broke his leg in half. But, I don't know. I'm not there. I think Sam had a really good year, but I think they must really feel good about J.J. McCarthy, despite him missing the entire season and not practicing at all. He must have really done a hell of a job in training camp and in the preseason for them to make this move.
Is there a fit for Aaron Rodgers?
Yeah, I think so. I think the Giants would be a great fit for him because Dayball's got to win right now. They got Malik Neighbors. They got a pretty good running game. They get another receiver in the draft. Maybe, upgrade their offensive line a little bit. And that way they can take their high draft pick and pick somebody like Travis Hunter, somebody really, really good that can really help them. So I think they're still a team out there for him. Maybe it's the Raiders. Because I'm not convinced of the quarterbacks in this draft personally. I think Cam Ward's pretty good. I'm not convinced Shedeur Sanders is going to come in and light it up on Sundays. I'm really not. And Jackson Dart, him either. So I think a veteran guy like Sam or Aaron Rodgers would really help somebody out.
So Ward's definitely your number one in this class. What worries you about Sanders? Is it just him holding the ball, or what don't you like?
Yeah, I think he's an accurate guy. I just think it's down the field. His arm strength concerns me a little bit. He holds the ball a little bit too much, and I don't know, prima donna type guy. I don't know, just something's just not right there for me. Something's not right. Something's not right, Danny. I can't put my hand on it, Grant. I just don't know what the hell it is. But I just don't think he's ready year one.
That's been the sentiment all of a sudden, right? It's turned into that. I don't know when the worm turned. Maybe it was the combine. Who knows if it's disinformation in this line season?
Watch the BYU game at the end of the year. I mean, when he's supposed to be playing at his best, he's horrible. He wasn't very good, and he had some pressure. He didn't know the pressure was coming. I like to watch guys as the season goes on. I'd like to think they get better and have a mastery of the offense. They were atrocious. So I don't know. Maybe it's the offensive coordinator. Maybe it's the offensive line. can't put it all on the quarterback. I know that, but I was just disappointed in the way he played late in the season when chips were on the line.
Jay, we appreciate you. Thanks so much for a few minutes, man. Enjoy what's left of the day.
You got it. Hey, it's my birthday, by the way, man. You guys need to wish me happy birthday.
Oh, is it your birthday, Jay?
Yeah, 58 years old, man. I ended up taking a nap today for the first time.
That's awesome.
Wow,
That's
big
awesome.
time. 58.
That's
Jay.
awesome.
So what are you
thank you, guys.
anticipating in the year 58, like changing, other than
Yeah.
more pain in the morning when you wake up?
Death, probably. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Let's try to
That's-
avoid that.
That's this year, buddy. Hope not.
Let's stave it off for another year or two. What do you say?
All right. Thank you, guys.
Thanks,
See you,
Jay.
bro. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, man.
Let's go.
That is
Jay
cool.
Gruden's birthday.
How about that? Jay Gruden's
Huh?
birthday.
What do you get Jay for a birthday present?
Something golf related. A new head cover, a new
Yeah.
towel, something where you could play golf easier.
New golf bag.
Yeah, something like that.
Is it time to start holding the learners to the fire a little more about spending after the Masson deal got resolved yesterday? We'll get into that next on Grant and Danny.
I'm Earl Forsey, and here's what's happening. Start with the big NFL news. Philadelphia Eagles reward running back Saquon Barkley for a Super Bowl win. He gets a new 2-year, $41.2 million extension to stay in Philadelphia. Barkley becomes the first $20 million a year running back and the highest paid running back in NFL history. Franchise tag deadline day today. The deadline's coming up just half an hour from now, 31 minutes from now, 4 p.m. Cowboys avoid the tag on defensive tackle Osa Odigizua. He re-signs 4-year, $80 million contract. New York Jets, boy, it's a complete overhaul up there. They are releasing wide receiver Devonte Adams. So next week, a week from tomorrow, he will officially become an NFL free agent. Caps get back on track with a shootout win last night over Ottawa. No goals for Ovi. Still 11 away from breaking Gretzky's all-time record. College hoops, Virginia Tech and Carolina tonight. 7 p.m. tip-off on the Fan. Georgetown takes on Villanova, 8 p.m. on the Team 980. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Double play coming up in 15 minutes and a half hour right at 4 o'clock. We'll be giving away those tickets to the Summer of Loud Tour at Jiffy Lube Live on Grant and Danny. Barry Svrluga of the Washington Post wrote a piece today about the Masson dispute finally being resolved and how this is now going to remove some cover from ownership as to one of the many reasons over the years that they provided for not being able to spend what they may have wanted to. But the headline, and I thought it was a really, really good piece that dropped last night, Masson provided cover for the Lerner family. Those days are over. And Svrluga suggests, and I think in a really, really sharp way, that it's now time. I mean, it was time before this, obviously. We talked about it all offseason. It was inexcusable they didn't do more. Nobody wants you to be the Dodgers or needs you to be the Yankees, but we are expecting you to not be the Pirates or the A's, which would be nice. But Svrluga wrote, this is an epic development. It comes at an unfortunate time. In most of the 20 years since the Nationals moved to Washington, controlling their own broadcast rights might have generated franchise-altering revenue, which might have been used to lure face-of-the-franchise players at a time when so many regional sports networks are falling apart. That's almost certainly not the case now. But he goes on to say that they're going to get a big chunk of that $320 million, depending on the agreement, and that this is no longer an excuse for you not being able to have the purse strings to your own television network.
The possibilities here are not what they would have been. I mean, anybody could see that, right? I mean, the central thing is the timing stinks. It's better that it happened than it didn't, obviously. That's clear. But it could be that, the Nationals jump into this Rob Manfred super coverage thing that's not going to include some of the major market teams you wouldn't think who've got really lucrative cable deals in their own right, whether that's Dodgers, Red Sox, Yankees, Cubs, maybe a couple others. But the rest of baseball might do this. That might be the way that they go. So to offer streaming options, it might be the local network still that's already got tentpole sports programming here, whether it's Monumental or something I'm not even thinking of.
How about this paragraph from Barry? I mean, he's just taking out a hammer here. He says, Masson's pre- and post-game shows have long had a low-rent community access quality with sets that feel outdated. I mean, Daniel Day-Lewis did a movie.
There Will Be Blood
with the same headline as this story. Monumental, meanwhile, built a stage of a state-of-the-art studio at Capital One Arena and upgraded technology to deliver high-level broadcasts for the Wiz and the Caps. but he comped it to community access. I mean, just going in on Masson. But his point is, hey, whatever the future, however tedious and tiresome the dealings with Masson and the Orioles have been, the situation previously provided the Lerners with some measure of cover. That cover is now gone. The sides first ended up in court in 2014. He writes through the history of this thing, and he's saying, you got one less excuse now. And by the way, there aren't that many fans, I don't think, that actually play along and accept and understand, take them at their word as gospel or whatever, that this is why they don't spend. But the few that do give them that cover and accept it, they've always kind of said, oh, this Masson deal's terrible for them. These poor owners, it's tough. Now, what are you going to say?
Yeah.
When you decide not to spend this coming off season, what's the excuse going to be?
Precisely. I mean, so sympathy is not the right word. I don't have a better one. Let's come up with a better one. It is true that this is a negative effect. Now, I think those that use it as the whitewashing excuse as to why they didn't spend money in so many different cases, I think they're wrong. And for people that discount it completely, I think they're wrong too. This is a factor. This should have been 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, however many millions of dollars in operating money coming in just for putting on the same product you're already putting on. Like that's going to affect any business, let alone one that's, as unique as professional baseball. Now, to those folks that said, it's the Masson deal, I would go, okay, why didn't they have $1 million a year from name that section in the ballpark for this sponsorship? Why didn't they have jersey patches? Why didn't they do everything they possibly could to raise funds when the open market said it was worth X? They said it wasn't. That's not we can't get money. That's we can't get the money we want, so we're taking our ball and going home. So you don't get to absolve them of everything. I've never understood that. But I also never understood the people that said this isn't a factor. It absolutely is. What should have happened a million times over is just cash coming in so that you can make all your payments on time and run the business smoothly, not have to wait an extra week to pay the vendor, the handyman during COVID or whatever, where everybody's trying to figure out what they're going to pay first and prioritize. You shouldn't have to do that as a Major League Baseball team in a huge market.
Will you hold them more to the fire, though, to actually invest in this ball club again on the other side of this dispute?
No question.
I mean, how could you not?
No question. I mean, this to me was the last fig leaf or the last curtain you could hide behind, right? And there is some legitimacy to it, but again, not all encompassing. There was some. They were deprived through no fault of their own. Now what? You know what I mean? Like, and nobody said, and again, this is the thing I have such a huge problem with. As you said it very well, nobody is saying you've got to be the Dodgers and $200 million over the luxury threshold. Nobody's saying that. Maybe a couple people who are ludicrous, but for the most part, do what you did before. What you did before was pretty good, and maybe you skimped here and there, but that probably worked out for you. Be close to the top 10. I think that's a very reasonable expectation.
By the way,
for a major market.
It's so simple for me. Okay, when they were winning and when they were competing for a championship, they were a top 10-ish team in terms of payroll. They have been in the bottom 7-ish here more recently. It's almost like the amount of talent you're spending money on matters. And by the way, it's not just that payroll that we talk about all the time in the players. Like how much investment is being done into analytics and biomechanics and all the other areas where these other teams were in front of you. To their credit, from what I've been told, they have continued to make strides in some of these areas behind the scenes, right? Where you're investing in some of the technology and some of what you need to just keep up with the Benjamin, so to speak. But if we see the player part, that is the part generally that as an owner you're more willing to do because it's a butts and seats purchase, number one. There's a direct response to fan excitement. There's a direct response to having people come to games to see a player and even to win total, right? But if you're not doing that part, if the part that we see is, I like to say, the front of the house, if you're not just picking up the trash, in the front yard or making sure that your car isn't on blocks or whatever, what the hell do you think it's like when you open up that door and walk around inside? And when you're not spending any money on your ball club year over year in free agency over a 3-4 year span, do we really think that they're spending everything that they need to behind the scenes on all the stuff that actually matters that nobody ever sees? It's just hard to assume.
Hard to give the benefit of the doubt, especially when the reports have come out that they weren't previously, right? Like if you look at the Tampa Bay Rays, for example, their whole deal is that's what we spend on. There's better bang for your buck spending an extra $600,000 on the new, micro weight distribution meter for pitchers than there is an extra $8 million a year for a starting pitcher. Like we'll get more out of the development part. So that's what they've done. So they've got a track record. The Nationals don't in this regard, right? And this ownership has not over the years been known as somebody like had the Bud Black incident not happened. Now, again, I don't care about Bud Black as the manager or not, but had they not sort of revealed themselves through several processes where they go, we're not budgeting, we're not doing this.
I don't know what that means. That was a 1-year offer they offered Bud Black, where they basically, according to the reports, lowballed him, and it was a pretty ridiculous managerial offer where they weren't willing to spend.
Yeah, they go through the interview process and go, we'd like you to be our manager. I'd like to be your manager too. Here's our offer. What you would offer a pretty good college coach.
Yeah, I mean, you are. I will say this. I think it would be foolish not to acknowledge that the Masson dispute hurt them financially. That is obvious and irrefutable. I think you're giving more of the benefit of the doubt than I'm willing to, even on how much it affected their business. Because when they wanted to be sixth in payroll during the Masson dispute, they had no problem doing it. And if they wanted to be there now, they could be. That was a Ted Lerner time. This is not a Ted Lerner time anymore. That's the biggest difference, if you're asking me my opinion. So if we'd always seen them operate in this realm, swimming in the same waters they are now, I could get behind how debilitating this deal was, which was an issue. But they've signed Max Scherzer to $210 million many years ago, before the money went up in baseball. They had a top 5 payroll under the exact same restrictions. That happened. It's a choice that they've made since to not do that.
Totally indisputable. I think maybe they would argue. Again, it sounds like I'm defending them, giving them the benefit of the doubt, and I don't think I am.
That's not a bad thing.
No, and I'm still saying I'm holding their feet to the fire. I think they're not doing the right thing. But I think they would tell you, we thought there were resolutions. Every time the gavel would slam and it's okay, you guys get your money, and then another appeal happens. So I think at some point you probably should have known. And they spent more thinking that more was coming. Maybe at some point, I don't know. But again, to me, it does not absolve them. It does not absolve their behavior, knowing that they had less operating. Pandemic happened at the worst possible time for them. That should have been a cash boon the following couple of seasons. It should have been just this, year and change long celebration of ticket sales, jersey sales, the marketing stuff. It should have been perfect, and it wasn't. They were robbed of that. That's not their fault. But again, that does not absolve them. So I guess I'm talking out of both sides here. I find myself, we talk about this all the time, where I'm yelling at one side with my one hand, I'm yelling at the other side with my other hand. Again, I don't think they should be. There's so many fans that go Masson deal, and that's kind of the end of their discussion. It's going, yes, Masson deal was a thing. There's so much more that has nothing to do with that, though, and I'm with you.
I'm just glad that it's one more excuse that's gone.
Here.
Because the more of those that we can get rid of, the better, in terms of just allowing for what shouldn't be, which is this past offseason where the big Mike Soroka splash. Or a trade where you had to give up a reliever to go get an everyday first baseman with the Rangers and kind of get cute on the baseball side is how you try to improve your ball club, rather than spending money on free agents who are proven commodities who will immediately equate to some wins and some fan interest, which has just not been the case for years at this point. Double Play is next. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. We'll give away those tickets to the Summer of Loud tour at 4 o'clock ahead of the Beltway Blitz on Grant and Danny on the Fan. Beltway Blitz in less than 15 minutes when we give away those tickets to go see Summer of Loud at Jiffy Lube Live. Grant and Danny welcoming you back on The Fan. Remember, our 106.7 The Fan Twitter poll of the day on G&D is available for you on the 106.7 The Fan account right now, presented by Metropolitan Moving and Storage. We're asking you about Devonte Adams, who got cut by the Jets. Level of interest, sign him immediately, 13%. Don't love it, but okay, if they sign him, I'd be fine with it, 24%. Not interested at all. In my camp, 62%.
62, wow.
Good on Commanders fans. Rarely do you see the superstar become available, and the majority of the fan base not
say, no, I'm good.
Try to, rip their pants off and go running. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
We are presented by our friends, the law firm of Kondori and Murad. It is time for a double play.
GP, standard scenario, if there is such a thing, life depending on it, whatever, one of these weird situations, world's going to end. How fast could you run a mile?
Right now?
Yeah. Like right now, one of those like, hey, apocalypse, unless you run a blank.
I would say 36 minutes. But shtick aside, like my kid needs my help and I need to get there.
Something like that.
I would do something impressive and then probably keel over after, like dad style, probably in the 10 plus 11 minutes.
I was thinking about this. And here's why I'm thinking about it.
12 minutes is cooking a little bit for your boy.
12 minutes is hauling.
Yeah.
I think, assuming I'm not just recovering from surgery on my huevos, right? Vasectomy style. I think I could do sub 8. And to your point, and keel over. Like I think I could do it. I think I could get it under 8 and keel over.
I think that's ridiculous.
I'd cramp up. I'd hurt. I mean, the best I ever ran 30 years ago was a 5:08. I passed out almost.
Right.
But I was 15 years old and skinny.
So when I was skinny in like middle high school, I think I did like mid 7s, something like that.
Yeah.
You doing a sub 8 right now? Respectfully, I would.
But again, I'm not just going jogging. This is life dependent on an apocalypse.
I understand.
Earth ends.
That's still really fast.
It's moving. Well, imagine doing it in 5:56, 5 minutes 56 seconds. Okay, now we can't fathom that. Now imagine you did that 26 times, and imagine you're 50 years old, and imagine you're doing it dressed as Forrest Gump. That's what my buddy Mike Wardian just did. Set the Guinness Book World Record for fastest marathon dressed as Forrest Gump. They got a record for that.
That shouldn't be a record.
It is now.
Respectfully to Mike, I don't know that one should be a record. That's amazing.
I got to know Mike a little bit through playing pickleball. He's a nasty pickleball player, by the way. It's just as a quick side. I never play well when he and I are partnered up. I think he thinks I'm worse than I am.
I want to hear more about that.
No, but I'll break it down.
Yeah.
So
why don't you play well when you and Mike are playing?
I don't know.
I'm kidding.
It's
You
in
can
my
keep
head
going.
now.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's not important. He holds all sorts of records. This guy is incredible. I've told him this before. He is both the most inspiring and depressing person I've ever met. Like he's inspiring because he's done stuff like run a marathon on all 7 continents. He's got a Guinness Book of World Record for fastest aggregate time in running those marathons on 7 different continents. He's got all sorts of stuff. He owned the world record for fastest marathon while pushing a stroller.
Dressed as Denzel Washington.
No, just like he had his little kid in the stroller. He pushed the stroller, ran it in 2 hours and 42 minutes.
Wow.
A marathon. So he set the world record, 2 hours, 35 minutes, and 25 seconds. A 5:56 per clip, dressed as Forrest Gump. You know when Forrest Gump's running across the country? I'll go somewhere. I was running, and boom, he did that, dressed as Forrest Gump. It's incredible. That's all I have.
Amazing. Wow. I mean, what an accomplishment. Why was he dressed as Forrest Gump? I'm
to
stuck
set
on
the
that.
to set this record. Because
so like he's looking at the Guinness book and sees this or somehow comes across the idea.
Yeah, it's distance
so
running.
Is he gonna
related.
next? Is he gonna set the record dressed as Bill Maher? Or like
I have no idea.
What's his follow-up act?
I don't know. I don't like if there's something on the books for it. So he beat the old record by more than a minute.
What is the record dressed as Elvis? I wonder.
Again, that's a great question.
He could go do that one.
Go Kings of Tupelo style. But he's done all sorts of stuff where he's gone these super marathons where you go for 50 miles a day. Once we were going to play in the morning pickleball, and he was like, I might be a little late. I'm doing a 24-hour ergathon. That's where you erg. That's where you row in the machine for 24 straight hours.
Without a break?
I think you get to take a break.
Don't you have to sleep?
Not when you're doing the 24-hour.
Ergathon is a rowing competition and fundraiser that uses rowing machines, also known as ergs. Why does he do this? Why? What isn't it? What if he just slept? What if he just like went to Denny's?
Not how my dude is wired. just he goes. Like, if you tell him you can't do that, it's going to get done.
He's got kids?
Yeah.
Wow.
Like, he is such an achiever. And as again, I repeat, the most inspiring and depressing person I've ever met in my life. He is incredible. And I also am so in awe of him. And I'm like, look up to him. And I also find it so depressing that, like, I am so tired.
I'm sensing a bit of a man crush here a little bit.
A little bit, dude. He's a Renaissance man.
Whatever part of you has gotten into pickup basketball and pickleball and all the weird stuff that you do
I'm just
now,
trying to be like Mike Wardian, man.
Yeah, you're like chasing him. He's like the ghost in front of you.
I mean, I'm chasing him for 26 miles at a
Do me a
556
favor.
pace.
I want you to find out what the record is for the fastest marathon dressed as Don King, and I want you to try to set that. Because I bet it's not that good. Like, if you get in a really obscure athlete, you could set the record. Like, you could even do it. I could get a world record in this regard. I'll do the fastest marathon ever walked dressed as Carrot Top. And that's a world record.
So this guy, as a hot dog, did it in 3 hours and 52 minutes. Not what you're saying, though.
See, I'm not going to top that.
Yeah.
Has anyone done Carrot Top yet? Because whatever I do is a world record. You see what I'm saying?
I do see what you're saying, but here's the part you're forgetting about. You got to do a marathon.
But I'll walk it. I'm not that excited about it.
You're going to walk a marathon?
Yeah, but no one's ever done it as Carrot Top, so I'll have the fastest time.
You won't, though, because you're not making it 26.2 miles.
You don't think I could walk 26 miles?
No.
I think I could.
I don't think you could.
That's like walking from King George to Fredericksburg. I'm not saying it'd be a good time.
26.2, you're just hoofing it? Putting your Kizik's on, you're just going to start stepping?
I mean, I'm not that happy about it. But, like, will I get blisters? Probably. Will I be miserable? Yeah. Am I probably going to take a few days off after? Certainly. But
you'll have that record.
And I'm dressed as Carrot Top.
And you're Carrot Top. You bring your props.
It's kind of cool. All right, it's time for my double play. White Lotus season 3, episode 3 dropped on Sunday. Have you seen it yet?
I've not seen it yet. No.
Have you seen episodes 1 or 2?
1 and 2, I have. Yes.
Okay. There's a little too much going on for me in this season so far.
Mm-hmm.
It's a little too much guessing and just everyone looking very intensely and not enough dialogue. Also,
okay.
It's a show that I enjoy. It's attractive people, great scenery, pretty well written when they do speak. But so far, I'm not liking this one as much.
Okay.
It's almost like, you know, when Chris Berman started to do too much Bermaning, where instead of just doing the then it became like and it was just like, oh, Berman's doing a Berman. I think White Lotus, after a couple of really good seasons, it's turning up the White Lotus a little bit. And I needed to just fade it back down into a medium range.
Interesting.
That's my early take.
So did you feel the same way I did, in that I hate every character already? Like, that's what's so fascinating about the show to me. I hate these people.
There's a couple more likable characters, but I think definitely in season 1, trying to remember season 2. But yeah, that was kind of the shtick early on, was you hate all these people.
I just despise these people, and I don't really care what happens to them, which is but I still intently watch the show.
The young sister in the rich family's done nothing annoying to me yet. She's trying to have a time. You know what I'm saying? She's on a vacation.
Mm-hmm.
I don't mind her as much. I mean, there are things about these people that are like, why do you do it this way? But I don't find them to be bad people, all of them. Just most of them. Just like 95% of them.
Yeah.
All right, next, let's give away these tickets. Summer of Loud, Jiffy Lube Live, and our Blitz on Grant and Danny.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by the windowman.com, the educational window company. So the NFL franchise tag deadline just passed a moment ago here at the top of the hour, 4 p.m. Here's what we know from that so far. Cowboys avoid the tag on defensive tackle Osa Odigizua, 4 years, $80 million. So he stays in Dallas. We know T. Higgins getting a second tag in Cincinnati. The Vikings decided not to use their franchise tag on quarterback Sam Darnold, so he will be a free agent or possibly work now in the next week or so on a short-term deal to keep him in Minnesota. There was an NFL trade. Rams sent Pro Bowl guard Jonah Jackson to Chicago, reunited there with his former OC in Detroit, Ben Johnson. And Devonte Adams is going to be a free agent a week from tomorrow. He was officially released today by the New York Jets. Capitals got back on track with a shootout win over Ottawa last night. Ovi still 11 away from breaking Wayne Gretzky's record. NBA Dallas Mavericks star Kyrie Irving, torn ACL left knee. He's done for the season. College hoops, Virginia Tech, North Carolina tonight, 7 p.m. on the Fan, and Georgetown hosts Villanova, 8 p.m. on the Team 980. TheWindowman.com is the educational window company. They educate, you decide. The only way you'll sign a contract with TheWindowman.com during your initial consultation is if you demand it. No pressure games or gimmicks. Visit TheWindowman.com or their all-new Fairfax showroom. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
The 10th caller at 800-636-1067 right now. Congrats to you. You'll win 2 tickets to the Summer of Loud tour featuring Parkway Drive, Killswitch Engage, Prevail, Beartooth, The Amity Affliction, Devil Wears Prada, and more. This is at Jiffy Lube Live, Saturday, July 26th. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com/events. We're brought to you by the law firm Condori and Murad, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today. Visit kmlawyers.com. Tell them we sent you, get a discount. kmlawyers.com. It is time for your Beltway Blitz. We'll get to the NFL and the Commanders, but we start you off on the hardwood. And with the latest on the Wizards, Varun Shankar of the Washington Post joins us. Varun, thanks for a couple of minutes. Let's get people up to speed here. There's been so much going on with the Nats and the Caps and the Commanders. Yesterday, the Wizards were in action against the Heat. They dropped a game by 16 points. What can you tell us?
Yeah, it was a pretty disappointing effort for the Wizards. I wrote at the game that because there had been a quirk in the schedule meant that there was 50 games, 54 games in particular, between the first match against the Heat and the second match against the Heat. The Heat were really undermanned, and this was an opportunity for a Wizards team that had legitimately been playing better of late to show that improvement against a team that has always been extremely competent in the Eastern Conference. And they just didn't have it. They shot like under 40% from the field, and it was a pretty disappointing result that has maybe curbed some of the momentum of the last couple weeks.
Yeah, I'm not really judging them by wins and losses, but they have won more games of late, even with a nice little losing streak in there. I think 5-8 in their last 13 or so. Which, again, I'm so much less concerned about wins and losses, just sort of looking at what the kids are doing, but it's a nice mile marker, sort of milestone for them. They have played better of late. What's been the difference?
I think the veterans they brought in are a little better fit for what they want to do now. I think Chris Middleton is someone who is really malleable and can fit into a lot of different schemes, and he's someone who you can put him in there. He can be a scorer when he needs to. He can be a setting presence, almost like a big point guard when he needs to be. Can play slow for a team that likes to normally play fast, and sometimes at speed can get them disorganized. Marcus Smart had some of that defensive tenacity, sometimes maybe a little bit too much tenacity. He's picked up a couple of technical fouls of late. And I think also the young guys are gaining experience, particularly the rookies are gaining experience and playing a little bit better of late, especially Keyshawn George, who's been much better on defense and starting to hit some of his shots.
Yeah, go into George. What have you seen?
Yeah, him on defense has been... He came into the league with some defensive potential just because he is 6'8" with long arms and in theory could be this coveted multi-positional defender. That kind of showed up at the beginning of the season, but it's really shown up of late. He's gotten a lot of fouls, but as I wrote recently, him getting those fouls could be like when those Legion of Boom Seahawks teams would just commit pass interference on every play. The rest can't call everything, and if you develop a reputation, this is something Jordan Poole told us, if you develop a reputation for being a physical defender early, refs are going to let you get away with more over time, and you could see that pay dividends for George down the road. With all the optimism about the rookies, it is worth noting that they still all have been really bad on a objective scale when you're not waiting for the fact that they are rookies adjusting to the NBA. I was looking at ESPN's net rating stat that they put out, or net point stat that they put out today. It's a new catch-all advanced metric. And I think of the bottom 10 players, 4 of them were the Washington's 4 recent first-round picks.
Speaking of that, Alex Sarr, it's been a lot of hit and miss lately just because he's been injured and kind of in and out of the lineup. I still am so intrigued. I don't know long-term what it is. I don't think we have to know right now this second for the 19-year-old that's getting used to life in the NBA. But just somebody that's that big and that athletic already is useful in terms of rim running, blocking some shots, being able to switch here and there on defense and being a problem at that end. You know, he's getting his looks. I don't think he's going to convert at a high rate anytime soon. But sort of where we at on him, kind of give me an oil check.
Yeah, I think we're about where we were before. I think the three-point shooting that he showed in December, the further we get from that and the longer his three-point stroke looks to be in the low 30s or even in the high 20s, we see that December might have been a bit of a fluke. I do think that over time he will develop into a pretty good shooter just because of time and repetitions. The biggest thing that I'm looking at with Sarr is his aggression getting to the rim, and most importantly, his aggression when he's finishing at the rim. This is a guy who doesn't really seem to enjoy playing through contact at the rim. A lot of fadeaways, a lot of leaning back push shots and floaters, and it's looked ugly at the rim, and the stats bear that out. That is something that he's going to need to improve on, both the touch on those shots and the willingness to get physical and get to the line, to be honest.
Varun, I want to go kind of abroad here, talk NBA for a second. The Lakers have won 6 in a row. They've made the trade heard around the world, and all of a sudden the number 2 team in the West. I mean, is the expectation that they would beat the Thunder in a playoff series right now, or would the Thunder still be the favorites going into the playoffs, or the Nuggets? How do you see that?
I still put the Thunder above the Lakers, but I do think that if the two teams matched up now, if you had asked me the AD version of the Lakers, I would have said it was the Thunder, and it wouldn't be particularly close. This version of the team, you have to give Luka and LeBron together some credence. Questions about what they're going to look like defensively. I don't like their center position, but they're putting Dorian Finney-Smith at that spot, and that's paid some dividends. So there's some intriguing upside there. I still think that they're probably a year away and one offseason of rejiggering this roster away, but you never know. I mean, you have those two guys, and in a 7-game series, if they get hot, that's all you need.
Varun, thank you, buddy. Have a great rest of your week.
Same to you.
See you, my friend. Hit that NFL sounder, please, Darius. Our pal Nate Davis, USA Today, to talk about the NFL. Nate, Devonte Adams released. What kind of market will he generate?
Yeah, Danny, I think it could be a decent market. I mean, this isn't, we don't have the same crop of, Malik Neighbors, Rome Odunze, the Marvin Harrison. We're not going to have those kind of receivers in the draft this year. And with T. Higgins getting franchised, there's not really a robust market for them other than older guys like, Keenan Allen, Stephon Diggs. So I think Devontae Adams and Chris Godwin are probably the guys that may be looking like the top 2 veterans that are available.
Nate, the franchise tag deadline came about 9 minutes ago. Only 2 players, T. Higgins, Bengals, Trey Smith, Chiefs guard, were tagged this year. That's the fewest number of players tagged since 94. That was, way back when Eric Green and Henry Thomas got tagged. But if you look at it, 8 players were given the franchise tag last year. Over the last 5 years, an average of 9 players have been tagged. Was this just kind of a one-off? We shouldn't take a lot out of it, or is this how things could be looking more and more moving forward?
Well, Grant, I think it's kind of an indication of the fact that the salary cap keeps going up and up. And I think the function of that is that teams are generally able to lock up the players that they want to keep. I think they're hitting their heads up against that upper tier less and less right now until the revenues start to flatten again. But I just think it's a combination of that or directly the fact that there's just not that many guys out there that are going to have markets where you're going to see nine-figure contracts flying around.
Do you have any issue with guys being able to be tagged 2 years in a row? That's a story that's popped back up this week.
I mean, you get the little bump off of it. I mean, I get that players want security and long-term deals. I mean, if we're talking T. Higgins, I mean, he's effectively gotten, I think, about a 2-year, $48 million deal. Maybe he could do better, particularly given that teams are in a position to overpay him for the reasons I just suggested. But I would grant that the way the salary tag is used is probably not really the way it was intended when first collectively bargained. But if the players have an issue with it, they can make an issue of it the next time they come back to the table.
Few running backs changed teams, signed pretty big deals, and it actually worked out, I would say, to varying degrees for each one, whether it's Jacobs, Henry, and, of course, Saquon Barkley now kind of resetting the market. Are we in a new era for running backs, or was this kind of a special case?
I think, Danny, that maybe it's going to be more of the way that the teams decide to pay them in that, we've talked for years about teams building up a roster, and you drop in the rookie quarterback kind of as the final piece, so that you've got the cost control around him and don't have to pay him as much. I think kind of the converse of that maybe is that you build up your team and then maybe you drop in the high-priced running back at the last minute if you think that he can make a difference. And certainly, this year we saw Saquon Barkley be that guy. Derrick Henry was pretty close to possibly being that guy for Baltimore. But I do think it's also going to be interesting the way it maybe affects guys like Ashton Genty, who you kind of hate to see him get drafted into a situation where, like Saquon Barkley, maybe the first 6 years of his career, you don't want to say are wasted, but are in a situation where he's really not helping a bad team as much as he can be helping a good team.
Sam Darnold's going to be a free agent, it looks like. 4,300 yards and 35 touchdowns, and the Vikings are just letting him walk out the door, potentially getting absolutely nothing back. What do you think of that, and where do you think he ends up?
Well, I think he might end up back in Minnesota, Grant. I think the Vikings just didn't have the stomach to do it at $40 million, and I think there's also a personal element involved. You guys saw the NFLPA grades, and the Vikings are right at the top. I mean, maybe you could have tagged Sam Darnold, and maybe you could have traded him for a third-round pick. I don't know that this market's even that robust. At the end of the day, you're going to get that third-round pick probably in the form of a compensatory pick next year. But I think it's really a good move on the organization's part to let Sam Darnold go out there, let him feel like he's assessing what he's worth. Maybe give him the option to come back with the full transparency that J.J. McCarthy is probably going to be there looking over his shoulder. But if you're Sam Darnold, this might also be the only time you really get that opportunity to cash in if the next few years don't go as well as this one did. And maybe you take that money with the Raiders and Giants, and maybe it works out, and maybe it doesn't. But I would say at minimum, he's probably at least signified that he can be a pretty good backup in this league for a while, if not kind of a lower tier starter.
Nate, thank you as always, buddy. Talk soon.
Thank you, guys.
You got it, brother. Hit that local 53 sounder, Darius. My God, that's Earl Forsey's music. Earl, Deebo Samuel trade, haven't heard your reaction to it. What'd you think? Yep. What does it mean going forward? Talk to me.
Grant, Dave, happy franchise tag day. Day. I love it. I mean, when you add good players to your football team and it doesn't cost you very much, and when your GM gets a good deal, shockingly, on a trade that we didn't have that for the past 30 years, all for it. I think the perceptions are, risk reward. Okay, well, the reward we know is you add potentially as good a receiver as Terry McLaurin, different guy, but you add a 1B at least to your team, a guy that's been productive and all pro recently. I know it wasn't last year, but not many guys that were injured and had pneumonia, I don't think made the Pro Bowl or the all pro teams last year in the NFL. It's a guy that your GM and, some around your coaching staff know. So I trust their judgment to be okay with this. I don't see the risk on this thing that people see. Well, you're paying them a lot of money. Well, you have a lot of money to pay guys like that. You're not going to get anybody like Deebo Samuel, I don't think, in the 5th round this year. And the story today, I guess Diana Rossini said that they wanted a 4th. And Adam Peters said, he made the deal for a 5th. So I think it's all good. is this team better with Deebo Samuel than De'Ami Brown, Noah Brown, Olamide Zaccheaus, Rockme Amadeus? I mean, sure, they are. It's a good deal. Why not? And I'm happy that they got a guy. And he's the Dan Quinn with the backwards hat's been talking about, I want tough guys. I want commanders. I want physical guys. That's Deebo Samuel. In a nutshell, look it up. That's who they got. I think it's great.
Do you think they're able to trade John Allen, or do you think ultimately they cut him or keep him?
Well, if you believe the reports, he was being discussed potentially as part of this deal. And I don't know, because what is the market for these guys? Now, I think we're seeing what it is. These mid or second day draft picks are not, because of the salary. This was part of the Deebo Samuel's deal, right? You're getting a discount because you're absorbing the salary with it. That's what you're going to have to do if you deal for John Allen. If you're a team, somewhere else that wants him, I think one way or the other, we may be headed for a release or trade of him. If that happens, you're getting all that, basically the same money slot that Deebo Samuel's taken up. So everybody talks about the money maybe with Deebo Samuel. If they're going to move on one way or the other from John Allen, that money's basically back in the till again for them. So I think it's a possibility. Everybody wants to make these deals up on the online. Well, Raiders are trying to trade Michael Mayer, the tight end. Make a deal for that, maybe. I mean, those are Madden 25 deals. I'm not sure those actually get done nowadays. You were just talking about it in the NFL. Things have changed, and I just don't think. Here's what I know, and I put this out on X weeks ago when they hit the offseason. You can't pay $48 million combined for those two at defensive tackle. That is just unsustainable. You can't do that again this year. Allen is the easy one to get away from this year, so I think he's the odd man out.
Earl, does this Samuel trade kind of signal that they may not be as patient as they normally would be in terms of building through the draft, et cetera, that they're going to use whatever resources they can to get good right now because the window's open, or is that a one-off?
Yeah. Oh, the window's open. The franchise window, just tag window closed. This window for the Commanders is open because you see what's happening in San Francisco. Once their quarterback, the last guy picked in the draft, comes up for a contract, they're having to bail out on everybody and trade and restructure. So, yes, they will never, they're never going to have this window of opportunity ever with the second-year quarterback who can play and probably is a top 5 quarterback, making no money with, oh, by the way, tons of salary cap space on top of that. To me, this is the offseason to do it. Now, I'm not saying go spend, $30 million on the wide receiver, which obviously you couldn't do anyway because T. Higgins got franchised. And I don't think it's going to be a ton of money to Devonte Adams, but what they need to do, because they are so devoid of foundation because of Ron and the Martys unable to pick a guy that can play in the first 2 rounds. Apparently, that I could have gone off ESPN's best available and done better than they did. So that's your problem right now, because you have more than half of your roster is free agent as well. 28 players on your team. So somehow, some way, you're going to have to fill those spots. You can't do it through the draft, and they have 2 less draft picks now than they had before. So I think the opportunity is there, but I think we're going to see a lot of what we did last year, the Biotish signings, Frankie Louvu, that kind. I mean, those are I don't think any huge splashes. I don't think there's anybody worth it on the open market, quite honestly. So this team proved you can do it last year, but I think you're not shopping Danny and Grant from the bargain basement anymore, but you're not shopping, on Rodeo Drive yet with free agency. But I think you can afford a little bit better breed of player. I think you can fill some holes where you need it, maybe offensive or defensive line. Now, defensive line with the draft, there's a ton of guys. My guess is they add someone there to make up maybe for the loss of John Allen. It's not a real deep, if you believe the experts, overwhelming offensive line class like it was a year ago. It is for running backs. I've heard some say it may be the best running back class they've seen in the last 10 to 15 years. So there's guys there, and that's the way you work this. You have to be forward-thinking enough to know what this draft is good at and shop from that bin and wait for the next bit. Tight ends is another possibility because there's a lot of guys. There may not be any star players of what you're hearing, but certainly a lot of guys they can use. And I think this front office is smart enough example. If they needed a quarterback this year, like teams like the Giants and Titans do, this ain't last year's draft class. I mean, sometimes timing is the thing, but you can project that if you're a good front office, knowing who's going to be available when in each draft. I trust these guys to do it right. They got off to a good start, and they kicked off free agency basically, and everything the offseason with that trade. So it's good to see. I'm happy.
Earl Forsey, boys and girls, when you hear that glass,
oh, that's it.
You know what it means.
That's it.
He will get us up to speed in just a few. Bottom of the hour update. You'll hear him every 30, the remainder of the day, with us here on Grant and Danny on the Fan. Next, I want to play a little game. Danny's going to be mad about it.
Oh, man.
Yeah, Danny's going to be really upset, particularly with this game, I will say. But we've also got our position group breakdown on the defensive side of the ball to kick off. We're going to do it throughout the week. Defensive end, we're looking at the edge position today as we continue next on the Fan. Hey, it's Grant. When the game tips off, the NBA action is only beginning on FanDuel, America's #1 sports book, because FanDuel is your home for NBA live betting. So even if you miss the first few minutes of the game, or if you want to bet on a fourth quarter comeback, you can make your picks from the first whistle until the final buzzer. So let's do this thing together. You can combine your live bets into a same game parlay like I do. It's a lot of fun. Get a shot at a bigger payout. Maybe you're watching a Wiz game. You want to take the kids, their trio of youngsters, to go over in points on a night. You could do that. $150 in bonus bets for that $5 bet when it hits. FanDuel.com/GP, promo code GP at FanDuel.com. Must be 21 in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bet expires in a week. Restrictions do apply. Terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Earl Forsey, and here's what's happening. Let's talk some more football. Boy, things underway with a bang, and free agency's not for another 8 days yet. Franchise tag deadline today. Only 2 players tagged this year, Chiefs guard Trey Smith and Bengals wide receiver T. Higgins. But a big deal got done. Philadelphia Eagles re-signed Saquon Barkley, rewarding him for their Super Bowl 2 years, $41.2 million on the contract extension, the first $20 million a year running back and the highest paid running back now in NFL history. Also, the Jets releasing wide receiver Devonte Adams. He'll officially be a free agent next Wednesday. Capitals got back in the win column last night, snapped the season-worst 3-game skid with a shootout win over Ottawa. Ovi's still 11 behind Gretzky's from breaking Gretzky's record. College hoops, Virginia Tech, home against North Carolina, 7 p.m. here in the Fan. Georgetown also home against Villanova, 8 p.m. on the Team 980. Spring training, Nats knocked off by St. Louis 6-4 today in Palm Beach. From the Crop Midcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
At 6 o'clock this evening, Brian Baldinger is going to stop by. That's 90 minutes out. We've got 2 hours of show left, but Baldy is going to be a highlight the rest of the way. Want to get his thoughts on Deebo Samuel. How much game does he have left ahead of him in his career, and what does he think of Washington giving up a 5, taking on about $18 million in cap space to bring him to D.C.? We will get to that coming up before we say goodbye tonight. Also, Brett Knight of Forbes, who wrote a story about the Nationals, not only with the big news yesterday of resolving the Masson deal, but the fact that they are trying to sell their stadium naming rights and put sponsorships on their jersey for the first time. Things that they haven't been doing that can net them another potential $20 million a year. He had the story in Forbes, so we'll ask him about that coming up in a half hour right at 5 o'clock. But let's play a little game. Here's the way I want this to go.
Okay.
I am going to select a member of our crew that I think I can stump with each given act, okay? And I'm going to see how many I get right.
Each given act?
Yes, I'm going to explain.
Oh.
All right, so.
I don't like it.
The Nationals announced today who their summer concert series includes. There are 6 performances. I'm going to select one of you guys, Ryan, Darius, Toby, Danny.
Okay.
And I'm going to try to pick someone that I don't think knows a song from each given performer. Okay?
All right. Okay.
So I don't want anybody clicking around on computers helping themselves out. So, Danny, I will start with you, and I am going to say...
Get your bell ready for when you're right. Yeah.
All right?
Yeah.
I'm going to say you don't know any songs from Riley Green, who will be performing Friday, September 26th.
Didn't he play for the Tigers?
That's another Riley Green.
I was going to say, is he a musician also? Not a single song by Riley Green. None.
1 for 1. Riley Green, for the record, is the only person on this list I didn't know, but this is an award-winning American country music singer and songwriter from Jacksonville, not Florida, but Alabama.
So I actually, wait, you sure about that? I thought it was Jacksonville, Florida.
No, Jacksonville, Alabama.
Alabama. I was thinking of a different one.
All right, I've got one more for you, Danny.
All right, here we go.
Natasha Bedingfield.
Unwritten.
Oh, okay. By the way, great jam. Good song. That's the one that they play in the movie with Sydney Sweeney and Glenn Powell that everyone loved when they went to the theater. They would be dancing out of the theater too.
No, I don't know.
Release your inhibitions.
I don't know any others, what they'd be called, but I've definitely, she's someone I've heard before.
Feel Good Jam. She will be at Nats Park Friday, June 6th, which will be good when they play the Texas
So you don't get to
Rangers.
ring your bell right there.
No, I don't.
Because I got you.
I'm 1-1.
Yep.
I need to have a winning record here. All right. Clary, you're up. This should be easy. Clary.
Name any song.
Friday, May 9th, after the Cardinals game, the Nats are going to be playing OAR. Tell me about OAR. What it stands for, any of their songs, anything you know.
I got nothing. I got absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
OAR, I believe, is Of a Revolution.
That is correct.
They're a rock band that was born in Rockville, Maryland in 1996. They're only one of the most popular bands, probably, I would say, from the DMV area.
Oh, without question.
Maybe the most popular ever.
They're behind the Ocean's Calling Festival, which is a smash hit every year. They're right around Labor Day.
You remember the concert we had with them for the Junkies 20th anniversary?
That's right.
I
That was
don't
great.
remember that.
You weren't there for some reason.
I wasn't involved, or I don't remember how it worked out. But yes, I mean, I know that happened.
It's at 930 Club, I think.
Yeah,
that
is correct.
It's awesome.
They got bangers.
Yep.
One after another. There's a lot of options for you that you could have gone with, but we'll just let that sit there. All right. So OAR.
So you're 2-1.
2-1.
I mean, you could just pick on Ryan Clary right now. He could be like the Benjamin St. Just here.
I'm fine with this. I
Just
think
get
I
thrown
can
at.
name some.
Okay. Here's one. Clary. I'll stick with you. Friday, August 29th, after the Nats and the Rays, Ja Rule and Ashanti. I need a song from either Ja Rule or Ashanti.
I've never heard of these people.
You've never heard of Ja Rule?
I think I've heard of Ja Rule, but heard of Ja Morant?
No, he's different.
We sure?
Yeah, pretty sure.
Never heard of Ja Rule.
Is he Fire Festival guy? Is that guy? Or is it a different guy?
Yeah, that's him.
That's him. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but you know who Ja Rule is.
Yeah, of course I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, please don't tell me you haven't heard of Ja Rule. So Ryan, if I gave you like 3 pictures of rappers and said which one's Ja Rule, you wouldn't know.
No idea.
That's unbelievable.
He's not. Is it? What if it was Lil Ja Rule? Would you know him?
Did I hit my bill yet, by the way?
Yeah,
I
3-1.
got that one.
Get
Yeah.
another one. That's 3.
Ashanti. Nothing? Did we get to her yet?
No, did not even know a gender.
I know about the Book of Ashanti from Doctor Strange. Darius, I don't know any of her songs though.
So he's literally, he didn't even know it was a woman. He's literally never heard of Ashanti. That's unbelievable.
Never heard of her.
All right. Well, Toby, since you're similar in age to him, I mean, can we just joan on him, or is this an age thing? Have you heard of either Ja Rule or Ashanti?
I've heard of like 2 of the artists on that list. So,
wow. Again, theme of the week, I guess. We are old. So, Darius, I have not come to you yet, so I will now do that.
This will be fun.
Friday, August 15th, Nats, Phillies, and then Sam Hunt.
Oh, so I've definitely heard the name Sam Hunt before. Oh man, he's got a Smashola hit too that I've definitely seen come across my SiriusXM radio before.
I actually
radio,
know one of his songs very well.
I think I might have one.
This is Darius's, Danny.
I know.
I'm like telling him not to blow out the kids' candles.
I know.
Danny's the kid that's like creeping up on the cake, you know?
He's not quite country, right? He's more popish, I would say.
I would say he's country.
You-
but
he- oh,
it's
it's not the guy I'm
it's like
thinking of. Okay.
Florida Georgia line, maybe some pop, but it's definitely country.
Yeah. All right.
Then I don't have it.
Yeah, I don't have the name of the song. I'm definitely familiar with artists. Don't have
So the song that I knew from him when I saw his name is Body Like a Back Road.
Dang it. I knew it.
I think Bryce used to come up to that song at one point.
he's got a good one called House Party as well.
Oh, Toby's in on Sam Hunt.
Toby.
The only one I knew a song from.
Now, you know Nelly because you and I went and saw Nelly perform live, but I'll go back to Ryan. Ryan, name one song from Nelly.
You guys are actually probably gonna have no file on this song, but give me The Champ by Nelly. The Champ.
That is a Nelly song.
It's a Nelly song, and it is a silly one.
Yeah, he's fantastic. He's from
2011
a
Notre
rapper
Dame.
who's not
Yeah.
from like the current era, so he's definitely pretty talented.
He's fine.
All right, so Nelly, so
we got one. So you're 4-2.
I haven't kept my record. Thank you, Dan.
Yeah, I got you.
I appreciate it.
Yeah. Hit your bell once. There you go.
And I don't think I've quizzed Toby yet, so let's see who I have left here.
That was such an obscure Nelly song, by the way.
How do you know that one?
Yeah, of all the Nelly songs he could have named.
Well, I was trying to. It was a 2011 theme song for when Notre Dame got pounced by Alabama in the national championship game.
There we go.
There it is.
That was the thing.
I got nobody left to ask Toby about. I tripled up on Ryan. OAR, Natasha Bedingfield, Nelly, Sam Hunt, Ja Rule, Ashanti, Riley Green. I'm not sitting here saying that the Beatles are coming in the 60s. I think those are some pretty good shows. Like most of the people that go to the games roll out. You get to go down. I don't know if you guys have ever been to any of these, but you go down like right into the lower bowl. It's kind of a good venue.
dude,
it's
it's awesome.
Outdoors. So I don't know enough about Natasha Bedingfield, but there's one song I would be psyched to hear. Nelly, I just saw perform live in New Orleans, and I will be there for Nelly. I'll tell you that.
100%.
Puts on a hell of a show. Yeah, I mean, Sam Hunt, I saw him live at a Super Bowl one time. I only know the one song. Ja Rule, sign me up for that. Let's go. And I don't know Riley Green at all. OAR is always a good time. I've seen them live a few times.
That's awesome that OAR is coming, by the way. Now, is this the Riley Green from Jacksonville, Alabama?
I think that's
the one. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was the one that hit the home run in the playoffs for the Tigers. No?
Very possible it's him too.
Yeah.
We don't know. It could be that they're
No one knows
playing
right
the
now.
Tigers that day, and then Riley Green
Just gets a guitar with his eye black
do the Bernie
on.
Williams bit where he just goes and performs after the game. Or who was the guy I remember that was like, Bronson Arroyo would like do the anthem with his guitar, and then he would like go pitch afterwards. Maybe it's that. Maybe
Didn't Bernie do an anthem too?
Of course he did.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, he was famous for that. All right, let's get to our defensive position breakdown next. We'll talk about the edge position for the Commanders here on the Fan. What's up, guys? It is Grant and Danny for Compare Weight Loss. This is the old EMP 180. Was on their program for many years, lost weight, kept it off. It's a program that works. I mean, this was, I don't know, probably 4 years of my life from like 2017 through 2020. Really, really enjoyed working with the folks over at Compare. I'm back with them now, meeting with a coach, Kurt, every Friday out in Tyson's, and it works for me. It's been cool. I had to go get a new belt because my old belt, I just kept punching new holes in as I was losing weight, down 20 pounds at this point and feeling better.
So many times over the years, like a challenge would come up and I'd get off the rails. Like we have a newborn. I had a vasectomy this past week. All these things are not great for your weight loss journey. We figured out how to handle it, what steps we need to take, and to deal with any of the pitfalls. I'm down a handful of pounds already. Just started here a couple of weeks ago. I'm doing exactly what I want. I love these guys.
If you guys start the program with them now, by the summer, you'll be reaping the benefits, looking and feeling better. You could lose 50 pounds or more by the end of June, July, depending on how much you have to lose. I mean, women are losing 35 pounds in the stretch between now and the summer on the program, some of them. So now's the time to sign up. If you want one of the programs with the injections that help curb your appetite, you can get those. Do what a lot of our listeners at the Fan are doing. Call them at 855-888-0180, 855-888-0180, or go to coparehealth.com. Last week, each and every day, we picked another position on offense to go through for the Commanders. Take a look at the depth chart and the road ahead this offseason. This week, we'll be doing it on the defensive side of the ball. So let's go to the edge and look at the defensive end spot where the free agent situation is that Dante Fowler, coming off of 10.5 sacks, is free to leave, as is Jalen Holmes, who was a pretty valuable defensive lineman down the stretch, did some good things. He played some ends, some tackle for them. But Fowler and Ferrell are the two veteran free agents. Cleveland Ferrell was brought over from San Francisco, a little bit more of a run stuffer who could help set the edge a little bit. He got hurt as the year went on, just didn't have the impact they wanted because of that as the season progressed and was kind of a non-factor down the stretch. So if you look at current starting projection, Dorrance Armstrong, who they paid good money to in free agency last year to come over from Dallas, is clearly going to start at one of the two end spots. And he was phenomenal in the playoffs. Had 2.5 sacks in 3 games and really broke out and played pretty well and rushed the quarterback down the stretch better than he had for much of the season. There's a big vacancy on the other side, though.
Yep.
And I'm not team sign Fowler and start him. I have no problem bringing Fowler back, who had a very good year as a pass rusher. But it would be as my third guy and as my kind of package situationally used, pin your ears back speed rusher. They need a complete player on the edge who can stop the run and get to the quarterback. I know that costs money, but they might be able to get it at number 29 in the draft. It might be that if they don't trade back, that could be what they do there. But this is a major need for me, Danny. Opposite Armstrong, they need a starter. And if they're not bringing Fowler back, then they probably need another speed rusher to help them on passing down.
Yeah, they need horses there, which is crazy to think. Just a couple of years ago, it was 4 first-round defensive linemen. This is the strength of the team. And they were the strength of the team, but that was a relative strength. It wasn't dominant enough to win them games, which is what was needed. If you're going to pay those guys that amount of money, you were going to have that level of investment on a defensive line. They needed to be dominant, a la Philadelphia's, and they weren't. They were good, which is not good enough given the resources that were sunk in. So, yeah, it is a glaring need at this point. Because while I like Fowler, and listen, that is an unbelievable turn of profit right there. You paid him less than you paid Tress Way, and you got 10.5 sacks. That's one of the great bargains in the sport last year. It sounds like I'm knocking him. I'm not. They need to do better there on kind of your average run-of-the-mill down. He's still valuable. A guy that can rush the passer is worth his weight in gold, and I expect him to get a big raise from somebody this offseason, whether it's Washington or otherwise. But you need somebody on first down that's not a liability when it comes to running off the edge. You need somebody that can, maybe, I don't know, wreak some havoc and disrupt some running plays. And Fowler did some of that stuff here and there, but you need more out of that defensive end spot. I'm imagining you're going to have a bit of a vacancy, whether it's a role player, if Jonathan Allen does indeed move on when it comes to a rotational piece, like a Holmes, somebody else like that. But they've got some work to do on that defensive line that frankly just needs to be better, more consistent for this group if this defense is going to improve. Especially when you look at some of the numbers. In the fourth quarter this year, they were one of the worst teams in the sport. That was with excellent time of possession more often than not by their offense. This was a group that really struggled, at times generated some things when they felt very comfortable and an offense was down by double-digit points and they were going to be one-dimensional. Then they tee off. Then it's let's have a feeding frenzy against Carolina, against Arizona, against Cleveland. But they got pushed around a little bit by some of the better offenses, and they're going to play plenty of those next year.
If Fowler only had 2 sacks in the final 7 games of the season, he had a 4-sack run against the Giants on the road and then the home game against the Steelers, which was kind of the peak of his season, right at the midway point in weeks 9 and 10. And then from that point forward, from week 11 through week 17 and even into the playoffs, it was a bit of a struggle getting to the quarterback. He did have a sack against the Eagles in the win at home, 36-33, come from behind victory. And then he had a sack in the overtime win against Atlanta. But he was very, very quiet in the 3 playoff games. Now, I don't really hold that against him necessarily, in that he had 2 sacks in the final 10 games. I do think they started to pay more attention to him.
I do too.
Slide in some protections. Part of that, though, was that like Dorrance Armstrong was not fully healthy and helping, and they didn't have anybody on the other side. So if you were able to actually get a legitimate pass rusher opposite him, I don't think you could block him and pay as much attention to him the way teams did to hold him down. When he was the priority against Tampa, Detroit, and Philly in the playoffs, and Armstrong was getting one-on-ones, then Armstrong started to feast a little bit. And I actually really liked the way he finished the year, as I was talking about. I mean, he came on like gangbusters to the point where you go, okay, now I see the vision here. Now I see why all these Cowboys folks Joe Witt, Dan Quinn that came over here were so sold on him. He had 3.5 sacks in the 3 playoff games, 2 against Detroit, 1 against the Eagles, half sack against Tampa Bay to get it started. But I would be perfectly fine using a first-round pick on the edge, and I do think if it's one of their biggest free agent additions, I'd be perfectly fine with that too. I told you, I'm on board with Myles Garrett. Now, the problem is the Browns have to want to trade him, and I don't think they will. And I had several people last night at the Caps game come up and say, you think Washington's going to get Myles Garrett? And I'm shopping for T-shirts for the kids in the Caps team store. Caps fans wearing gear talking about Myles Garrett. My answer to them and my answer now is I just don't see a path to Cleveland actually being willing to part with him. But I would offer 2 1s, and I'd make it really difficult because guys like that don't become available. And I think he's still got 3 or 4 really quality football seasons left in him.
Indeed. Yeah. I mean, I want to build through the draft like everyone else does. I want a stable of young players with some veterans filled in around the edges to help sustain this thing and keep the window open. And then sometimes a generational player is available, and it's not one that's generational crowned as such before he's done anything. This is a defensive player of the year candidate. So I'm with you. And it's in an obvious position of need. If they had 2 bookend studs, if they had, Dexter Manley and Charles Mann, I'd go, you probably don't want to trade for Myles Garrett. They have a glaring need there. That makes a lot of sense. But of course, as you said, it takes 2 to tango. But this is one of those spots where now that they've got Deebo Samuel in the fold, I'm perfectly down with using that first-round pick at one of those spots. I mean, to me, you can't go wrong with left tackle or defensive end, either a pass protector or a pass rusher. That's a premium spot. That's what first-round picks are for. That's where you can kind of fill in.
You could get a starting right tackle at 29, I bet.
I think so.
I don't think you get a left tackle more than likely, but I don't know that you need one either if they're keeping with Coleman there. But yeah, if they stayed at 29 and took a tackle, you could probably find a guy that could start on the right side. I've mentioned the name Nick Scorton a couple of times because he's been mocked to them a bunch. He's just viewed as this like end of the first round edge, basically. And there's Washington on the clock there, the Texas A&M product. Now, his counting stats were not huge coming out of college this past year, but it's one of those like dudes who did well at the combine in terms of how he moves and his size. He weighs about 260 pounds at 6'3". Would not surprise me at all if that was the pick. But if you don't take one at 29 or you move back into the mid-30s or 40s, which they might have to do to just recoup some picks since they only have 3 selections in the top 206 picks on the board this year, then maybe you got to probably get creative in free agency like they did last year with Fowler and try to find a bargain. They might piecemeal it that way, which I'm not as excited about.
No. And you look at free agency and there may be something there too if you want to go big game hunting besides Myles Garrett or a huge trade that may or may not even manifest itself. But you look at some of the names out there, you can do another one of these kind of short-term type deals for a Khalil Mack, a Hassan Reddick, a Matthew Judon, a DeMarcus Lawrence, a Preston Smith, a name we know well. Now, that may not be the thing you want to major in, but again, it's one of those, we got to fill these needs somehow.
Rattle those names off again, because just hearing them for the first time, none of those guys really rushed the quarterback that well recently.
Khalil Mack.
Mack's fine. I think he's actually really good against the run, too, so I'm interested in him. He'd be probably the top of the board.
Draymond Jones from Seattle.
Okay.
Hassan Reddick, Matthew Judon.
Reddick, problem child. Judon was terrible for the Falcons last year.
Yes, he was. DeMarcus Lawrence, 33. Not much interest from me.
Same kind of boat. Now, he's a Cowboy, so I'm sure Dan Quinn will want him because I don't think a Dallas player's come available that they didn't try to bring in here. But, yeah, I don't know if that's the solution. I mean, nothing about that appeals to me, but that's why Fowler actually makes a lot of sense to bring back. I don't think he's going to get a ton of money on the market anyway. He's not complete enough to serve as a reliable option against the run. And so that's going to limit his overall value unless teams think he could go out and get 10 sacks again this year, which I don't think is realistic. If you think he's going to get 10 sacks, then you probably got to pay him $8.5 to $9 million or something like that. But my guess is he makes closer to 5.
See, I think that's what's going to happen. I think some people are so desperate and they'll miss out on a sweepstakes or miss out on one of these pass rushers out of the draft. And I think he might get more than we think. Maybe too rich for our blood. But who knows? If you could bring him back at the rate you just said, you sign me up immediately as a situational pass rusher.
We'll do a different position group every day defensively right here between 4:30 and 5 on Grant and Danny. Tomorrow we'll hit the interior of the defensive line. A lot of questions about John Allen. We'll get to those tomorrow. Next, the reporter for Forbes who broke the story yesterday that the Nats are trying to get naming rights for their stadium and actually advertise on their uniforms for the first time. We'll get to that on the Fan.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by Prince George's Community College. Things are really ramping up with off-season business in the NFL. This was franchise tag deadline day at 4 p.m. Only 2 players were tagged around the league this year, Chiefs guard Trey Smith and Bengals wide receiver T. Higgins. The Vikings did not use the franchise tag on quarterback Sam Darnold. They're hoping to work on a short-term deal to keep him in Minnesota. Cowboys avoid the tag with defensive tackle Osa Odighizuwa. 4 years, $80 million for him. The Jets have released wide receiver Devonte Adams. Now, because he was flat out released by them, he is an immediate free agent and can sign immediately with another team. Doesn't have to wait until everything starts next week for free agency on Wednesday. Capitals finally got back on track with a 5-4 shootout win last night over Ottawa. Snapped their season-worst 3-game skid. No goals for Ovi, though. Ovechkin still 11 away from breaking Gretzky's all-time record. College hoops, Virginia Tech basketball home tonight against North Carolina, 7 p.m. here on the Fan. Georgetown in action home against Villanova. That's at 8 p.m. tonight over on the Team 980. Baseball spring training, that's knocked off by St. Louis in Palm Beach 6-4 today. You don't need a degree or years of experience to land a 6-figure job. Project management is in demand across all industries, retail, tech, healthcare, and more. Register now at pgcc.edu today or get started. Boost your career, pgcc.edu, Prince George's Community College. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Live all over the DMV on 106.7 The Fan and in Richmond on AM 910 FM 105.1. We're Grant and Danny. You can listen to us coast to coast on the Odyssey app. Watch us visually on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page. A lot of ways to get the program. We thank all of you for being a part of the show today. Washington's preparing this offseason to protect star quarterback Jaden Daniels. You need to be thinking about your future and preparing for your family's future with our friends, the law firm Kondori and Murad. They will help. They're going to get you squared away with the last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney for you if needed. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. Tell them we sent you, kmlawyers.com. Let's go to the Rude Guest Hotline right now and welcome onto the show from Forbes. Brett Knight, who wrote a story yesterday about the Washington Nationals. There were the 2 big kind of bombshell reports. The first was 20 years in the making, that the team finally resolved its Masson dispute. And then simultaneously over in Forbes, we found out that the Nats are finally selling stadium naming rights and jersey sponsorships. And Brett had that story, and he joins us now. Thank you so much for a few minutes. You're on in D.C. How are you?
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on. I guess this is also a story that's 20 years in the making in a sense as well.
That's right.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, they are one of 7 teams without the sponsorship on the jersey and one of 9 teams without naming rights on the stadium. So I guess the first question is, based on your reporting, why do you think that is, and why are they getting more serious into trying to change that now, and why this timing?
Yeah, I think ownership is playing this a little close to the vest. So, it's hard to say exactly what their reasons have been. I think it is clear that this isn't the first time they've tried. They certainly have made an effort in the past, including with that great Nationals team, 6 or 7 years ago. So, it's hard to say exactly why now, but I think they do feel good about the core that they're bringing up, that they're developing. They announced these stadium renovations that are coming. I think they feel this is a pretty good time, and it works out for them because in the time that they've waited here, these rights have gotten so much more valuable that in a weird way they may actually benefit financially from having sat this out for so long.
So, Brett, there was one paragraph that really stood out to me in the story. The Nationals have 2.3 million followers online, which is 27th best in Major League Baseball. I understand that. It's still a relatively new group. I know they're celebrating year 20 here, but it's still not, as ingrained as some of the, the Yankees or the Red Sox or the Cubs or where grandfathers have took grandsons and then the whole 9 yards.
As an example.
Well, I mean, they've been around longer than the Nats have, certainly, by decades. So here's the thing that jumped out at me. They rank second in the promotional quality measure for branded content. That's something I'm sure they're going to try to sell. Go into that dichotomy there and help rubes like me understand that.
Sure. Yeah. So that's a group, a marketing agency, Two Circles, that puts that stat together. And it's a bit of a subjective measure. It's not quite as clear cut as just counting up the number of followers. But basically what they're measuring is how teams, with their branded content, how well they're promoting their sponsors online. How large and clear the sponsor logos are and images that they're posting, how well they're actually promoting these partners. And in that regard, the Nationals come out, pretty close to the top of the heap. So, they can't necessarily say like we've got the biggest audience to pump you out to their sponsors, but with the audience that they do have, they're doing a good job.
Brett Knight of Forbes is with us on Grant and Danny. So how long have they been trying to sell the naming rights? And the reason I ask is, it's not, they have not sold them. That is true, but it's not like that the rights haven't been on the market, right? Now, maybe there's a difference between really trying to get it done and just like listing your house for sale, so to speak. But I remember being told not that long ago, it's probably been a few years now, but like that they were close to a deal with a government contractor in the area. And then it ended up that they couldn't get exactly the amount of pennies that they wanted, so it got shot down. But it's not like they haven't tried to do this in the past. So is the report that they're going to try to sell it, or like that they're now getting more serious about doing it, if that makes sense?
Sure. Yeah. I think they definitely have tried in the past. There's a rumor that I wasn't able to nail down, but, I was told that they came pretty close to signing a stadium naming sponsor a few years ago, and that in that case, at least, that it was less about the dollars and cents and more that they, I think, decided ultimately that this was a reputational risk, that this was a company that they didn't really want the name on the building. So definitely they've tried in the past. I think, this current iteration, as I understand it, is maybe the first time they've really made a serious effort coming out of COVID with fans back in the stadium. I think they sort of started discussions around how they wanted to proceed about a year ago, and ended up hiring this agency Excel to lead the process. They've been having conversations for a month or two now. To this point, I think the conversations have been sort of initial talks with some current team partners, seeing if they want to maybe step up to a larger sponsorship, and then maybe some other companies that either the Nationals or Excel already have relationships with. But, now they're going to get serious. They're going to start doing, an outbound sales process. They're going to be cold calling companies, not just in the DC area, but even internationally, given the sort of prominence of the DC market and, the government contracts that are available. They think they have like a really broad pool of sponsors that they might appeal to here. So, I think off and on, they've definitely tried in the past to varying degrees, but this does sound like it's a pretty serious effort. And my money would be on, I don't think they're going to take the first offer that comes around, but I think once we get to the end of the year, I would expect that they'll have a deal in place in both categories.
It's funny. I just want to get your thoughts on this. It's something Danny and I were talking about earlier. While it'd be a huge deal and the money that they could bring in, which we'll talk about, would be a potential game changer and a windfall if they were able to put the sponsorships on the jersey and to sell the naming rights to the ballpark. There is actually something cool to a bygone era where that doesn't happen. Now, I want both of these things to be done because I don't get free agents when I want them. And supposedly, one of the reasons is there's just not enough money coming in, whether that was the Masson dispute or I want as much money coming in as possible for the least excuses possible for why your big move of the offseason is Mike Soroka, which just doesn't butter the bread for me. But I say all that to say that, it's funny. We're excited that they're going to do this, but it is kind of cool that I don't love the look of the sponsor on the jersey, or, it's better to say Nats Park than Pepsi Park presented by Coca-Cola at National Stadium or whatever, Like, what's your thought on that? I mean, what is the popularity of these things now, and how's it gone over with fans?
Sure. Yeah. I think, every team sort of recognizes that fans don't love this and that there's going to be a trade-off there. I think at the same time, this has just become so widespread. I think you say at the top that 21 stadiums in Major League Baseball have naming rights partners. 23 teams have logos on the jerseys. Like, it's just kind of gotten unavoidable. I think, honestly, it seems to me like in baseball, you maybe even have less of that than you have in some other sports like the NBA. That there have been some more prominent holdouts. But I think it just has become so unavoidable. And I think also as it becomes more and more unavoidable, fans are just kind of resigned to this fact, and teams can kind of make that gamble. Like, we're not going to lose a lot of interest if we go this route. And, I think the sort of grass is greener aspect. If you look around the league as a team and you see like this other team's making $20-30 million that we're not making, it just becomes harder and harder to pass that up.
Yeah, and Brett, to that point, there's a lot that I don't understand here when it comes to stadium naming rights. If I have Yankee Stadium, Fenway Park, Wrigley Field, Dodger Stadium, I probably can't get away with changing that. I'm also making so much money that $20-30 million is it should be a great problem to have. It doesn't really matter to me. But not sort of refusing to do it, it just felt like free money to me. That no one has to change anything. You still open the gates and let people come in and watch baseball games. I've never understood the place, not just here in Washington, but folks that don't have that. If you don't have one of those historic built turn of the century type stadiums, just give me your thoughts there.
Yeah, I think if you were, maybe doing a generous interpretation, you would maybe say this was a new team in the market. They really wanted to build up that fan goodwill, that legacy, really, establish a brand in the local market. And, to that extent, maybe it has been smart to have that Nationals Park name in place for so long. I think a maybe less charitable interpretation of how this has played out would be, I think the ownership group has maybe gotten a bit of a reputation around the industry for being difficult, stubborn, tough to negotiate with. And so, I think it's possible that they just haven't felt like the deals have been right for them, that they haven't gotten the money that they would have expected. And that, if that's the case, they'd rather just not have anything at all. It's tough to say, but I think, the reality is where they're at now. I think it actually ends up sort of benefiting them from holding out so far. If they had signed a deal 10, 15 years ago, they might have been locked in long-term on this deal that was paying, $5 million a year, and they could potentially triple that by holding out until now when the price is right.
Brett Knight of Forbes. I know you haven't done any work necessarily on them trying to sell the team back in 2022 and whether or not they would now, but just curious for your opinion on, would you be better off to sell the naming rights of the ballpark and put the sponsor on the jersey sleeve or whatever before you sold or after you sold in terms of adding value? Because if this would it be better for me to buy a team knowing I can swing my own deals? Because we're trying to figure out always with everything they do if it means it's more or less likely that they're trying to sell.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I think you could probably argue it either way. Certainly having that flexibility and that sort of low-hanging fruit to come in as an ownership group would probably be pretty appealing. But at the same time, I think you could argue that, getting the books in order, getting the P&L statement looking as good as it can is also going to drive up your price. And, I know you guys have been talking about the Masson deal with some of the uncertainty around, local media rights, both with the Nationals and the league more broadly. It certainly doesn't hurt to pick up this big chunk of change. It makes everything look a lot better, a lot easier to swallow in those cases.
So tangibly here, when the rubber meets the road, Brett, what are we anticipating? How much money will be there available for the Nationals on an annual basis, kind of moving towards their operating budget, or wherever they decide to put it? What kind of dollar figures are we really talking about here?
Sure. Yeah. So with naming rights, stadium naming rights, you see a really big range across the league, and most of that comes down to the timing of when these deals were struck. Teams that signed 10, 15, 20 years ago are often locked into these deals in sort of the $2 to $5 million a year range. These are really long-term deals in general, 20, 25, 30-year deals. So those teams that have been locked in are really far down the spectrum. Whereas, at the upper end, you see teams doing $10 or $15 million a year on the naming rights. And I think the Nationals, with some confidence about their home market, really hope to be at the high end of that range. On the jersey patch side, it's definitely a narrower range based on the fact that all of these deals have been struck in the last couple of years. I think on the whole, you see deals tend to be in the sort of $7 or $8 million range, and with a couple outliers on the high end. But I think in general on sort of the 7-8 million side. So you combine those two, a top tier stadium naming rights deal and an average patch deal. I think you can pretty easily get to 20 million or so, with some upside to go up even further from that. It's a lot of money.
Yeah, it's not nothing. The story.
Yeah, I think.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I should say, I think this is a team that has been kind of middle of the pack in most revenue categories. This is sort of the one area that they have this low-hanging fruit where they can really juice their numbers. And it's really pretty substantial. I think in the context of a team that's doing $300 or $400 million in annual revenue, it maybe doesn't sound like a make or break number, but at the same time, this is a team that, according to our estimates, was somewhere around 27 million in total advertising and sponsorship revenue just a couple of years ago. So potentially, you're maybe looking at even doubling your sponsorship revenue just from these two deals. So it is pretty significant, pretty substantial in the revenue pie for the team.
You said 300 to 400 million in revenue. Is that correct? Did you say that?
Yeah.
What did they? Are they're in the green then? I would imagine. Like, are they making money?
Yeah. So our most recent numbers are all based on the 2023 season, and so for that season, I'm just trying to get you a number. So we had them at $355 million in revenue, and then in terms of profit, being in the black, had them at $63 million in operating income. So yeah, pretty substantially profitable.
Definitely good reason not to go get free agents for sure. So that's good intel. Thank you. Brett Knight of Forbes is with us. But last one I've got for you would be the timing of this is fascinating. So I'm not trying to get into your pockets here in terms of like how the story came about or sourcing, but I'm curious, like the Masson dispute thing that we've been waiting 20 plus years for, that bombshell dropped yesterday. And then I saw this within an hour or two. Are these related in any way? Or was that one of the things where you just kind of got on the horn and started talking to people? Like, is there a tie between the two, or is this just ironic that two massive stories drop within a couple hours?
Yeah, I think the fact that they landed on the same day is just sort of a coincidence. Like I say, I think this deal process has been in the works for a month or two, and this is just sort of the fastest I could get it all nailed down and out the door. So I think that specific timing certainly is coincidence. Whether there's some broader tie on why the team would be doing this, whether it's for ownership reasons or otherwise, it's tough for me to say. I think it's possible that they're trying to get their books cleaned up in a bunch of different places at once for specific reasons, or again, it could just be coincidence. It could just be we've passed up this money for too long and now's the time to make a move.
Brett, great stuff with us, man. It's good reporting. Really appreciate the time.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks a ton. There's Brett Knight of Forbes on Grant and Danny. Remember, we've got Brian Baldinger joining us on the show at 6 between now and then. Commanders seem to be thinking more short term with some of the veterans that they're bringing in, haven't really been in the long-term contract business nearly as much. What do we make of that, and do we like it? We'll get to that on The Fan.
I'm Roll Forsey. Here's what's happening a week or so before free agency. Lots going down in the NFL today. The Eagles have re-signed running back Saquon Barkley, 2 years, $41.2 million. He's the first $20 million a year running back ever and the highest paid running back in NFL history. Just 2 players were tagged this year. Franchise tag deadline day today. About an hour and a half ago, 4 p.m. was the deadline. Chiefs used theirs on guard Trey Smith. Bengals wide receiver T. Higgins also officially tagged. Vikings quarterback Sam Darnold was not, so he'll become a free agent in 8 days. The New York Jets have released Devonte Adams today, so he is now a free agent immediately and can sign at any point with another team. Doesn't have to wait until next Wednesday. College hoops, Virginia Tech home tonight against North Carolina. 7 p.m. for that one here in the Fan. Georgetown also in action home against Villanova. 8 p.m. over on the Team 980. From the Crop Metcalf 5-star sports desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Is this you two?
No.
Is it somebody nubby like you two?
No.
What is this?
I have no idea, but I've heard this guy before.
It
I've heard this one
sounds
before.
like it's Bono.
It's not.
What is this?
The band is called Swedish House.
I'm sure it is. Swedish
Song is-
meatballs.
The song is called Don't You Worry, Child.
Yeah, they got some Swedish fish in there.
Are there Swedish meatballs over there? I'd like to eat some of those.
Should be. So we're just, I know we got a show to do. We're just throwing a bullpen out there. Ryan was working on his stuff. How do you convince a guy to stop throwing a pitch? Like, in other words, he thinks his curveball is good and it's just awful.
Well, it's hard in a touch and feel session. You needs to see it get hit 450 feet the other direction.
I was
a couple
trying to explain
times.
it to him. He's got slider arm action. If he would just throw that and trust it, but his curveball's terrible.
Deebo Samuel gained 120 yards over expected after the catch last year. Fewest since his rookie season in 2019, but still tied for the 5th most among wide receivers in the NFL. That stat sings to me because I think the shouting match that some people are having is, look at how much he regressed. And then a lot of people are looking at him and going, he's still really useful. Like, yes, he looked like he dipped and there was a regression, obviously, but it was still top 5 after the catch. Since entering the league in 2019, Deebo Samuel leads all wide receivers in yards after the catch with 3,160. And here's the great stat. In terms of yak over expected, so like running through tackles and not going down when he was projected to have, Deebo Samuel plus 1130 yak over expected since he came into the league. Next on the list is A.J. Brown at plus 964. It's not even close. Talking about a couple of 100-yard difference. And then Chase and Kupp and Godwin. That's what Deebo does, man. So is there some fear? Is there a little concern that maybe we are seeing the beginning of the decline? Sure. But you also have to ask yourself, is he still really helpful? And I think the answer to that is yes.
I think that's the key. So this is not analogous because this is not the same person. But when Michael Jordan came back and played for the Wizards, no, he was not Air Jordan. Still a 25-5 guy, though. You see what I'm saying? Like, I understand he couldn't jump from the free throw line. There's a lot of things that he couldn't do. Plenty that he could. He was still pretty damn good. And that's kind of the point here. I'm not saying Deebo Samuel's the same guy that went for 1,700 total yards or whatever that number was with teens touchdowns. I don't think he's that same player. We saw last year there were a number of reasons that maybe slowed him down, the pneumonia, whether it was his weight, whether it was issues in terms of locker room chemistry, cohesion, contract. I have no idea. The fact remains, he's on a mission to prove that he deserves a mega deal. Washington is in dire need of something that he might provide in terms of his skill set. If he's 85% of what he was last year, that's still now their second best receiver / weapon on the roster behind McLaurin. Like, to me, there's so little downside. I don't get the people that are going, he's not the same. And I'm going, so what?
Yeah, you and me both. How about this? I don't know that we've thought about it in these terms yet, or we certainly haven't talked about this if you have, but the net deal right now for the Commanders for Marshawn Lattimore and Deebo Samuel is a 2025 third, 4th, and 6th round pick. Now, that could go one of two ways, right? I mean, Lattimore played very poorly last year and was hurt a bunch. So if he continues to play like that, that's a dud, and it doesn't help you. The Commanders are pretty convinced, and Adam Peters, every time he speaks about him, speaks with conviction that he's going to be really good. But let's look at both sides of this. Let's just assume this works out pretty well. If Marshawn Lattimore is a corner one, plays at a high level, whether he makes the Pro Bowl or not next year, if he's that type of player, and Deebo gives you 850 or 900 all-purpose yards and scores 6 or 7 touchdowns, plays in 15 games, and is a real impact player as you get back to the playoffs. To have gotten those two guys for a 3rd, 4th, and 6th round pick at the receiver and corner position, what a steal for Adam Peters. That's 2 potential stars for 3 picks, none of which were in the top 2 rounds. Massive accomplishment. But again, I said this yesterday. Peters is not afraid to stick his neck out there on the line. He's not afraid to take a risk. If Lattimore struggles again, and now if Deebo looks older, slower, just isn't quite the same, or gets banged up, you've traded a 3rd, a 4th, and a 6th for Lattimore, dud, in this hypothetical. Deebo, regression. All of a sudden, they're talking about, look at how this haul is going to work out. I think it's very much an incomplete, but the downside is also pretty loud too.
Yeah,
not that it's a lot. I mean, like
No, I hear you. I mean, to me, the pushback I would say is the attempt is still a very sound process to me. I was, like everyone else, gravely disappointed in Lattimore last year. I have no idea if it was hamstring. I have no idea if it was a tough environment that it came into. I have no clue. I just know that I was expecting a lot more, and I didn't get it. They're doubling down, so be it. Let's see what happens. I'll reserve judgment until the appropriate time. I guess the thing that I would say is that process to me is very sound. In other words, like, you're filling glaring needs with low-cost options. With all due respect, it means you don't get a KJ Henry that you can find anytime, anywhere.
In the 5th or 6th round, but the 3rd round ain't nothing.
Something.
I mean, a 3rd and a 4th could be packaged together for a really early 3rd, or even maybe a very back, probably not a 2nd, I wouldn't think, but like next year's 2nd or something. You could possibly swing. So I mean, it's not nothing. Now, again, I look at it from the 10,000-foot view, and I really do believe we saw the worst that we'll see of Marshawn Lattimore with Washington this past season. And it is my belief that Deebo Samuel will help them a bunch this year. So to give up a 3, a 4, and a 6 to get those 2 guys, I'm completely on board with. But that is the aggregate deal, so to speak, because the reason you're going, well, wait a second, you're not talking about a 5th rounder. Well, it's because the 5th round pick Washington sending to San Fran, which is in the late 140s, was acquired in the Lattimore trade from New Orleans. So that's why you go back and you say, well, what have they given up? What have they gotten in the aggregate? It's a 2025 3, 4, 6 for, again, maybe 2 guys that could make a Pro Bowl for you in Lattimore and Deebo. And if they both do, then Peters is going to be the cock of the walk, Vince McMahon walking in and out of the office. I
mean, even if one does, even if we don't get anything out of Lattimore, I'm still going, that's a win. It's a better shooting percentage than most draft picks. I know I'm not meaning to argue with you. I'm just sort of saying this process to me makes a ton of sense.
So I agree, and we are process over result guys, but how am I trying to say this? That can be true, and it doesn't matter if like when it comes to trades, whether your process was good or not, if it blows up in your face, that's what goes on your resume.
Totally.
And that also, like, we can't just sit here and go, you know what? It doesn't matter that they got the Lattimore thing wrong and the Deebo thing was really bad too, because the idea was good. Like, process over result is a good thing, I think, when you're talking about coaching and playing and evaluating and all this. And we can have that conversation simultaneously. But as a young general manager who's made 2 big trades for big-time players, if both of them backfire, I don't think we can just go, well, the idea was pretty good.
I think you can do both.
Yeah,
I think you could say, like, it was a smart idea that didn't work. And then we can call balls and strikes too, which I think we will. Like right now, it's ball. That was not good. The Lattimore trade right now looks bad.
Yeah, I guess my point is the fact that it was a good idea isn't that important anymore when it blows up.
Fair enough. I guess to me, I'm look. All we can do now, no games are being played, and there's no lineups and no deployment. I'm saying a guy where, just by point of comparison, his worst year in terms of yards after the catch, Terry McLaurin has equaled once in his career. Talking about Deebo Samuel, just to give you an idea of the type of player. That skill set is worth a 5th round pick to me. It's worth probably a 3rd round pick to me, maybe a 4th. Yeah. I'll do it every time. So if it doesn't work
But
because he gets hurt the first day of training camp, and we go, he's on the Curtis Samuel bike.
Injury notwithstanding,
Yeah.
though, because I wouldn't kill a GM for that. That's bad luck. But if he doesn't perform, then you didn't know what you needed to know to an extent.
Mm-hmm.
You and I can be wrong because we have Deebo Samuel on our fantasy team. But when you trade for Marshawn Lattimore and he's got a bum hamstring that doesn't get better, or he's slower than he's ever been before, or he just can't cover like he used to, that's part of the game.
Yeah, he's more concerned with picking fights than he is covering people.
You and I are excited because we know from Marshawn Lattimore last year or 2 years ago, as a GM, you got to be projecting these things too. But yes, I think while the Marshawn Lattimore trade, which you gave up more for, by the way,
Mm-hmm.
even though I loved it and still would do it and wouldn't hit, like right now, this second, if you gave me a button and I could redo the Lattimore trade, I would not do that. Still. Because I think there's a possibility over these next 2 years that you get a pretty good corner. They also have no corners, and it's not like they gave up a ton, but I would be more likely to redo that one. It's like a 55% no, 45% yes. The Deebo deal, to me, I'd put in no-brainer category.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Marshawn Lattimore is no-brainer category. And based on what we've seen, it's currently a loss. I mean, it's currently not a good trade.
That's right.
But we are 1/3 of the way through the results of the trade. So at 33% of precincts are
early returns is not good.
And we're down big in the election, I would say. New Orleans is killing it. Let's go to John in Rockville on Grant and Danny. What's up, John?
Hi guys, thanks for taking my call. But
hey, buddy.
This is a no-brainer. The Deebo. I mean, what did you get? What kind of receiving yards did you get for Luke McCaffrey last year? And he was a third rounder?
Yeah, I mean, he was more of a project than often a third rounder, recent quarterback. But yeah, your point's well taken. He had a 18 catch, 170 yards.
The fifth, I bet half the people out there couldn't name the 5th round draft pick from their favorite team, no matter when it was. It's just you're not getting immediate on-field production. We made it to the NFC Championship game last year. You're bringing in somebody that's going to be on the field and can help. It's 1 year. It's a 5th round pick. I mean,
you're preaching to the choir, man. I mean, you're talking to two people who were thrilled by the deal. I saw Russell today walking in the hallway, Chris Russell, and he said, "What'd you think of the trade?" And I said, "Well, you apparently didn't listen to our radio program for about 3 hours yesterday." I did not say that. I said, I love it. He goes, "You're not worried a little bit?" I said, "Well, what's the worst that could happen?" He's like, "Well, he gets hurt a lot, or he's just not that good." And I said, "So what?" So you paid him $17.5 million against your cap in a year where the cap jumped over $20 million. So you almost still gain in that transaction, by the way, just the cap growth versus bringing in Deebo. You still gain cap space from what you had 6 weeks ago. And, oh, by the way, it's a 1-year deal that you're out of, and you gave up a 5th round pick. So be it.
Yeah.
The possibilities and the upside of the deal make that well worth it.
100% every time.
So, yeah, you're talking to two people who would have pulled the trigger and who right now are giving the trade an A. I said this yesterday. If they were to extend him, I would feel very, very differently. But just like I don't think they're going to go after Devonte Adams because I think they are smart, I don't think they're going to extend Deebo Samuel. I'd be very surprised by that. Hope that's not the case. Grant and Danny on the Fan, they are making a lot of decisions. It seems like that's a little bit more, about the immediate future.
Nowish, yeah.
The long term, which is exciting. There's some urgency and aggressiveness to that. We'll talk about that next. Plus, a really funny moment in spring training that I think, even though it wasn't about the Nats fans will find entertaining, a trip down memory lane. I'll explain next on Grant and Danny. I wish I could remember who I saw debating this and give them credit, but it was one of these like reels I was just scrolling for an hour at a time, I'm sure.
Sure.
Wasting my life
They're
away.
little tiny microphones talking to each other?
Exactly.
Yeah.
But these two dudes were discussing showering, of all things.
Oh, okay.
And apparently a high percentage of people wash the shampoo out of their hair facing the water.
Yeah.
What do you mean, yeah?
Correct.
No. Facing the shower head.
Oh, yes, correct.
You do that?
Of course you do.
That's insane.
You want it out of your hair.
No, but you would face the back of the shower
Mm-hmm.
and tilt your head back so that you can pull the shampoo back so it doesn't get near your eyes going down your
You're
back.
literally going, I want it to get in my eyes. Let me turn away from the water and have it run down towards my face.
No.
You
not at
face
all.
the water so that it runs off like water off a duck.
You definitely don't face
Every time.
the water.
You should never do it any other way. Anyone who showers the other way, lock them away. They're a psycho.
What you're saying is insane. So you think it's harder to get shampoo in your eyes if you're facing the water coming right at your eyes than away from it?
You're basically saying, if I walk up to you and push you, you expect to go in the opposite direction, like towards me. The force of the water is driving away over your head this way.
Yes.
Right?
No, but
you're talking about facing away, so the water is going from the back of your head towards your eyes. You're driving things towards your eyes.
No, so you would take another step further away from the water. Then you would lean your head back toward the water.
Well, am I
when you're sitting in the chair at the barber shop, you're not facing the bottom of the sink so that they can push down toward your brow.
They don't take the water hose and shoot it from the back of the head towards the top of your head. They go down. The water goes away. The flow of the water goes away from your eyes.
Exactly like it would in the shower, where the water is hitting basically the top of your head, and you're pushing your hair down toward the back of your, the top of your back.
Talking about like doing a limbo and craning your neck
It's not
back
a
down.
limbo. I mean, Darius, you're in the shower, you're washing out shampoo. Are you facing the water or facing away from it?
I'm definitely facing the water.
Because that's where the water's coming from. To the flow of the water going back towards the back of your head.
I don't think you guys understand what I'm asking.
You can't.
No reasonable person would face the water.
You can't possibly be advocating.
So here's what I'm
turning
saying.
away from the water to then have the water go towards your eyes.
Right.
That's what you're saying to do.
Chest or back? Is the chest like be toward the part like the shower head, the water dripping down on you, or is the chest facing away from it?
My chest is facing the shower head.
Yeah, you take a charge.
I mean, that's preposterous. Clary?
I'm the same. I face the shower head
while the shampoo is in your hair.
Yeah, and it goes down my back. It's great. I love it.
So what do you get so far up that it hits like the top of your head and not your face?
No, I sit there and let the water hit my head as it is, and I just let the water go down my back. It's easy.
Because that's where the pressure of the water takes it away from your eyes and
insanity.
face.
Now, it was still the minority of people that do this, by the way, but it was a much higher percentage than I'd ever imagined. I was like, this is insane that anyone would do this. Toby, you're in the shower. You're washing out your shampoo. How are you doing it?
I'm trying to think. I can't think of how I do it for whatever reason right now.
Have you showered?
I have showered.
And you've used shampoo?
I have.
So just naturally, what are you thinking? You're in the shower?
I would think back.
So you're on my side.
I would think so.
Back what?
Back to the shower head.
Then you have to tilt your head back.
Yeah, of course you do.
Right.
Just like you would do at a barbershop when you're sitting there having your hair washed.
No. I'm not like tilting back. I'll just stand underneath it.
Okay, see, but you're facing away from it.
Correct.
Because what I'm saying is, if you're doing it your way, Danny, when the water's hitting you and your hair it's now coming down onto your eyes. The whole point is to not allow it to get near your eyes. That's the entire point.
Right.
Where if you do it like me and you turn around right here.
Yeah, you're turning backwards.
Now I'm pushing my hair back.
That's
and
not where the
shampoo's
water's going.
Falling down the back of my head.
That's a big production, big effort. Than other than just sort of kind of ducking underneath there and letting that water shoot towards the back of your head. That's the flow of the water.
When I
That's where it
heard
goes.
this today, I was like, oh, these guys are doing a bit. No one's ever showered that way. And here I got 3 out of the 4 of you silly geese telling me you do it. I am flummoxed.
I'm going to tell you right now, no sane person has ever gone, I see the flow of this thing where the water is going. let me put the thing I want to avoid in the way of that.
No.
Which is what you're advocating.
No sane person has ever allowed the shower to hit the top of their head and then had the shampoo run toward
You got some
their
sort of
eyes.
bizarre thing where you're your head down and like combing it towards your eyes. Let the flow of the water work for you.
The water is not shooting like a hose, even with the top of your head. It's coming down from above your head.
I mean,
so
if you got a
naturally,
waterfall shower
the
situation, maybe, but
no,
the
any
rest
shower ever,
No.
it comes from above your head, and then the shampoo's going to go down because gravity works, down toward your chin, down toward the front of your nose.
when you get that hair done at that special haircut place where they're washing your hair,
yeah,
you'll notice they take the hose, the faucet, whatever you want to call it,
right,
and they
Right at
cover
the
your
hairline.
eyes right at the hairline,
Yep.
and they shoot it the direction that I'm advocating.
Wrong.
That's correct.
They shoot it the direction I'm advocating.
They don't. Well, when they're scrubbing it and washing it, they're going to take the hose on top of your forehead, cover your eyes, and shoot it down. And that's because that's how pressure
Shoot it
works.
down?
Yeah, because you're leaning back. And
Right. Leaning back. He said leaning back. You're doing the exact thing I'm doing. I'm
when
leaning
you're
back.
in the chair,
And the
Shouty McShatterson, yes, when you're leaning back in the
Yes,
chair
I'm
and you're
leaning back.
tilting back, they wash down, like that's where the faucet's pointed,
Right.
down in the direction that we're doing standing up. You should always face the water because that's where the pressure
I think
is
you got
taking
to
the
face
shampoo
away from the water.
You should never, and I mean this, never face away.
Josh, Upper Marlboro, you're on Grant and Danny. What's up?
He was one of the few people in America, certainly in this region, right about Chase Young, and Daniel Rue is right about this.
Mm-hmm.
There is
Danny Rute.
Rute.
There is no reason to face away. I just pushed ignore on my wife, by the way, to talk to you guys.
Thanks, Josh.
I'm gonna have to deal with that. I'm gonna have to deal with that later. There is no reason to face away. Grant, let me ask you a question. What is the function of water in a shower?
To clean you?
And to rinse, right?
Yes, rinse. That's the whole thing we're doing.
So
yeah.
it rinses your eyes. It rinses your eyes.
I don't want it to rinse my eyes. My eyes are not involved. I have shampoo in my hair.
No, Josh, he's got a point. Let me just say this, Josh. If you want to get soap off your body and chest, you turn away from the water. You see what I'm saying? You don't let the water hit your chest or your thigh.
No.
If you want it off your chest, you turn your chest away from the water,
This
right?
is about the eyes. There's no other
course
part
it
of
is.
my body that the shampoo or the soap can't touch.
Yeah.
I don't want it to get inside my eyes, so I
course you
turn
don't.
my eyes away from the water. It's the most intuitive, easy thing in the world. Do I want my eyes facing the water or I don't? Do I want shampoo in my eyes or I don't?
You don't understand how pressure works.
Chris in Hyattsville, you don't understand how to shower. I'll come
I'm
over
pretty
to your
good
house
at it.
and teach you how to shower.
I'd love
I'll
that.
hop in the shower with you.
Take some notes.
And I will show
I'll
you
make
how
eye
to shower.
contact the whole time.
I will scrub you.
I'll be staring at that water.
And I will scrub you clean. Hello, Chris.
Harris, Danny,
Yep.
Toby, you guys are a gaggle of silly geese, okay? Grant is 1,000% correct.
That's not true.
You turn away from the shower head so that the suds don't roll down into your ocular cavity and irritate your eyes. The only time you need to face forward is if you're scrubbing your face or your naughty bits. By the way, these are the topics I live for. Thanks, guys.
Do you stretch out before you go in there? Do a couple neck rolls and then a couple back bends, so
Yeah.
you can contort yourself. So this makes sense.
I was starting to doubt myself for a second and go, am I the weird one? But now
Yes.
that's exactly what I needed to hear. Because again, I don't remember the percentage, but it was super high. It was like 20-some% of people say they do it your way or whatever. And I just think that that's absolutely preposterous. Let's go Brady in Montclair. How are you?
Hey, how you guys doing? First time caller.
Hi, Brady.
So my big point on this is like, if you're using a hair dryer, you guys are talking about the pressure and the direction. If you're using a hair dryer, you're doing it from the front of your head
right
back, So that's really like why I would think you totally face the
But
shower.
it's unrelated though, because
it's the same.
I'm also going front of my head to the back. We're both going front of the head. We're going from the hairline down to the bottom of the hair. It's just, are you facing it or not? You can't face away from the hair dryer.
Well, yeah, you could. You could have someone put it behind you. That would be stupid.
This is the point.
But it has nothing to do. It's
the same thing.
this
One's
is-
air, one's water.
No, here's what he just said. It reminds me of like when you're eating a hot dog, but you eat the bun and then you have the bite of the mustard. Thanks. Not important to what we're talking about, though.
So germane. So
It
perfect.
has nothing to do with it.
It's the same thing. One is airflow, the other's water flow. It's the same principle.
James in Arlington, what's up?
Hello, long time listener, first time caller.
gave him a celebration, but not the last guy.
Yeah.
Jim's got a flat top, so I know he does his hair right. What's up, James?
Nothing. That's it, Grant. Hang in there. Love you.
Thank you. But which way do you shower?
Team Grant.
There you
Keep
go.
the suds out of my eyes. Don't even take a chance. I turn away from the shower.
Of course you do. Because you know why?
Insane.
The goal is to not get shampoo in your eyes. So the best way to do that
Is direct shampoo towards your eyes with that with the water flow?
Not at all. You're doing that more than I'm doing that.
Couldn't be more
Shampoo
wrong.
never gets near my eyes.
Couldn't be more wrong.
Ever in a million years. No, because I have my hands right here over the forehead.
That seems like an
And
awful
I
lot of
just
work.
pull straight back and go, here's my move. Ready?
I'm watching. So Grant's got his
Inner
hands over
clasp
his
hands,
eyes.
straight back once. Shampoo's pretty much gone.
You know what does that for you is the water that's already going in that direction.
The water's also
You just let it
there.
go.
I'm leaned back. The water has done 90% of it.
Nice little tilt back.
In fact, when I do this, I might not even touch any shampoo because it's mostly gone. I'm just tilting straight back. Water's hitting the top of my head.
Is your shower like a waterfall, like straight over your head?
It's like any normal person shower.
Then any normal person would have used the pressure of the water to their advantage instead of doing a matrix style contortionist act in the shower.
I thought this is how this segment would go. Oh my God, someone does that? That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
That's right.
And then Danny and Darius and Ryan all do it.
Mm-hmm.
Can you believe? I'm actually going to poll people on this at Grant H. Paulson on Twitter. See what the majority of the folks that follow me do. You're listening to The Fan.
I'm Earl Forsey, and here's what's happening. Lots in the NFL was happening today. Franchise tag deadline today. Only 2 players actually received the tag this year, fewest since 2006. Chiefs guard Trey Smith and Bengals wide receiver T. Higgins. Vikings did not use the franchise tag on quarterback Sam Darnold, so unless he re-signs there in the next week, he'll become a free agent next Wednesday. The big news, though, in the NFL concern running back Saquon Barkley rewarded for an Eagle run to the Super Bowl. He gets a 2-year, $41.2 million contract extension in Philly today. Saquon becomes football's first ever $20 million a year running back and the highest paid running back in NFL history. Also, the Jets officially released Devonte Adams today, so he is a free agent right now and can sign with a new team immediately. Doesn't have to wait until free agency starts next week. Capitals back on track with a 5-4 shootout win last night, snapped a season-worst 3-game skid. Ovi still 11 away from breaking the Gretzky all-time record. NBA big news today. Dallas Mavericks star Kyrie Irving suffered a torn ACL left knee in last night's loss to Sacramento, so he is done for the season. Spring training, Nats knocked off by St. Louis today, 6-4. Stone Garrett also cleared waivers. He'll now be assigned to AAA Rochester. College hoops, Virginia Tech, home against North Carolina tonight, 7 p.m. on the Fan. Georgetown in action, home against Villanova, 8 p.m. on the Team 980. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
G&D welcoming you back on the Fan. The stretch run. We're taking you up to 6:30. Virginia Tech Hokies basketball tonight right here on the Fan. Our guy Toby Altizer, part of the broadcast. Make sure you're listening coming up in about 20 minutes for pregame. By the way, so far we're at a 50-50 vote on the shower conversation heard around the world. First 300 votes or so in. Do you face the water or face away from the water to wash the shampoo out of your hair? Stunning that half of people would face the shower, but I digress.
Exclusively sponsored we are by the law firm of Condorian, Morad, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
We are joined by Odyssey NFL insider Brian Baldinger, host of the Best Football Show podcast. Make sure to check out the Best Football Show on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your pods. Baldy, thank you for the time. It was awesome to get you see you in New Orleans on Radio Row. You're on with Grant and Danny here in D.C. How you been?
I'm good, guys. Good. I had a little vacation, a little time off. I'm sitting here in the film room watching Matt Harrison from Kentucky right now. Just kind of getting to know some of these guys that are getting ready for the draft.
Love that.
He ran pretty well at the combine. I saw there, Brian.
Yes, he did.
You mean that 4.28?
Yeah,
not too shabby.
That's pretty good.
Hey, before we get into
put him down.
Everything going on in the NFL, settle this debate for us. Washing shampoo out of your hair in the shower. Do you face the water or do you face away from the water?
Oh, you always face the water. Yeah, you have to face the water.
Yep.
I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't have any mirrors in there. I'm not watching myself. But I think you got to face the water. I think that's the only way.
Well, then you get shampoo in your eyes, no?
Don't you close your eyes? You keep your eyes open during that period? I mean, I just close the eyes.
During that period is so funny. No, I mean, I would close my eyes. I'm a turn away guy, Brian. I just kind of
he's doing the limbo back there, Brian.
Down the back of the head,
stretching his neck out.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I guess there's two ways to do it, but I don't know. Like, I just close my eyes. I don't get any soap in my eyes. I did that, when you were 3. We got soap in our eyes, but you get to a certain age, you don't put soap in your eyes anymore. Like, you just go out of that stage.
I also get the sense that if he got soap in his eyes, he would handle it better than I would.
That's right.
As a manly man. All right, Baldy, let's talk Deebo Samuel here. He is a Washington Commander. They give up a 5th. They're going to pay about $18 million against the cap this year. What'd you think of the trade?
Well, I mean, San Francisco was probably jumping up and down about it. I mean, not that they wanted to lose Deebo, but they're cash strapped. They can't pay everybody. They got to pay a quarterback, so they got Washington to be the taker. Just the fact that they even got a 5th round pick is probably pretty good. considering they just want to unload the salary. It's just, look, nobody was good on that offense last year. Nobody. The quarterback wasn't good. The left tackle wasn't good. Kittle was the only guy that played well. And they had a ton of distractions all off season, all preseason. They had a ton of injuries. Every single running back got hurt. And so, Deebo did not have a good season. But was that just because nobody had a good season? Defensively, they were terrible. So, you could say Super Bowl slump possibly. But, what player are you getting? Are you getting the guy that led the league in, yak yards 3 years ago, 4 years ago? Or are you getting a declining player? I don't really know, but I have a feeling that they're going to use him in a variety of ways. And, he can certainly be a spark to the offense, but I don't know, like Diami Brown played really good as the number 2 receiver opposite McLaurin down the stretch last year. And if you're asking Deebo to be that guy, that's not really what his strength is.
How would you use him, Brian, given what we saw over these last couple of years, and maybe worried about a decline, maybe worried that last year was an anomaly, or just sort of your thoughts therein? What's the way he's best used?
Well, I mean, his best way is if you use him in a multitude of ways. You put him at running back, you run him on the fly sweeps, you use him in the return game, you use him in a variety of ways. You just don't know with the number of carries that he has gotten between the tackles, has that, really banged him up? And is he lost speed and burst? I don't really know. He would know that better than anybody, but sometimes players are the last to realize it. But, he's running between the tackles the way running backs do and the way that they, take a beating. Has that taken a beating on him? But you would be foolish not to use him in similar type of roles. There's all kinds of ways to get him the ball. San Francisco did it a lot of different ways. But that's really the question is he a declining player, or was last year just what you just said? Is it an anomaly? And I can't really say because I didn't see anybody that was good in San Francisco last year.
That's a great point. They're picking 11th, I think, because of it. Baldy, I've made the case that even if he's a declining player, I think he can still help him and be a benefit. He was 5th as an example in yak last year over expected, despite it being the worst year of his career in that regard. Still 5th in the league. But also, I feel like they just didn't give that much up. Like, I don't view a 5th-round pick in a 1-year contract as overly damaging. What's your thought on that?
No, I mean, look, the 5th-round pick is great. You look at what Devonte got. Look at all the guys that moved at wide receiver. I mean, that's the lowest pick of any receiver that's changed teams. But you have to take on the salary. And so, is that forbidding, taking on his salary? Now, I'll say this about Deebo. He adds a great deal of toughness to your team. The way that he plays, he is a crowd favorite. Once he gets the head of steam up, there's nobody he can't run through. His contact balance has been excellent. He is a tough player. He was coming out of South Carolina. He has been in San Francisco. You need tough physical players to win in this business, and he provides that.
What would complement this group now, Brian, in your opinion, knowing that kind of what Deebo is? I hate the term gadget. There's such a negative connotation there to that. But to me, he's a Swiss Army knife, could do a little bit of everything. And then McLaurin opposite that. What would be kind of that third type of receiver that sort of best fit for that trio to round it out, in your opinion?
I mean, a guy like Tyler Warren, just go get a monster at tight end, and just own the middle of the field. You got guys that can work underneath. You got McLaurin that can beat anybody on the outside. Just getting not knocking Zach Ertz, but I mean, this is year 13 or 14 for Zach. Go get yourself just a complete freak in the middle of the field. Just somebody that's going to match up against anybody, whatever defense you have. That's what type of player he looks to me. And that would be any quarterback's best friend, especially the closer you get to the goal line. You just need a monster in there to take the ball off the rim that can finish drives.
Tyler Warren, by the way, for those of you listening in D.C. that aren't familiar, 6'6", 260, tight end at Penn State.
Stud.
Going to be the top tight end to go in the draft this year, very likely. I mean, would he even be there for them at 29 if they stay pat?
No, I don't think you can stay at 29 and get Tyler Warren. I don't think he'd get past Denver if he was available, wherever they pick. I forget the number, 20-something. But he wouldn't get past Denver. I mean, Sean Payton would take him. He'd be his next Jimmy Graham, the type of tight ends that he's had. Sean has always been just maniacal about red zone offense. and big tight ends, Gronk, all those kind of Brock Bowers, those guys just give you that sort of ability. Antonio Gates is going to the Hall of Fame because of that ability in the red zone. So I don't think you get past Denver. I think you'd have to move in order to go get him.
Baldy, what do you think the market will be for Devonte Adams? And just to localize it, should the Commanders with McLaurin and Deebo, $43 million or so in cap for those two guys already, be in the market for him, do you think?
No, I don't think so. I mean, Deebo's already challenged just from a speed standpoint. I mean, Devontae ran a 4.58 in 2014. He's an electric guy when it comes to just his ability to beat you off the line of scrimmage. But I think you were looking at a declining player. I mean, I think Washington, they went older and it worked out on defense last year with a lot of veteran players. That's fine. They filled a lot of one-year needs. But I mean, I would try to build with youth around Jaden Daniels, guys that are going to be there for the next 3 years. And I don't know that Devontae, he might give you a year. He gave you a good second half of the season in New York last year. But I would try to get younger. I try to get younger and get faster. Teams that just can blister you out of the blocks just give you a lot of problems. And I would try to get faster at that position.
Music to our ears here in DC. Brian Baldinger with us here on Grant and Danny. The only challenge, though, is you had such a great year. You're picking 29th. You gave up some picks already to get Deebo and Marshawn Lattimore. Where's the avenue other than maybe going some of these short-term veteran things to kind of build that bridge while you build that young core? It's a tougher spot than maybe people think, right, Brian? Just in terms of, living up to the expectations, building on the fly while, trying to establish that young core.
Yeah, I mean, that's true, but, you got to draft well. I mean, One thing the Rams have showed everybody that, you got to hit in your lower rounds. You got to hit in your third, your fourth. I mean, Puka Nacua, I mean, it's a fifth-round pick. I mean, the guy is, nobody can cover him. So you just got to hit on your picks, no matter wherever you select, no matter what, whatever number of picks they have right now, I don't have it in front of me. But, I mean, you got to do your homework. You got to find your players. And there isn't a secret sauce or magic to it. Do your homework and, find good players in every round and find good players to compete because, I mean, that's what you're going to be faced with. I mean, you just can't put an all-star team together. You got to draft guys and develop them. And you got to find guys that want to be hungry for the game.
Baldy, should the Vikings be tagging Darnold and trying to trade him so they don't lose him for nothing? Or are you okay with him walking out the door after 4,300 yards, 35 touchdowns for Zippy?
Well, he can start for quite a few teams that are quarterback hungry right now. So however you get that done, I mean, if I was Minnesota, it just depends. I mean, you could sign him. I mean, this thing has to, happen in the next 7 days, 8 days. But you could sign him and trade him, or you could try to trade him and let them work out a deal. But I would try to get something for him. He's valuable. He proved that last year. He helped Minnesota win 14 games. You can knock him for the last two starts. That's fine. But the team wasn't good around him in those two starts either. So, I mean, he's going to start for somebody next year, whether he stays in Minnesota or he's allowed to, be franchised and moved, or whether he's traded or whatever it is. I mean, he's going to start for somebody next year. If he's in Minnesota, I believe he's going to start there. So I don't know if that's the case right now, if he's going to stay there. But there's too many teams right now that need quarterbacks, including the Raiders, the Jets, the Giants, I mean, just the Browns, that would probably be very interested in his services.
Where's Aaron Rodgers going to go?
I don't know. I really don't. I mean, I don't have any crystal ball. I don't know. I mean, I know the Giants, it's talked about, but I just can't. And, I asked some guys with the Giants at the combine if his house is closer to the Jets facility. The Giants facility is actually closer to the Giants facility. But I just can't see that deal getting done. I can't see him going to another rebuild that the Giants are in. Those are the teams that need quarterbacks right now. If I was Aaron Rodgers, maybe I'd just sit on the sideline and wait and see if something happens. But, I mean, he just went through a rebuild. It was awful. He wasn't good with it. He didn't help elevate that team. You can look at the end of many games, whether it's Denver or Minnesota. You pick a game where Seattle, where he had a chance to go win the game. He couldn't do it. And maybe that's just who Aaron is right now.
Brian Baldinger, Odyssey NFL Insider. You see why we love having him on this show. Baldy, it's been too long, buddy. Good to catch up. We'll let you get back to the film. I know you're in the lab.
All right, guys. You bet. Anytime, man.
Appreciate
you. Good talking to you.
That's what Baldy does, baby. He watches film, and then he hits pause long enough to do a radio hit.
Yeah, brief timeout to put his feet up for like a couple of days, then it's back to the film.
Odyssey NFL Insider, Brian Baldinger. Check out the best football show on the Odyssey app, wherever you get your podcasts. Caps fans have a chance to meet Mike Green at Verizon in Reston coming up.
You got to stop by the Verizon store at 11830 Spectrum Court, Reston, Virginia, this Wednesday from 4 to 6 p.m. for your chance to meet the Caps legend, plus food, music, giveaways, and fun. The attendees can enjoy a unique themed photo with Mike Green. Grab a quick bite and enjoy a special dessert, plus enter for a chance to win 2 tickets to an upcoming Caps game this season and an exclusive signed collectible.
Speaking of the Caps, Jacob Chikrin will be on the show tomorrow for our weekly Wednesday appointment, sponsored by IT Cadre. If you have not heard, Chikrin will be with us every single week, the rest of this season, every Wednesday. We are fired up about this. Very, very happy to announce that. So last week we had him on. This is kind of the first formal official week of the agreement, so we're pumped about that. He'll be with us at 4:30, and we're loaded tomorrow. We've got Bob Stoops, the longtime Oklahoma college football coach who's coaching in the UFL. Got Seth Walder, the analytics guy at ESPN, who's going to break down the Deebo trade. And then Charles Davis, one of our favorite NFL guests from NFL Network, to talk about the draft with us at 6 o'clock. So going to be a tremendous radio program tomorrow.
Little nugget for you. Your George Mason Patriots just set an NCAA record for most runs in an inning with 23 against Holy Cross. Literally just happened.
Way to do it. GMU, I love that. Big thanks to Darius, Ryan, and Toby for Grant and Danny. Thanks for listening. We're back at 2. Go wash your hair and face away from the water.
Thank
you for coming.